Thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm down here at the grid for the Sonoma Speed Tour, the start of the International GT Enduro. And I gotta say, you know, I feel like I've been listening to Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys my whole life. They're just a bunch of liars. I haven't seen sunny California yet this weekend. It's cold, it's been rainy, which is gonna make for a very interesting International GT Enduro as we see Michael Merritt, who is gonna actually have, we'll come over here and talk to him a little bit, or we'll walk up here with Rogers Builders out of Florida, but Evan Slater is gonna actually be Michael Merritt's co-driver. Let's check and see. Yeah, that is Michael Merritt in the car, warming up. He's gonna be our front from Cleveland, Ohio. The car goes back and forth from Cleveland, Ohio and everything, but you can see he's a bespoke interior solutions. He makes very, very good cabinetry and works with Rogers Builders down in Florida. We've got 5 minutes on the grid. Now, he is going out on wets. I believe he's got a pretty big crew. If the yellow Pirelli is here, then it's on slicks. Wets are just dark like that. Now, Aslan, who did really well yesterday in this car here with Infileon, he is on slicks. See the yellow here? You can see the yellow Pirelli. So he's on slicks. Now, his crew was saying he's going to go out there and have to take it easy for maybe 4 or 5 laps and then hope that we get a dry line. You can see here he's running the Quebec flag. So it truly is International GT. Now we come back here, the 4-liter Krigler. This car did really well yesterday, but he is on the wets. I don't see slicks over the wall. These new 4-liter Caymans right here, see this fender, how it has these little grids? That is actually hemp fibers. And not only is it a little bit cheaper and easier to use than carbon fiber, but it's also, it can take some impacts that we learned last year in Trans Am with David Hampton. But a beautiful car. And these 4-liter Caymans are really giving these Porsche Cup cars a run for their money. Nicholas Groombridge here. He races with us in the International GT out west, and when he comes out here, he rents from CHR. But Groombridge, watch for him because he has the kind of accent that makes you think, I bet you this guy is really good in the wet. So look for him to move up front. He's really good. You can see that he is also on wets. Then back here, we've got some Ferraris that are coming in. They're a little bit too far for us to get back to, but we're going to have some Ferraris. But let's move back up here for Xuan Xin, who's in this Lamborghini. He has worked so hard this weekend. It was raining 2 days ago. He went out and I think he hit one of the curbs, the paint in the curbs, and had it off. His crew have worked through the night to get this thing back up and running. He is on the slicks, but this is just such a beautiful car. Orlik is his company, and Xuan Xin in this beautiful Lamborghini. We're going to see him today in International GT. He's getting to do a little bit of testing because we're also going to see him in Extreme GT later on today in the Trans Am Series. Hey, Xuan, thank you for your hustle, man. It looks great. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. His crew, they were sending parts all over the place to make this thing work. If you would have seen it come in the trailer, you would not believe that it's here on the grid for International GT. So they're about to take off. I'm going to run up to the booth. We're going to have some fun here. Ken Fangler is going to join us. Evan Slater is going to jump into Michael Merritt's car. We're going to get going. But, Ralph, I'm going to send it up to the booth and come join you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sonoma Raceway. We are here in what is normally beautiful, sunny Northern California. Come back in a month to get that. Today, more of the same, kind of a rinse, wash, repeat, unfortunately, literally around here this weekend, as we have had chilly temperatures and cloudy, wet skies. And the problem with that is that combination, the track never gets a chance to dry. So, hopefully, the conditions will improve somewhat for our IGT competitors as they get ready for their big race. You can see over on the drag strip, things are awful wet and shiny over there. There is no gray line around the circuit right now, but there doesn't seem to be too many standing puddles on the full 2.52 mile road course here. This track opened in 1968, known as Sears Point Raceway, and then it was known as Golden State Raceway, Sears Point International Raceway, Infineon Raceway, and now Sonoma Raceway as it's part of Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. All right, cars have rolled off from the grid. They got a couple of warm-up laps to do, so we'll take care of some business so we can show you all the racing live flag to flag. Stay with us.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
In the booth, still a little chilly out there, isn't it?
It is. It's chilly. I was out doing laps this morning, checking out all the signs and the brake markers and things like that, and I would call this a wet track that they're going out to right now. So wisely, John in race control is doing 2 pace laps. The timer starts now as they go over the line, just to let them get used to it. Now, Ralph, some of the cars are on wets, some of the cars are on slicks. If you're on slicks, you've got to take it easy for 5 to 10 laps until that dry line comes in, and then you can go. But the one thing about these Pirelli P0 wets is even with a dry line, it takes them a long time to degrade. They're a little bit slower, but they're not going to necessarily have to come in and do a tire change until they come into their pit stop.
Well, you can see with the headlights ablaze how glassed over some sections of the racetrack are with the water, right? I think it's going to take a long time, if ever, for a dry line to really develop here in this race. I mean, we only have 8 cars, so they're going to get spread out. It's not like you have 35 cars pounding over the same piece of tarmac, you know.
Yeah, and with this being new pavement from just 2 years ago, there isn't necessarily a rain line as we see Schwinn Shin going around there.
And then we might have 7 cars. He's high-sided that Lambo.
Come on, buddy, get out of there. Yeah. That's at between turn, 4 and 5, I think.
Yeah, the downhill section there. Probably just got on the gas a little bit and around it went. And here it is. Now, it looks like he wasn't on the gas at that point because that's not a part of the track where you'd be on the gas. Good thing is he did he? Oh, did he touch the wall or did he keep it? I think he kept it off.
Yeah. I don't think it would be, if there is anything, it'd be very nominal. But as I was saying in the Gridwalk, they've worked so hard to get that car back up and going, and I think this is his first on track, and he's using this session to kind of test for the Trans Am session. That is Rodin Unesi in that 488 Ferrari, and then behind him is Esteban Beckman in that 296. When did Ferrari go to a 2?
The 296 came out 2 or 3 years ago. It was an homage to the Dino.
Oh, yeah. You know, the Dino got a bad rap. I've always loved it.
I've always loved it,
and in
too.
the last 10 years, it's like all of a sudden Ferrari now has recognized it as a Ferrari.
Yes, and you and I can no longer afford a Dino.
But there was a time that, like, you know, those were like the 914s
Right.
of the Ferrari world. And that's not, and I also absolutely love the 914 Porsches.
Yeah.
They're not my favorite,
No,
but I don't dislike
you.
them. So you can see they're trying to get heat.
Yeah.
And you can, one way that you guys can see as viewers, if you see yellow on the sidewall of the tires, those are the slicks, and the dark sidewall tires are the reins and Pirelli P0s.
So 2.52 miles around here at Sonoma Raceway, 12 turns. Let's take a look at it from high above. Drop down on top of it here, and we'll take a lap. As you head into turn 1, you start the climb all the way up to Mission Turn 2. Very challenging right-hander. Get that one right, and it's a quick shoot over to turn 3, and the highest point at 3A. And it's downhill the separator at 4 through 5, up and over the crest into the never-ending left-hander known as the carousel, all the way to the far north end at Summit Racing Equipment turn number 7. Big double apex U-turn, head you back down through the Cube 3 architecture S's. Got to get your rhythm right through here, Ben. If you get the rhythm right, you set yourself up for a possible passing opportunity. Cube 3 architecture turn number 11. Out of 11, back up through 12, complete the lap and begin it again. Very fun, very challenging racetrack, very technical.
Yeah, but I love those graphics. Nice job, guys. That was really cool, really interesting to see the elevation, but I like the guitar picks that delineate the corner numbers. That's pretty good. This Sonoma and Laguna Seca just being, 2 hours apart, very different personalities. Sonoma really doesn't have a traditional straightaway, where Laguna Seca kind of does, but the corkscrew, to me, is what stands out. The corkscrew would never be made in a racetrack today.
No.
They'd never allow it.
They're both known for their elevation, but I think the elevation at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is even more dramatic than it is here because it's a shorter track. So the climb out of turn 5 up through 6 to the top of the hill at the corkscrew, pretty steep and lengthy, and then it's that 4-story drop left, right, down through the corkscrew that'll really get your attention your first time through.
But we do have a great variety. We hit all of the iconic tracks in North America.
There's really not any I can think of that we miss.
Maybe Daytona, but now that we've added Barber, it's kind of the tracks in North America. Now, I would like to see what they do over there at Willow Springs, because we might be adding that back to our schedule.
That would be something,
there,
wouldn't it?
And you know, if the new ownership group comes in and does something with that track, we're going to definitely look at bringing Trans Am and the whole show back there.
You know, Trans Am also, just for conversation's sake, Trans Am spent time on street circuits as well. We don't have any of those on the calendar right now. Would you be intrigued to see Trans Am back on a street circuit?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Long Beach certainly is a great one.
We've done Long Beach. We've done Nashville, my hometown,
Yep.
for the the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix,
yeah.
and Detroit. And
How about Trois Rivières?
Yeah, that'd be great. Detroit,
I'd love to go up there.
They love Detroit. They liked having TA2 there in Detroit, but they brought such a big IMSA show, they ran out of paddock space.
Yeah.
And you said you came to the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, right?
Yeah, I announced it the first year.
That was a really cool track. And being in my hometown and being friends with Scott Borchetta and just having so much respect for him, what he put together there.
It was great.
I think he and maybe one other person in Nashville could have ever even done something like that.
Yeah.
And then the show that Roger Penske and his team put on at Detroit is just fantastic. I have never been to Long Beach. I know you were just there. We've talked about bringing Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series there. And what was the other one you had mentioned?
Trois Rivières up in Canada.
Oh, yeah. Three Rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Now, our Canadian Tire Motorsport Park was, to be honest, was a surprise for me. I wasn't expecting to love it as much as I did, and I probably come away with thinking that was my top 2 events last year. The crowd was amazing. It's another one of those tracks that they'd never allow today to be made today.
Oh, yeah,
they
no,
just
you
made
couldn't.
It's like somebody said, I'm going to try to make the most difficult track I can.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
some of the tightest, slowest corners and some of the fastest straightaways.
yeah,
Right?
and just off camber coming down that mountain just looks nuts. And then one of the nicest people in the world, our good friend Ron Fellows,
Yeah.
runs it. And, you know, there's a stereotype of the Canadians being so polite, and I think we downplay the stereotype. I've never met a Canadian I haven't enjoyed being around,
Yeah.
you know. So the pace car lights are off. Bob Pengraff is behind the wheel of his own street vehicle because we lost a tire. Tire went down on our Janetta, and luckily Bob Pengraff just happened to drive his sporty Civic Type R with Becky, who runs the grid. So we pop lights on it today, and he's out there in his probably more comfortable car for him.
Yeah, I got the seat warmer going and all of that, which you could use on a day like today.
I've driven a car just like that around Summit Point as the pace car driver, and they're great to drive for that. Well, here they come, Ralph.
All right, lights are out. Field will form up behind Merritt. He's going to have to slow a little bit and let them catch up.
Yes, he is.
Or not, because he's already to 12. He got the green. He played that well, didn't he?
Yeah, and I don't know. No. The driver behind him was on slick, so I don't know if he could get around 11 well enough. As they come up, Mission Foods turn 2.
Hang on. Everybody's got to tiptoe through here. Ferrari on the outside. That white one must be on wets, Ben, because he seemed to have a lot more traction than the two in front of him.
Yeah, that's Yusuf Nabi coming up, and he's now going side by side. So he's got confidence in his traction.
They're going to go 3 wide almost, going down to 4. Well, you can see the slick tires not working out so well right now for that Porsche.
Yeah. And I was talking to his crew, and they were telling him over the radio, just you've got to tiptoe around the track until you see a dry line. So that's what he's trying to do. He's playing the long game.
Well,
but I don't understand that, to be honest, unless they don't have wets, because they do have a mandatory 5-minute pit stop in this Enduro.
Yeah. Look at the wets working on that black Ferrari. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's your difference.
Bridge is on.
The Porsche's on wets too, though.
Yeah, but he's going to take it easy and make sure he knows where the grip is. That's a rental car for him. That's not his normal car. And so he doesn't want to do anything to hurt that car.
Yeah. Well, look, wets are not necessarily a cure-all. They're just helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't make it feel like you're hydroplaning everywhere.
Right.
But that's Esteban Beckman in that beautiful black Ferrari 296.
Well, he's already closing back up on Merritt. Look at that as they get down there, Cube 3 Architecture turn number 11.
And he can't be at Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour next weekend because he has finals. Esteban Beckman in that car we're looking at right there. You can see his intermittent wipers going. That is a beautiful car. I don't know if I've seen a 296 before.
Well, you don't need a stereo in that car. You just let the engine sounds play the music, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, putting a stereo in a Ferrari would almost be an insult. As a music lover, I would much rather listen to the sounds of the engine.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it was Sammy Hagar. That would be the only, you know.
Take a little Sammy?
Yeah, just because he used a 510 in the I Can't Drive 55 video.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is.
Sammy lives around NorCal area. Spends a lot of time up here.
So we just had a pass for the lead. Esteban Beckman from the back already early on in his 2024 Ferrari 296 Challenge makes the pass on Michael Merritt in that Ferrari.
Well, we knew he was moving up there pretty quick. He had good pace, and he's a little bit apparently more courageous on those wets in these conditions than everybody else right now.
Now, Ken Fangler, the president of International GT, can answer some questions. Now, this is basically a 1-hour enduro. There's a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. So, Ken, there are some drivers that went out there in slicks, and with the mandatory pit stop, I'm not sure why they went out on slicks unless they just don't have wets. Tell us the strategy.
I think the strategy is that they'll hang in there until the track starts to dry out, and there are numerous variables within this enduro. Okay, some of it, much of it planned as far as rules. First off, yes, they have a 5-minute mandatory stop. The latest they can stop is at the 40-minute mark. They have to come in by the 40-minute mark to do their 5 minutes. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2 is that a number of these drivers have co-drivers. A number of these co-drivers are their coaches or are pros. They have to do a minimum of 30 minutes of this race before they can change drivers. Now, they could come in, but they can't change drivers.
Yeah.
Okay. So
somebody with my talent level can't go do a lap and then hand it over to Mike Skeen.
Yeah.
To win the race for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a good rule. I like that.
Yeah. They've got to do it a majority of the race. Now, then the wild card, that's not in the rules. The double yellow. When does that come out? If that comes out in the first 30 minutes, it is a major advantage to those without co-drivers, okay? If it comes out after the 30-minute mark or right around there, well, then they can take advantage, do a driver change, make their 5-minute stop, and be back on track. So it's Lady Luck is well entrenched in this particular race.
So that's Rodin Yanesi there in that 488 black Ferrari.
Well, and Ben, I just double-checked, confirm what I thought was true, and it is that 296, is a V6.
Yeah, turbo car.
And the 488
yes, is a V8.
Is a V8.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, their nomenclature tells you, and I have to say I was baffled because the newest Ferrari is the 296, and right. I go, wait a minute, we were 458, 488. Everything was wonderful going in 4s, and then all of a sudden now we're down to 2s. What's going on here? So,
and in my heyday of Ferrari, it was 3s.
Yeah,
yes.
Right, exactly.
And it's a twin turbo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we did see Xuan Shen out there in that Lamborghini, so I think he just came in to check everything out. Like I said, they've worked through the night, putting that thing back together. He high-centered, wanted to check it out. And like I said, he's out there running this Enduro and trying to be competitive, but it's also probably a test for this afternoon's race. But this race right here is getting pretty interesting with Aslan out there on the slicks. That's a brave man. And Christopher Hansmeyer looks like he's on the wets, and he's in a 3-4 Cayman.
Yeah.
The old school one, huh?
Right. Yeah, lowest displacement of the Caymans has a great advantage, or let's say an equal footing with the higher horsepower cars on this type of track condition. You know, you can take the horsepower and just throw it out the window because you can't get it down to the ground. So, you know, he has that. He's enjoying his time of being a nemesis to the larger displacement cars that are out there.
I love the lines of that car.
Yeah, it's a pretty car.
Yeah, that's the backup car. Bobby G, they struggled in 2 races there. Electronic gremlin, you know, those cars are very sophisticated, and, you know, debugging these things. They thought it was in the wheel control problems. They switched wheels. They had a spare. They put it on. It would work. It didn't work. And that's the frustrating thing of electrical problems. It seems to work fine, and then all of a sudden it just goes away again. So they finally, yesterday, late in the day, called it and said, look, we're going to roll out the spare car. And, you know, fortunately, he's a young driver. These are new cars for them and brought him. So good that he has the opportunity, because he certainly fared well in the wet in the first race on Friday. And very capable driver. And good that he got the opportunity to this morning come out here in some very challenging and changing track conditions.
Yeah. Well, and then, of course, Ferrari has the 296 Challenge Series.
Yes.
They can go compete with the car in that as well.
Yeah.
So if you have one of these, there's a handful of places you can actually take it out and play with it.
Yeah, as with Porsche, you know, we have lots of competitors and lots of places you can race a Porsche. Same with Ferrari. And Bobby G's group out of Reno, long time. I've known him a long time, back in the 80s, from the Jim Busby days, the Miller 962 days. And Bobby was there, and he has a large shop in Reno, supports Ferrari of Seattle, and runs consistently on the Ferrari Challenge circuit. So he's got some drivers come over to IGT and, you know, get some track time and so forth, and we're glad to have them. So it's a great, nice addition to International GT. We welcome that group from Reno, Nevada. And the second group that we have coming along that's out here from the East Coast, Sean Creech Racing, and, you know, Roden is in that car, and he's all the way from Florida, Stuart, Florida, and hopes to run a good percentage of this series with International GT. So Sean Creech Racing, again, another guy who, you know, was around a long time. Same thing, was with the Hulbert deal back in the 80s. So these guys are very, very experienced and very capable.
And that's what's in there, right?
Yep. And that's what's great about International GT. These aren't shade tree mechanics that are prepping these cars. You know, they're the same teams and professionals that do the professional series, such as IMSA and others around the country. You know, there's no shortage of talent in the paddock as far as preparation.
Unfortunately, Ben, our Lamborghini, however, is just kind of floundering around at the back of the field right now. He's struggling to get that Huracan GT3 Evo up to pace.
I don't know how long they'll let him continue just kind of, you know, tooling around. It's either get up to speed or get off at some point.
Look at this great drone shot here. Ferrari on Ferrari.
That's a good fight right there. The 296 getting around the 488. Oh, a little bit of a push there, huh?
And Ken stepped away, I think, to go remind race control to monitor that Lamborghini, because Xuan Xin is probably out there just making sure everything's good, listening for things, and trying to take it easy. And if that makes for an unsafe environment for the other cars, they'll make them speed it up.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Ben, I just don't see any type of line trying out at all.
I don't either. I think you're right about that. I like the looks of that car. It's Mark Krigler in that Cayman 4-liter 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us a comment. Where are you watching from? I see right here, Cutter Racing from Brazil. So welcome.
Wow.
Jordan Elliott is driving here on the way here. I hope you're not watching, though, Jordan, as you're driving, but welcome. But leave us a comment. Who are you rooting for? Where are you watching from? Are you a Porsche person or Ferrari person?
Yes.
Or Lambo.
Seeing a replay.
Oh, no. Hang on. Stay off the wall. Stay off. No, you didn't stay off the wall. Got both ends of it. Oh, man. That's the 33 having issues there. That's Nicholas Groombridge, Porsche GT3 Cup car.
I don't see damage yet.
Yeah, no,
Right there on
yeah,
the right
yeah.
front,
Doesn't
just
look,
above the grill.
Well, unfortunately, the Porsche, the nemesis and weak point is those radiators up in the front area, front areas, and you know, if you have some contact, that's been always the Achilles heel of those cars not continuing is coolant.
Yeah, but he hit the tow hook, so
Yeah.
that might have been, it wasn't a hard hit, so that might be structural enough to not hit those radiators.
Yeah.
But there is, I was driving around today with one of our drivers, and there is a sealer, not from the drag strip that we talked about yesterday, that comes down and just stops right there at the apex coming off of there. And so there's two different surfaces that I went around with a driver that drove around yesterday in the rain, and he said you could feel it. It was like grip, 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 no grip.
Yeah.
Well, Groombridge got it onto the pit lane.
So Jordan Elliott did reply, just listening, don't worry. But then he's still somehow replying. Maybe he's at a light.
He's doing voice to text.
Well, we're glad to have any of the folks watching and or listening out there. Thank you. Good morning to you, wherever you may be.
Frederick's going to be watching from Turn 9 today. Somebody's watching from Toronto, Douglas Barr, so thank you. And Scott Brown, it is another wet day at Sears Point.
We've had International GT, the international part. You know, we had the Bentley boys are out of Canada.
Yes.
Okay. The driver in the Ferrari that's currently leading from Mexico City. So great to have drivers from around the world that have come in, especially at this sportsman level. You know,
Oh, yeah. You go to a normal International GT podium, and you'll hear French, Spanish, and English almost equally. So it truly is International GT.
Yeah.
And Portuguese.
Yeah, right. Unfortunately, one of our regulars, Tommy Ballister from Puerto Rico, had a first session out. He was planning on redoing an engine after Laguna next week, and didn't make it. You know, and he tried to have alternate plans, either get a motor or a car. And you know, unfortunately, he was on a plane home yesterday afternoon. He was very disappointed, but he was our last year's Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy champion, and he was on a run. Michael Merritt is currently leading, and it will come down to a number of races and competition points of who you can beat in class to see who the champion will be.
Really starts heating up around the Watkins Glen time, because then we go Watkins Glen, VIR. Are you guys doing Barber?
We are doing Barber this year, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be fun to watch. I'm excited to go to Barber.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. You know, I'm looking forward to going to the Motorcycle Museum again. I'm George Barber's collection.
Phenomenal.
Just staggering. You know, it is phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to that and being on track there.
I forgot to say, so Dulali girl is watching from Texas as a Ferrari fan, but we forgot about the Lamborghini. So where's my Lamborghini people at? I know Ralph is one of them.
Ralph's here.
I'm here.
Waving
I'll cover
the flag. Yeah, he's waving the flag as we speak.
I think I would call myself a Porsche fan. There just isn't a Porsche I don't like, and just being around International GT, they just seem to be great cars.
Well, certainly, if you go to a race weekend with sports cars, Porsche is going to pretty much dominate. You know, they've done you know, their factory support of customers, and they've taken it up several notches over the years. You know, it is. You know, as much as Ferrari has said in the past that they're a racing company that happens to sell street cars, and, you know, Enzo wasn't a fan of producing street cars. He just wanted to produce race cars.
It funded his racing.
Yeah, but he had to support that. Porsche is very much that also. They happen to be they're an engineering company that happens to sell cars, and they'll tell you that.
Well, my mom was a car guy, and she loved Porsches and Mercedes. My dad was a car guy, and he was all Corvette.
Really?
And so they fought about that all the time. But she had her Porsche, and he had his Corvette.
Yep.
Look at this battle, though. But really, Ken, we talk about this all the time. can you have two more iconic racing models in your series as Porsche and Ferrari?
No, I mean, the movie made famous was Ford versus Ferrari, and it was an epic film and an epic time in motorsports history. And the whole story, I'm surprised it took that long to make that movie.
Yeah.
There have been several other documentaries, but an actual general film. But
that was like a 4 or 5 year battle.
Yes.
This is a 50-year battle.
Yeah. This is ever since they kind of came out, and the crossover is quite amazing when you see. We're very fortunate to have our ambassador for International GT. Our brand ambassador is a guy named Derek Bell, and one of the few drivers that drove for the factory for both Ferrari and for Porsche. And Derek and Justin, his son Justin, were at the reception, our awards reception in February at Sebring. Great to have them both there. Great father-son stories, talking of their greatest moment of being at Le Mans on Father's Day and being on the podium at Le Mans as a father-son. That I think to both of them that was their greatest moment. And Derek's won Le Mans 6 times, so there's a lot to challenge for.
And was in the movie Le Mans.
Yes, exactly. He was very close to Steve McQueen and had some great times with him.
And that's the track that Ralph Shaheen wants and needs to go to, but hasn't clicked that off his list yet. Ken got to go there as a guest of Derek Bell.
Yeah, and he was
like
the grand
celebrity.
Marshal. Yeah, it was an amazing experience, and I'm so jaded, and so is my wife who came along with me, Maureen. In that, when your pass says guest of the Grand Marshal, she said at one point, we can't go on this floor of the tower. It's FIA only. And I said, oh, watch us. And I hit the button. The door opened. They looked at my pass and, oh, Mr. Fengler, come in. Would you like a glass of champagne? I mean, we were welcome everywhere. Everywhere we shouldn't have been. Yeah.
That's great.
Blue
No, I do.
flags are
You're right,
flying.
Ben. I need to get there. And it's high on my list of to-dos.
Well, now you have an in.
Yeah, apparently I need better friends like Ken has. I know Derek, but he's never invited me.
Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. Well, he's there every year in some capacity. Porsche did a lot of work for him away Chandon, who's, matter of fact, his daughter Melanie worked for him away Chandon. I have a great story of coming out here. We were doing work here, and we said, let's go to the chateau for dinner. And Melanie was working for Moet in France. She called from France, made the reservation here in California. Again, trust me, we walked out with cases of wine that were complimentary after dinner.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Speaking of the wineries, there's quite a few racers who have wineries in the area over here.
Got to spend that money somewhere.
Yeah, of course, Mario had one.
Yep.
And Danica got involved with wineries out here for a little bit. Jeff Gordon's been involved with the wineries out here. Jimmy Vassar has winery going out here.
Buckler.
Kevin Buckler, of course, has a big one. And Scott Pruitt has a very successful winery, although it's not here in the Napa-Sonoma area. It's over in Auburn, east of here.
We don't have that many cars on track, but they just keep finding each other, don't they?
Yeah, well, you've got this great variety of those being cautious, those on wets, those on dry, and they're tippy-toeing around a number of them. And
they got the setup right on this 296, that's for sure.
It is not tiptoeing.
No, and he left his fear gene back at the trailer because he's hoofing it.
Well, he'd been standing around for a day with his hands in his pocket, pacing, waiting to get in the car.
I mean, he just came whistling past us here, and here comes the 488, and it looks like it's down 3 gears compared to his pace.
Now, I don't want to give commentators curse here to Esteban, but so far he looks like he is very good in the wet. Because I know that he's here for driver development, just to learn as much as he can.
Right.
And right now I'm very impressed with his skills in not ideal conditions. Here's our first stop.
Certainly challenging, yes.
Oh, yeah, you can see Xuan Shen. You can see the disappointment on his face. He's saying something's not working. He's trying to explain it to his mechanic. See that?
Yeah.
You can see with his hands. He is a very intelligent person.
You said Oralic is his company.
Is his company.
Do you know
I think
what
it's I believe some kind of an audio production company. I know it does something with the audio.
Lighting. It said lighting something.
Yeah.
So
some kind of
production business. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, the backup car still doing well. Running quickly down to low 150.
There's a lot of aero involved in this 296 Challenge Series car.
Yeah.
You can see all the little winglets, the under tray and all that. So all of that certainly helping that car get the grip he's so happy to have here today.
Well, I'm just happy it's not coming out of the sky. And I don't want to jinx this, but
Merritt.
Merritt's in.
So Evan Slater might be coming
Is this
in. Are
the
they?
driver change?
Ken's looking at his watch, and
he's
looks like they're about
Well, it's so funny.
right on time, or are they a
he's
little
on
early?
time. He's on time. Yeah, he's right on time. Michael has been the jinx of, and he says, I'm going to take the remedial program of not being within the Enduro rules, okay? He's been 2 minutes early, 5 minutes early, and he said, I'm going to get it right this time. To his credit, he's still leading the championship, even with taking the penalty, which is a podium position for coming in too early. But he got it right this time, so I'll have to congratulate him on if he makes it up on the podium. Number of cars coming in.
And the reason we do a 5-minute pit stop is it's kind of the great equalizer, because if we didn't do a 5-minute pit stop, some of the teams would hire a crew of 8 so they could do quick changes.
Right.
And then some people have one extra person on the wall, so for this it's take your time. These Porsches don't necessarily have to refuel, but make sure you get your Hans device on, your seat belts on. You're not in a rush. I always try to tell people, don't rush this. Make sure all your belts are on, that you're fitting in. There's a big body difference between Michael Merritt and Evan Slater, so that you want to make sure they get in there and they get snug. It's not like the old days of the Le Mans starts where they might buckle in 10 laps in,
Yeah, and certainly we have plenty of opportunity to make mistakes on the racetrack. With those rushed pit stop and time pit stop, and you see in professional racing many times a pit stop, the race will be determined by the pit stop and the crew. I mean, in Formula One, it's down to tenths of a second, and so we don't need that. We don't need to add that element. We have enough going on the racetrack without putting that in the pit stop element.
Yeah. So we have people watching from Chicago, our racer, Mike Crown, watching from Sunset Beach, California, rooting for the Porsche number 140, watching SVRA from Watkins Glen, and looking forward to your race there. Now, we have 2 races at Watkins Glen this year, Ted. We've got a July Trans Am race, and then we're back to the vintage weekend as normal in September. So hope to see at both of those. And then Zach Slater, watching from New Hampshire, see how Evan does. I'm guessing they're related to Evan. First time in the rain in a 911 Cup car.
There we go.
So that'll be fun to watch.
Yep.
Little pressure for Evan Slater, who's a very good driver and one of my favorite commentators that comes up in the booth with us.
International GT will be at the second Watkins Glen race, by the way. We'll be there with SVRA in September. The classic, as I call it.
Yeah,
it really is.
And I believe it's a Porsche event.
Yeah. So
like that's the featured mark, so that makes sense. So the International GT drivers, I think, will be invited to do the downtown parade, which is always feature.
Groombridge is back out, so no harm, no foul on that spin and touch of the wall. Good to see that.
I don't remember his name, but I really like the person that runs that CHR shop here. He's running TA2 with us, and just a great person. So I like that Nicholas is with him.
Yeah.
And
Charlie Hayes.
Charlie Hayes, that's who it is. Yeah. Yep.
Charlie Hayes. Shout out to him because they've supported. This is a second or third time that Nick has rented a car, and very happy. I went up and saw him there in the garage, and they were relaxed. He said, "Look, we got an espresso machine. We're here in the dry." Yeah. They were pretty happy being there with Charlie here on site at Sonoma Raceway.
So
Simon
if you're ever
Aslan
wanting to do
making
this,
a pit stop here.
Look at CHR Racing out of Sonoma to rent a car. They have a bunch of cars in their rental program. I'm sorry, I stepped on you, Ralph.
No, you're fine. Now, there's a lot of cool shops here.
Yeah.
If you get back behind the wall on that short shoot from 10 to 11, and you just walk through there, hopefully the garage doors are open. You never know what you're going to see back there. Of course, this has always been the longtime home of Huffaker Racing.
Yeah.
And Joe Huffaker and his family produced many incredible race cars out of there.
Yeah, there wasn't an SCCA national race, and then the runoffs. That there wasn't a Huffaker car. That was, and then into IMSA that they weren't running up front.
So Mark Crown, there's your guy Mark Krigler there behind the Ferrari. Now, as an MG guy, I personally really prefer the Huffaker MGs that they made, the monsters that they made. Some great shots from the drone. There is Evan Slater and Michael Merritt's car with Rogers Builders out of Florida.
The Pontiac Fieros that they did might have been some of the most unique racing cars that they produced.
There's the white 2013 Ferrari 458 Challenge car of Yusuf Nabi.
So the 458 morphed into the 488, which morphed into the 296.
Right, exactly. You know, you mentioned moving forward, we got a lot of racing left in this season, and you know, we're thankful to be part of the Speed Tour program, International GT, because we're at the best racetracks at the best time of year. I mean, from here, you know, we're going down the road to Monterey, to Laguna Seca, and from there, Memorial Day at Lime Rock, and then head to Mid-Ohio. Mid-Ohio, we go to Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen to go to VIR. VIR, we go to Barber, and then we wrap up the year at Coda. Fantastic schedule of
Ben, by
racing.
the way, speaking of Lime Rock, have you made our flight reservations yet?
No.
Why?
Well, we got to get from Lime Rock to Indy and back on Sunday somehow.
Yes.
I'm sure Rob Dyson can work that out for us.
Your private jet stuff is. You know,
I figured you would be the guy on that deal.
Yeah, my private jet pilot has a schedule conflict, so I'm going to have to find somebody else.
Because I'm
Lime
not a
Rock
fan
is
of missing that event.
Yeah. Lime Rock's a sentimental favorite. That's my home. Yeah, that's where I came from. Saw my first race there in 1976 up on the hill, IMSA. And, you know, I lived about 40 minutes from there. Spent the first 25 years of my life in Connecticut till I found out there was something called airplanes, okay? And I didn't have to live there, so the last 43 have been in Florida.
I love that event, the Memorial Day Classic. Dickie Regal at Lime Rock and his team, they do such a great job with promotion. It's such a 4 or 5 generations of people, you know. My grandfather's grandfather came to Lime Rock, and now we're still here, and we have a huge crowd. You're going to love the event. I know that you're going to miss the 500, but you're going to love the event. It is a lot of fun.
I've been to Lime Rock numerous times and have worked Memorial Day weekend events at Lime Rock in the past.
Some of my favorite video is International GT last year at Lime. It was almost like they were doing a jump competition. Remember that?
Yeah.
We had a couple cars because we run the traditional course, which we probably shouldn't in some of these cars, and they are getting 4 wheels off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a long history at Lime Rock. I was driving it, and back in the day, so to speak, you know, a good IMSA GTU time, which was under 3-liter cars, was just a tick over a minute, 101, 102. Cars are in the low 50s at this point. Once they kind of got through that 1-minute threshold, Lime Rock had to do something at that uphill. There were some pretty horrific wheelies being done at the uphill. And so they put the chicane in, and I drove a 962 there one year.
Not to brag.
Yeah, not to brag, but I got to tell you, I always heard that the P-car guys were always complaining about the vibration, and of course, it's not the smoothest racetrack in the country. It's on a riverbed. It's always moving, and boy, the downhill in Big Bend, you could hardly see the apex from the vibration that was coming through. But the uphill, you better have the wheels straight when that car comes down, or you're going for a heck of a ride.
Because you've got all the weight coming down.
Yeah.
So
you
we
know
do
who
have
used
some
to run Lime Rock for a while.
What's that?
You know who used to run Lime Rock for a while?
Paul Newman?
Well, no. My old buddy and colleague, Mike Joy.
Oh, yeah.
Mike actually ran Lime
Mike's
Rock
from,
for a while.
up that neck of the woods. Yeah.
He was telling me the first race he called was Trans Am at Lime Rock.
Yep. And the first race I ever called was motorcycle road racing right here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
First race I ever called was a simulator video game when we did the esports.
Michael Merritt. Oh, no, that's Evan. Just getting a little tail wag coming out of there. Putting the power down. Finding out there. No, there's not all the grip yet. Well, these guys are doing a good job. Just putting some laps in, you know, going along. We're at the 40-minute mark, so everybody should have been in for their pit stop.
I'll tell you, Evan has definitely upped the pace in that Porsche of his that he's sharing with Merritt.
Yeah, he's down to times, although so has Esteban. Esteban's at a 140, back down to 148, you know.
The conditions are improving, but they're still not ideal. So we're going to probably start to see 1 second coming off every maybe 3-4 laps.
Yeah. The issue is when you get offline and, you know, to make the passes and move offline, that's when it gets a bit dodgy.
Look at that. So Scott Brown says Huffaker MG owners are watching. Does that include you, Scott? Which one do you, they have a BGT that's beautiful. A B, the midgets, I love them. But those, I don't know how they keep their black on some of their MGs so nice all the time.
Good Jones shot up above, high above Sonoma Raceway. Such a beautiful area.
Scuderia 1999, Ferrari of Seattle.
Yeah, that's a Bobby G car.
Do they party like it's 1999? Here's Evan Slater, currently in second place overall. First in the Mission Foods. There are different championships, and you can tell by the windshield banner. So, Ken, will you explain? The Porsches aren't necessarily racing the Ferraris. The Caymans aren't necessarily racing the big Porsche Cup cars.
Right. The egos involved, they all love to see their name higher up on the finishing time sheet, you know, whether it's a Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, that doesn't matter. But
Bentleys.
Bentleys
here.
No doubt. But the championships we have, the red windscreen banner is the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy, and the yellow is the Stuttgart Cup Championship for Cayman-based cars and others. You know, International GT is open to. It's just a matter of number of cars attending races on a regular basis. We were next week, for example, Ralph's favorite, the Lamborghini. We have with the 18 cars. They will run in the Maranello Cup. Otherwise, if there was only a couple, they'd run an exhibition, which is the black windscreen. But Maranello Cup is green, and they'll have enough cars, plenty of cars to race against. They'll be in the Maranello Cup. And really, the only difference is that they'll gain championship points because the end of the season, that's what we award our championships based on. You can see the green windscreen banner on that Lamborghini, so that is a Maranello Cup car.
That's awesome.
Well, that'll be fun to see and hear next weekend because those things will make a great noise for sure.
Just so happens that Trans Am's XGT is green, the windshield banner, so it works for both of you guys. I love it. And then I had a question, why aren't the Bentleys running today? And just so happens that Julie Bentley, that works for International GT, told me that they they want to come to next weekend, Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour, but they have to redo their shocks.
Yeah.
So they took the shocks out.
They had to get them off and get them shipped to get them rebuilt. Yeah, so a bit disappointing for this race, but we look forward to seeing them at Laguna Seca.
I love those cars.
At least we got to see them in action yesterday a little bit.
Yeah.
They did not disappoint.
No.
And it was good that Julie Bentley got to see, you know, her long heritage of the Bentley family having cars running out there.
Yeah, it's amazing. She's living off that trust fund. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Forget
We're going to just start
Bentley
all kinds
boys.
of
I know.
Forget about the Bentley boys. It's the Bentley girls that have it going.
Bentley boys +1. Okay.
I live in Nashville, and Alan Jackson has a few of the old 30s Grand Prix tractor Bentley cars. Beautiful cars. We're in the British Car Club together. And as does Brian Johnson from AC/DC.
Brian has a couple.
And those are the cars for me. Just love those cars. And I do like, you know, we talk about this a lot of time with the Heritage, that even the modern Bentleys, they have some you can tell they're in the same family from 100 years ago, you know. Same with the Bugattis.
Yeah.
Definitely the Porsches.
It's one of the very cool things that they have resurrected a number of these old nameplates, the history of automotive, not motorsports and racing, you know, Bentley and Bugatti. I mean, whoever thought they'd see Bugatti again, a nameplate of Bugatti again, you know. So it's fantastic to see them. And then jumping in, seeing a name like McLaren, so with its heritage in racing, you know, develop road cars, you know. Of course, the Holy Grail's that center seat McLaren, you know, from some years back.
I'm getting some great information here from Scott Brown. That black MGB GT that I was bragging on is actually his car. He says staying out front keeps the rocks off of it. But that was the last Huffaker Engineering, Joe Huffaker race car ever built from scratch.
Wow.
And then Tim Adolfson is saying the Canadians in their Bentleys destroyed this run group. Yes, they did. They were running exhibition, but they're coming back next weekend, Tim, so you got to join us.
And at that time, their main rival in competition was Esteban in the Ferrari, running similar lap times, and he didn't run because of mechanicals. So, yes, they did, but the competition was parked for that particular race.
And
so,
18 Lambos are going to give them a run, too.
Well, and WeatherTech Laguna Seca is a much different racetrack than this one.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see which car adapts to that circuit quicker. You know, that Bentley's going to be big and heavy. And
yeah, no doubt you're not going to be able to stretch your legs as much at Laguna, especially when you get to the last turn or the corkscrew.
Yeah.
You know, physics is the limiting factor.
David Thompson is saying that the Lotuses are making a comeback to what you were saying, like these brands are kind of re-emerging, and they're making a comeback in GT racing.
Yeah, they've come and gone. You know, they've had some, you know, great things, and you know, I think it's just a matter of company structure and these days profits, what they can do.
And we require as a society so much from manufacturers now.
Oh yeah.
You can't build a car unless you destroy 25. You know, and that doesn't do good for pocketbooks.
No, that's built into every car they sell.
And I am not a comfort person. I don't need the heated seats, the heated steering wheel. I do like air conditioning. But my wife, she's got to have all of that stuff.
Yeah, I rented not to be disparaging because I love the mark. I rented last year coming up. I tried to rent something interesting to drive here in California because the driving's so spectacular, and I've got some days to kill and going to head up the coast. And I rented a BMW 4 Series M4 convertible. Wow. And, you know, first time I'd been in the car, and the only thing, and I know it can be shut off, but it was way too intrusive for my liking, okay? It was telling me this. It was telling me put my seatbelt on. It was telling me, if I really wanted that, I had my wife with me. I didn't need somebody else to tell me what to do, okay? I really didn't. And I came away with it saying, goodness gracious, I just want to turn all these assist, quote unquote, off. I've survived this long driving, okay? I don't need you to tell me what to do any longer, okay? So.
That's awesome. Well, Evan Slater doing really well coming around, and you're starting to see not what I would call a dry line, but the water starting to dissipate in areas. And I think by the end of this, we might see a dry line, but we're 10 minutes remaining. And this is starting to heat up here as we see Groombridge out there coming into Summit Racing Turn 7. Now we're coming around Mission Foods section of the track where the elevation, they're coming up, Ralph was telling us this right about here is the highest point in elevation on this circuit.
You see that pavement difference there, boy. That's got to be diabolical. Right at the turn-in areas, at the apexes, you see these patches, and you know, that's got to be a bit unnerving for the driver.
Shout out to the drone pilot. I don't know how he squeezes himself into that thing and then being able to keep up with this Ferrari.
I think it's Kazoo. Remember Kazoo? Kazoo on the Flintstones? He's about the right size as a drone pilot, isn't he?
Yeah. Ooh, still getting a little squirrely there through these S's. Roden, but I'm not sure. I think he changed co-drivers, correct?
He might have, yeah. Yes, yeah, he did. Actually, Roden's in now. I think his co-driver started on that one, yeah. The penalty for him is that he will lose a position on the podium, but means he probably finished first, but guess what? It's the only car in class, so he finishes first.
But you'll put him on the second step.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Evan Slater now coming through the mission section. And this is you can't really tell on video, but that's a very steep downhill, right-hander downhill, a little bit of camber here in this turn, but a very difficult section to what I think is a very difficult section right here. Just trying to keep speed, but also maintain balance through that carousel. And there is our overall leader. And I'm seeing that's Moreno, or is that Esteban Beckman?
I don't know.
Should be Moreno.
Yeah, Moreno. Yeah, I believe Moreno's in, yes.
What's Moreno's first name?
Sebastian? It's kind of like Shinzing, okay? I call him Bob. I got nothing.
I love the fact our drone can get a shot right down under that engine cover, that 296.
Yeah, shout out to the camera guys. They've done it's been a good weekend, and several customers came up to me and said, "Hey, I thought the live stream coverage was good, and has been better each race as they get accustomed to what we're doing and when we're doing it."
And just having to work with me is such a nightmare. So just staying with us this long. I got an amen from the producers in my ears. I love it as I come up here through Mission Foods. But yeah, those drone shots, the camera shots, and not only that, but it's been a pretty miserable weekend so far weather-wise to just stand out there with a camera.
Yeah.
And the cameras are covered, but not the camera operators.
Right.
Well, they used to have the curbing up there at 3A, go all the way around it. There used to be some spectacular photos of guys hitting that curbing and bicycling up onto two wheels.
Yeah, right.
Mark Krigler there in that 4-liter Cayman. I've just been so impressed. Remember our friend David Hampton that raced a lot with us last year?
Yeah, I thought we might see David here. Yeah,
he brought that out, and I was just so impressed with that car. There's our camera operators out there braving
shout out
it.
to one of our camera guys. There we go.
Is that over in the S's?
Hi, guys. Hey, that's a big wave. Cool.
That's Lucas.
Yeah.
Oh, we have 3 Lucases, so that doesn't get confusing.
I got one at home.
Really? Yeah.
I can't name any of my kids Lucas, being a British car guy, because that means they just wouldn't work.
Right, exactly. Yeah. At least when at nighttime it wouldn't work. Yeah.
Or in the rain.
In the rain.
I'm surprised to see that Lucas being able to work in the rain.
Yeah.
No offense to my British car people, but if you own and drive British cars, you've got to have a sense of humor about it.
Yeah. Your son, the Prince of Darkness.
There's that beautiful turn 11 facility just to the left. I don't know if you've been over there yet, man.
Winding down, probably what we're going to see the white flag with the next couple of laps winding down.
But I watched it being built, but I haven't been in it yet.
And that's what the clubhouse of the brand new 10/10ths circuit in Charlotte is like. Of course, it's owned by the same people. Here, this is Sonoma Raceway is part of Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. Bruton Smith owned and operated. Now run by Marcus Smith, and then Marcus got together with Rick Hendrick, and they built 10/10ths Motor Club on the properties around big Charlotte Motor Speedway.
So Groombridge wisely seeing the blue flags that we're seeing displayed by the crew. I love seeing the blue flags out there. Just one more point of reference for the drivers. And Groombridge, like the gentleman that he is, got out of the way of our leader so that Moreno could safely go by. That's what we want to see here, isn't it?
Yeah. Sportsman type of racing. you know, there'll be some good fights. We had some, Road Atlanta, we had some fantastic racing. This has been due to track conditions, weather, and so forth, and, you know, hasn't been, you know, the competition that International GT is known for and used to. It's just been, you know, more driving, but, you know, Atlanta was one of those. It was perfect. It went down to last lap racing. That kind of thing was really good.
Well, Ben, we are 3 minutes away from the conclusion of this 1 hour event. And if my old tired eyes are not deceiving me, I actually see gray pavement just past the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's not the full line, but there's patches of it, isn't it?
And it's only about 50 feet, sort of.
So, Ken, we really appreciate International GT coming out here and blow drying the track for us
Yeah,
for the
I'm
rest
sure.
of the day.
Yeah,
you know?
they ought to thank these guys. Yeah,
Thoughtful of you guys.
Yeah. Well, with that, as we wind down, I'm going to step out and get down to the podium and give some stuff away. We'd like to thank our marketing partners, Pirelli and Mission Foods, longtime marketing partners of International GT, our official sponsors, Detroit Watch Company, Forge Line Wheels, and our official vendors and suppliers, Stand 21, Sunoco Race Fuels, and Speedcom Communications. We'd like to thank them all for being part of International GT and their support. And I'm going to go downstairs. Guys, thank you for the invite up here to be part of the Speed Tour event. It's a great way to start a Sunday morning here out on the West Coast. And we look forward to seeing you down in Monterey at Laguna Seca in 1 week.
Nice, Ken. Thank you so
All right,
much.
Ken. Thanks, buddy.
That drone pilot did exactly what you wanted there, Ralph. He got right in there into the jewelry box of that Ferrari, looking down into that engine. Evan Slater, man, so impressed with Evan Slater. I've known him since he was probably about 14, 15 years old. He's always kind of hung around the TA2 section. Always a great race car driver, but really trying to learn his craft. He's a great commentator, just a great person to be around. And now he can say he's a very good driver in the wet. And there's our leader, Moreno.
It's like our flagman has the white flag in hand. We should be seeing that next time by. Don't make any mistakes now. Moreno is right up on a slower car. The slower car moves over through 10. Passes comfortably made.
Tim Adolphson saying $1:50, meaning a minute 50 is a really good time for these conditions here. I agree with that. You can see Slater's hands moving in there. This drone pilot is really good.
White flag is out.
And you can see it drying, Ralph. You're right. Yeah, you can see it trying to dry.
Got a little bit of sun popping through the clouds as well. Might turn out to be a nice afternoon around here, Ben, if we're not careful.
Yeah, hope so.
Look at that shot.
You would think that being that close to the rear wing, it would kind of disturb the drone a little bit. Here comes Evan Slater. Currently second place overall, first in Mission Foods GT Cup Trophy. Merritt makes very high-end kitchen cabinets and things like that. And then wanted me to mention Rogers Builders in Florida. Here's our leader. What a beautiful car. How did he keep it so clean?
Well, he wasn't in anybody's spray most of the day, that's for sure.
Must be using some of those next-gen detailing products.
Moreno's down to Cube 3 architecture, turn 11. Up through 12 and looking for the checkered flag. And there's your winner. As Moreno in the 233 teams up with Esteban Beckman. And they take that Ferrari 296 Challenge machine to the top step of the podium in our International GT Endurance race today?
Well, I may be wrong, but from my eyes, Esteban Beckman, Sebastian Moreno, you're in really good company, because the last Ferrari I've seen win that I can remember in International GT was Andy Pilgrim. So you are now in good company.
Yes. Wonder if they're ringing the bells in Maranello.
Here comes Evan Slater. Great drive from Evan Slater. Very difficult circuit.
He put down some really good lap times.
He's from the New Hampshire area, so he obviously doesn't have a lot of seat time here, especially in these conditions.
There goes Slater across the line.
Nice job, Evan. I just keep being more and more impressed with him as a person and as a driver. I didn't ask, but I'm guessing Michael Merritt, now being the points leader, is going to be coming next weekend to Mission Foods, Laguna Seca Speed Tour.
I would think if you're leading the points, you pretty much have to commit to it at this point, right?
And yesterday I couldn't remember. It's Patrick Womack that runs WeatherTech, that runs the BMW with us, and he's been out there with us at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Aslan coming in, 6th overall. But he didn't finish, did he? Did Aslan take the checker flag? He's coming in, so he must have.
Ben, what do we have up next after this?
We've got Group 6 and 12, the American muscle cars, starting at 9:30.
And then Trans Am after that.
Yeah, and then Trans Am. We're going to be showing Trans Am here on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, on the Trans Am YouTube. But most importantly, go to Speed Sport 1. And Ralph, I'm going to ask you to explain to everybody how they can go watch the race on Speed Sport 1.
Well, the easiest thing you can do is go to speedsport1.com. We tell you everything you need to know right there. But we are available for free on Sling, Amazon Prime, Pluto, Stir,
Roku,
Fubo, a handful of others, and Roku. So well over 200+ million active users every month watching
awesome.
On Speed Sport 1.
So basically what you're saying is if they can't find it, it's their fault.
Yeah. We pretty much have made it as available as you're going to get. And again, it's 100% free, and we will carry every Trans Am and TA2 race live in 2025.
A totally universal, not just global, but a universal platform, because they can watch it on the International Space Station.
There you go.
There's Groombridge coming in, and here's our results.
Esteban Beckman and Moreno teaming up to take the win in their Ferrari. Michael Merritt second with Evan Slater. And then Ferrari again in third. As you take a look at the rest of the results from our International GT Enduro. All right, as the drivers get out of the car and Ben makes his way down to the podium, we will take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have all the podium activity for you, so don't miss any of that here live from Sonoma Raceway. Be right back.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Forged alloy wheels, Detroit. Our official suppliers, Sunoco Race Fuels, Stand 21, and Speedcom Communications. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for their long-time support of International GT. We have a number of podiums to go through. Again, I'd like to thank you. I've heard that the sun will come out next week down in Monterey. We'll see how that goes, but this was certainly a different weekend. But thank you all for fantastic weekend of racing. Hope you enjoyed your time. It wasn't the, let's say, competitive or competition, although I'll talk a little bit about that, especially in a Maranello Cup that we're kind of used to in International GT, but it was an opportunity to get out on track and do some driving and use it as a learning experience. Let's start out with we're going to do a mixed podium. I have 3 first places, Julie. They are Stuttgart Cup. In first place, the little car that could, 3.4 liter, Chris Hansberg. Come on up, Chris. Who is it? Mark Krigler. Okay, was just told Mark Krigler is not. First place, I'll make mention. Came in 4 liter, Mark Krigler. And in first place, doing it the hard way, our lone Lamborghini. Trust me, you won't be alone next week. We got 18 of them at Monterey. But in first place, car number 22. I'm going to call him Bob because I never get his name right. Wang, come on up. Congratulations to you and your crew. He's not here either. Well, I'm going to just talk to Chris. Chris, if you want to take the other 2 first place trophies with you, I don't care. I'm good with that. But Chris, congratulations. Thanks for being part. I hope you're still a hero with your family. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, no, everyone's too scared to get up here with me with my little beast over there. No, thank you again to International GT for letting me come out. That's just a 2007 Cayman S GTB1 car, so fun to run with the big kids. And then thanks you to Gary and the whole team at Huffaker Motorsports. It's right up on top of the hill. They helped me make it look pretty and got me through 4 races. So thank you guys. Thanks Gary. Thanks Huffaker.
Congratulations to you, Chris Hensworth. Don't go away yet. We'll stand up there. Huffaker Racing, long, obviously, history in racing. We talked about that up in the booth. Grab the champagne. All right. The photos out that way. Chris, we got your picture going. Great job. Congratulations. First place. All right. 2 other podiums to go. We're going to go with Mission Foods GT3 Cup 4-liter class. Finally, a change in his podium. Finally. 3rd place, Simon Asselin. 2nd place, Nick Groombridge. And still in 1st, collecting points, George Michael Merritt and Evan Slater. Come on up, guys. Simon, good weekend from you. Switch on the podium, but congratulations to you and a good weekend, as I call it, with the changing track conditions. Sometimes survival is the best mode, but you survived it well and ran well, so congratulations. It wasn't, we were looking for the dry line as it was at the end of the race, yeah, but, good, and we look forward to it. Are you headed to Monterey with us?
I'm not, but I had the best time with IGT. I crossed over towards the end of the race. At the start, the track really kind of came alive and the car came to me, but I think I lost 30 seconds per lap or something over the course of the race. So was a good time. I'm happy we gave it a shot. It was fun to sort of chip away at the track there.
No doubt you did give it a shot. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you future in International GT. Simon Esselin, 3rd place in 4-liter class. Now, I want to say, Simon, he did his best at giving you 2nd place, all right? I mean, including doing the do-si-do and, let's just touch the wall here, and we go, oh, no. But he came away unscathed, and as we all know, the Achilles heel of a Porsche is the radiators up in the front, so you don't want to bang there. But no harm, no foul, and you went on 2nd place. Congratulations to you. Good to see you, and we'll see you next weekend in Laguna.
Looking forward to it, Ken, and thanks to everybody. That was some challenging conditions. We were wondering whether we should switch over to slicks, but in the end it worked out. And as you say, a little encounter with the wall, but seems to be all right. And thanks to Grant, as always. Thanks to Charlie and to Daniel for a rock-solid car, and I'm looking forward to Laguna.
Yeah, shout out to Charlie Hayes, and congratulations to you. Nick Groombridge, 2nd place. And in 1st place, I'm going to start over here with Evan. Evan, a heck of a job. You got down to where the Ferrari times were and so forth, and it was good. You were the secret weapon that he didn't really need the secret because he was doing a heck of a job all on his own, but congratulations to you. Help him gain some valuable championship points and 1st place in a sweep on top of the podium.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a ton of fun to race here in these Porsche Cup cars. I mean, the cars are just a blast. We didn't have anything for the Ferraris. I mean, they got 200 more horsepower and they got extra downforce, so it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. But yeah, it's still a ton of fun. Huge thanks to Michael Merritt for bringing me out. It's just, I love being in a car, so.
Good for you. Well, you were in the car, and congratulations to you. Clean sweep of the weekend. Good. You accomplished what you needed to be. It wasn't easy with anyone out there. You never know what was going to really happen with the changing track conditions, but at the end of the day, all good.
Yeah, it was really great. I mean, you guys did a fabulous job. Fortunately, I can't be at next week's event, but we'll see you at Road America. And thanks to the sponsors, thanks to my team, Tyler, Rance, everyone else that's helped out. And again, you guys do a fabulous job. We love it.
Thank you, George Michael Merritt. Guys, hold up the trophies if you would. Let's take a picture and give them a round of applause. Mission Foods GT3 Cup 4-liter class. Wait, hold on. You guys can go. Michael, stay there. We have, now you're going to wish you got to stay, but we have, on behalf of one of our marketing partners, way better than that cheap champagne, way better than the trophies. George Michael Merritt, you're the winner of Pirelli Award set of Pirelli race tires. There we go. Congratulations and thanks to Pirelli. All right. Yeah, you'll need them after this weekend. All right, here we go. This was the race. We had somebody that, the Ferraris, and we were very happy to have the headline will read, and the recap of this race is Maranello Cup dominates. And we're very happy to have the Maranello Cup teams back as part of International GT. Sean Creech Racing, Bobby G, Reno, thank you. We really appreciate Dario and Yusuf, that switch over from that other series we won't mention. But we're going to call you up, okay? 3 first places, okay? In the
All right, well, while Ken Fengler wraps up the podium celebration for our IGT Endurance race, Ben, we've got Group 6 and 12 machines rolling around the 2.52-mile circuit here.
Yeah, this is usually a crowd favorite. Group SVRA, Sports Car Vintage Racing, Group 6 and 12 here at the Sonoma Speed Tour. Group 6 are big bore, production-based, from 1972 or older. Group 12 is big bore production based from 1973 or newer. And there's some variances there that if let's say a Mark II whatever was produced in 1971 and that same mark was to 1975, then in 1975 still counts as a Group 6. But we've got an eclectic mix. So Paul Stuber out front, Steve Van Meel in second, Matt Liturgy in a Chevrolet Corvette in third, J.P. Griffith is in a Corvette in fourth, Robert Brown is in that Ford Escort in fifth, J.R. Smith in a Nissan 350Z in sixth, Cooper Dubois in a Chevrolet Corvette Roadster in seventh, Steve Yarborough eighth in a Chevrolet Corvette, Scott Shadle in that beautiful blue Camaro in ninth, Pat Heptig in that really pretty Porsche 911 with that kind of Porsche Artie livery, Masato Yamamoto, and I think my favorite car in this group in a Chevrolet Camaro, Stephen Lisa in a De Tomaso Pantera, Tom Linton in a Porsche IROC Donahue car, Brett Gann in a Ford Mustang, Peter Reed in a Shelby GT350, Forrest Strait in a Shelby GT350, and Charles Dehoney in a BMW M3. So how about that for an eclectic mix as they come to take the green, Ralph?
I love it, and we're about to get this one underway. Oh boy, a little slipping and sliding there by Steve Van Meel in his 70s Camaro. Oh, and Stuber pulling away just like he did yesterday.
Yeah, Stuber doing really well coming through the Mission Foods. What they didn't know is that if you're on driver's right, you have a dry line at the start. But if you're not, you were hung out to dry, no pun intended. But Stuber taking off just like he did, put on an absolute clinic yesterday in the very wet. Right now, what do you think Jeremy Clarkson would call this? Wet-ish?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Now that Donahue Porsche 911, the IROC looking car, is not a real IROC
Tribute
Porsche.
car.
It's a tribute car to Donahue. However, what's really interesting about that car, which is owned by Tom Linton, is Tom actually did own an original Porsche from the first generation of the IROC Championship. And he owned that car for quite a while and then eventually sold it.
But he knew enough about it to be able to remake a new one.
He knows literally everything about the car. I was down talking with him yesterday, and you know, it's one of those conversations where you walk up and you think it's just 2 minutes of, hey man, I really like your car, tell me a little bit about it. An hour later, I was finally walking away.
But that's a fun hour.
It's a great hour.
You learn so much. Yeah, it's
a great hour. But yeah, no, he really knows his game when it comes to the IROC Porsches. There goes the Pantera, the De Tomaso, the white number 19. That's Stephen Lisa. There's our race leader, Paul Stuber.
So we have a replay of Peter Reed making a great save because, like I said, he came through the wet, spun it around, didn't hit anything. The Donahue car, your friend Tom Linton did a good job of avoiding him.
He didn't even take out a cone, Ben.
That was Hollywood couldn't even plan it that well.
No. I was thinking, you know, this used to be the home of the Bob Bondurant driving school for so many years. I'm not sure Bob could have pulled that maneuver off. Steve Yarborough.
No, that's Matt Litucci. Litucci, sorry.
Litucci, yeah.
Matt Litucci. He wasn't with us yesterday because of the rain.
Yeah.
And then J.P. Griffith right behind him in the next Mark Corvette. There's Peter Reed out there. Went Code Brown and still out there on the track in that beautiful Shelby GT350. You've got to go see this car up close. It's unbelievable. And then we've got your friend in the Smoky Eunuch livery car.
Yeah, the car from up north, Vancouver, Canada's Steve Van Meel. Ran solidly in second yesterday.
Look at that car lean.
Oh no, the Yamamoto machine.
Yeah, a little bit of damage there on that right rear quarter. But look at that art Porsche in front of the Donahue car.
Looks like the hippie car paint schemes.
So you got some rear engine versus that mid-engine. Pantera there, Stephen Lisa with Patented Racing.
Those hippie paint schemes were really something, weren't they?
I love them, yeah.
You know, one of them, the 917 Longtail, is at the Simeon Museum in Pennsylvania.
Okay. So Stuber's in the lead, but Scott Shadle has a Mustang and a Corvette behind him. If you're watching on SpeedTour TV, leave us a comment. Are you Ford or Chevy?
That is Yarborough's Corvette Coupe back there. Third car in this line right here. He's holding down 11th right now.
Is this a classic race right here? Camaro, Mustang, Corvette. Coming into the Mission Food section. This is the highest elevation there, 160 feet right there. And then it's downhill again.
Yep.
There's Matt Litucci coming into Summit Racing, turn 7. That's the one part of the track that you might get to kind of rest a little bit. Still not technically a straightaway. There's a little bit of a left kink there, but that's probably the most relaxed you are in the lap.
Look at this gaggle coming your way. It's not quite petty blue, is it, on the 36 there?
Yeah. So our racer is saying he thinks Peter Daw built that hippie car out there, and then we've got a few Ford and a few Chevy, about equal. What about Porsche? What about Pantera? BMW's out there, Nissan.
Whoa, did you see Stuber sliding that thing?
He put on a show for us yesterday and wants to continue that.
That was a full four-wheel drift.
Coming up on the rear, a Yamamoto. That's such a beautiful car, that Trans Am kind of liveried.
Well, the last time we saw him, he was off in the grass.
I saw that rear end. We want to get away a little bit.
That corner just keeps falling away, doesn't it?
Coming up to Summit Racing, turn 7, 4th gear, now down probably to 2nd, hard on the brakes, trying to, look at that, look at how smooth. That is a very difficult turn to do like that. And he did the whole one corner, one turn, he put one driver input, and that was really smooth. This is I'm unfamiliar with this driver, but man, have I been impressed with him this weekend.
He's really been a wheelman all weekend long.
He is truly putting on a clinic for us here. Look at that, the shocks moving. There's so much body roll in these cars. It is such a constant fight. There's the hidden car. Look at that. So that's the whale tail, right?
Yes, that is a whale tail. The IROC car should have, well, it's got a whale tail as well. In fact, I've been waiting to see you because when I was at the Heritage Invitational at 10 Tenths Motor Club, there was some incredible Porsches on display.
Pantera has been black flagged coming in.
Well, it's got some damage to the left front there too. You see that? There's a perfect picture of a whale tail and a ducktail.
See, thank you. Yeah, I think I prefer the duck, but I prefer none at all. But it's probably not great for racing. You want that downforce. Yeah, I'm hearing reports that there was a little contact between the Pantera and the other cars. So he has to come in and report to black flag. Ralph, we have been joined in the booth by Andy Lowley, who's going to be calling the Trans Am race with you.
Yes.
He's checking his phone right now, but you're welcome to sit in here with us and warm up your chops to some of the coolest cars here. Group 6, Group 12. Andy Lowley is the current president of Trans Am. He's run a few events with us, but he's going to sit up here in the booth with us. And first shot there of the number 51 Charles Dione in that BMW M3. Andy, welcome.
Thank you very much. Very cool to be back up here with you guys, and obviously checking out some of the most challenging conditions that we've had so far. You know, full wet is one thing, full dry is obviously what most of these guys prefer, but this is the treacherous stuff. This is the half dry, half wet, every single lap. That gray drying line is increasing, but you still catches you out, because when you fly down through the S's and that dry line's appeared, but you get down to the apex of turn 10, now you're going 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 miles an hour faster than you were in the last lap because you kept the speed up, and that puddle's still there in 10. You know, it makes it pretty crazy, and these guys have to adapt every single lap.
And these are big, heavy, way too much power and way under brakes, and very difficult to go through with changing conditions. But tell you what, you got to watch out for that 19A of Paul Stuber. He's been putting on an absolute clinic the last couple of days with four-wheel power slides and drifts and just finding the grip, but he's still running very quickly. But this is our gas man. He's been at every single event with us this year in 2 or 3 different cars.
Yep, Reno, Nevada's Steve Yarborough.
That is a Duntov prepared Chevrolet Corvette. Obviously not a 63, but Mr. Corvette man, what year would that be?
I believe that was a 66.
Beautiful Nissan cars. Going off a little bit. So, Andy, I know you've had a few laps out here. What are some of the speed secrets to Sonoma?
Well, that's all changed. Well, not all of it, but a good portion of it has changed in the last 2 years since this repaved. This was the oldest asphalt on the NASCAR Tour. Of all of the tracks, this was the oldest on the tour, and it was the trickiest place to put power down with a high horsepower car. And, you know, comparing it to this session right here, this car right here, it's almost archaic in its technology and its ability to put power down, which makes it all that more impressive for these guys that are hustling and big slip angle and going from a mostly dry corner to a damp corner. And look at him, just the hands back and forth there, and what he's doing through some really fast sweeping corners there. That's super challenging. And now we're going to throw a bunch of different classes there, and now he's coming up on some cars here that are going to be definitely interfering with his pace, but he is going to want to be getting by, and this is tough. So the typical elevation changes and amazing transitions back and forth at Sonoma Raceway is one thing, and then again you add that. You add these older cars with the big slip angle and high-profile tires sliding through these corners, and then throw some water in there for fun and see how these guys do.
Watch this pass here on the inside of Cube 3 Architecture, turn 11. Mustang executing a beautiful pass on the Beamer.
Nice, and I don't know what those hand motions were, but I think the BMW is like, hey, this is a real M3, but I think Peter Reed is like, yeah, but this is a real Shelby GT350.
Yeah, and then you can see Peter waving. I'm like, come on, tuck in behind me. Let's go. We can catch some of these guys.
There is our leader, Paul Stuber, but we also got to see my friend Scott Shadle starting in 9th, making a pass there on J.P. Griffith, who started in 4th. So Scott Shadle moving up through the field as we're here at the Sonoma Speed Tour, joined by Andy Lally and Ralph Shaheen, but De Tomaso Pantera. How cool is that?
I got to drive one of these cars at Bridgehampton on Long Island before it closed in the 90s, and that thing showed up one day. I thought I'd had the Matchbox car, you know, when I was like 19 or 20 years old, and I just thought it was the coolest thing on the planet, and I got to drive it, and difficult. You know, it doesn't have the smoothest shifter. It's again, you know, pretty high CG, not a lot of downforce. Looks as cool as a 10-year-old would invent his own Matchbox car. That's what my drawings look like. But boy, what a handful to drive, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always kind of called the American Ferrari because it kind of has that wedge shape of an Italian car of the era, but they had a big Ford 351 Cleveland, I believe, in I can't say the back, in the just behind the seats. So much behind the seats that it was hot no matter when you were driving it. And here's our leader. Watch this guy, Andy. What are you seeing here technically?
I'm seeing precision. I'm seeing, you look at that loaded tire, he's just on the light gray. The light gray is your friend here. Anything dark or shiny is not your friend. So as he's rolling through here and he's able to extend his lead, be smart about it, he's still right on that edge. And, you know, some people look at some of the vintage stuff and go, man, they're just cruising around. These guys are hauling. And a lot of these guys, you know, in the SVRA, we get some great stuff on the Speed Tour here, but the attitude of the people that you'd think possibly that own these amazing cars that wouldn't want to dent them, that can't fix them, that whatever, they're going to put them back in the trailer when it's raining, but they're out here in the trickiest stuff and sliding these things around and going for that checker.
Yeah.
And that one has the Z28 badging on it too.
But he was out here in the hard rain yesterday. Got some great information from Bill Dolph III on YouTube. Steve Van Meel, who's currently 2nd, was the Sovereign champ last year, and he took the cover photo of the car in Vintage Drift magazine. Sovereign is another one of our great clubs. Here's a great drift.
Look at this. Full lock, power on, and the body wiggling a little bit.
That's a guy forgetting about the value and the rarity of his car and just going to town, having fun and ripping that thing around the corners. Very cool drift there.
So there is the Sovereign champ. Sovereign is a great vintage club out of the Pacific Northwest. Some of my favorite vintage drivers that join us at SVRA events are Sovereign Club members, and they have a ton of fun. So if you're in the Pacific Northwest, there is always a place for you to run. Of course, yes, we'd like you to run with SVRA, but there are so many clubs regionally. We're a little bit more nationally, so there's always places to run at some of the iconic tracks. I know they run Portland. I know they run what I call Kent, which is Pacific Raceways. But yeah, check it out. And then here's this BMW of Chris Dahoney. If you had any seat time,
that should be a well-balanced car.
Yeah.
He should be having the most control out here. It looks like he's very steady and online and hitting his marks there. That's with the CG low and the wing on the back, and obviously the BMW geometry. That's a very well balanced car, wet or dry.
Ben, Andy, that's Yarborough's Corvette right there, and I dug into my notes, and it is a 1966. And a couple interesting things about it. It was never registered. Never registered. Went out the back door at GM as a race car to a dealer in San Diego.
Now, would that be St. Louis? Was that still
it
a
would have
St.
been
Louis
in St.
factory?
Louis back then, yeah.
Nice.
Then down to San Diego, and Steve got the car. So interesting history to this one.
Wild,
Always
the stuff
a
that
race
happened back
car.
then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That would never happen now. But the
Right.
white flag is out, ladies and gentlemen. My favorite car out there, Andy, is the Ford Escort of Robert Brown. FIA spec Ford Escort. They bring it over here from England. It'll cross the start-finish line here, but it's a beautiful car.
Well, if Steve Yarborough's not careful, that car is going to go out the back door one more time. It would be me leaving the racetrack.
All right.
Then there's Steve Van Meel in that Smoky Eunuch tribute car, our Sovereign champion.
And at the front it says "Best Damn Garage at Home."
Oh, that's
cool.
awesome.
That's cool with the Richard Petty font on there. Is that a new edition, or was that on there back then, or is?
He might be both fans of Eunuch and Richard Petty.
Yeah.
But here comes our leader, Ralph, coming down the hill to take the checker. Just hasn't put a wheel wrong.
Catching up to the IROC Tribute Porsche. Paul Stuber going to go 2 for 2 here in a 24-hour period. He has been the master of Group 6 and 12 all weekend
Another
here
blue
at Sonoma
flag.
Raceway.
Love seeing the blue flags out there from the corner workers. But bring us home, Ralph.
Well, through the final turns here, Cube 3 Architecture turn 11, now up through the bend here at 12, and he'll be staring at the checkered flag, which will be awaiting him now. There it is. Paul Stuber wins another one, Group 6 and 12 here at Sonoma Raceway.
So Van Meel coming up. So, Andy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Pick a favorite from this group.
Oh.
I know what Ralph's going to say.
For our Trans Am group coming up?
For this group.
Oh, for this group. Like my favorite.
Which car would you like to most have 10 laps at Sonoma?
The winner.
That is such a race car driver thing to say.
Yeah.
So I checked out that Escort. I love the touring car vibe. This car is gorgeous. Obviously, the 43 out there is really cool right here coming across the line.
That's Van Meel.
Any of these cars, the 36, the Camaro that's back there, that Pantera I haven't driven in probably about 30 years. Really, really neat. Probably honestly, the toughest thing there is that Cobra. I've driven one of those in really cold weather, and guess what? It's really cold. Your head's out there, and that motor's not putting off enough heat. Your hands are almost above the little tiny windshield right there, and your knuckles freeze. So that's a handful and a bunch of fun. But
that 36 is a pretty car.
Yes, gorgeous.
I don't know, though, that hippie car. See, it wasn't out here yesterday.
No,
I like that hippie
car is
Porsche.
cool.
But I just as a British car guy, I have to go with that British Ford Escort.
Did I make a mistake? I was looking at that way in the distance. Was that not a Cobra? Was that a topless Corvette?
Topless Corvette.
Gotcha. Sorry, came by start finish at the same color, and I guess I need my glasses.
No, it's all right. I mean, there's probably some Corvette people going, you can't call a Corvette a Cobra. That was the Cobra was the Corvette killer.
Yeah, it was a half a mile away in a pack. So, apologies. No intended offense there.
And what year was that split bumper Corvette or Camaro?
70s.
That's my favorite Camaro. I like that.
let's
But
see.
here are the results, Ralph. Here's the top 10.
Paul Stuber taking the win for the second day in a row, and Steve Van Meel follows him across the line in second for the second day in a row. Then Matt Latucci shows up to get up on the podium in his Corvette as well. So it was a good day for the Bowtie Brigade here in Group 6 and 12. So, Ben, you're headed down to podium. We will hang here and so just sit with us for a minute. Andy's going to slide over a chair, and we're going to call Trans Am for you. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, coming up from here at Sonoma Raceway. Welcome to Sonoma, California, where the beauty of the rolling California hills meets the brute force of the Trans Am Series, with cars that every race fan can't wait to see.
You keep coming back to the cars. I have not driven a car that's more fun. On asphalt, these are by far the coolest cars I've ever driven.
It's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that.
Big power, big personalities, no gimmicks. These machines are loud, loose, and absolutely alive. And we're here to bring you all the action from Sonoma Raceway. It's the Trans Am Racing Series presented by Pirelli Tires. Welcome to Sonoma Raceway. We're in the wine country of Northern California. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. ready to tackle the twisting, turning 2.52-mile road circuit known as Sonoma Raceway. Cars are making their way out onto the grid, and we are getting ready to go racing here momentarily on what has been a very chilly and wet weekend here in Northern California. Hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen, and I'm joined by the new president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, Andy Lally. Andy, you've raced a lot of laps here in a variety of cars. Very cool temperatures, an on and off wet racetrack, and a vicious race car. This is going to make for some challenging laps for these drivers.
As it is, these Trans Am cars are high horsepower and a monster to drive. You add in probably worst case scenario conditions. You know, we were talking about this before the show. All wet is one thing, all dry is obviously usually preferred, but when you've got a damp track to where you can be flying through the S's with a lot of grip and then show up to turn 10 and there's a big damp spot right where you want to put your car, that's when things gets crazy. That's when the changing conditions, the variable conditions, where every lap that wet spot dries up another foot or so, or that light gray line where you want to put your loaded tire gets a little wider or moves a little bit. That's the tricky stuff. So these guys have to remember 11 tough corners, but then when they show up here and they get ready to roll and it's damp like this, every one of those corners changes each lap, and that's the tricky thing to adapt to. And when you've got almost 900 horsepower and you're flying around in a Trans Am car, that just adds an additional tough thing to figure out while we're negotiating Sonoma Raceway.
900 horsepower and no driver aids. It's up to you and your right foot to get it right.
And that is the coolest part about Trans Am. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm stoked for this race. These cars are a beast to drive, and we're going to see a great show here today.
And Andy had a chance earlier to take a look and to explain to us what a Trans Am Series by Pirelli car is all about.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT, so we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The three GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am Series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
Andy, what's your favorite part about trying to wrestle one of these Trans Am cars around a circuit like this?
My favorite part about wrestling the Trans Am cars anywhere is your race to power. You know, when you've got so much power and it takes literally seconds. This isn't you get to the corner and you just mash the gas. This is a feel from your right foot standing on the gas to your kind of your right butt cheek, you know, if you will. There's a seat of the pants feel when you don't have traction control to get that wheel going as fast as you can without spinning it, without burning that right rear tire off, without leaving a big smoky burnout in these hairpins where you're down to first gear and the most amount of torque and horsepower is getting to the ground. So that, to me, that's where the racers are made. That's where that feel, that's what separates the great drivers from the pretty good drivers. And we're going to see that today in exponentially, it just, resounding ways of how it's trickier in these cold conditions, because we're not going to get these tires up to heat as quickly as we would normally do on one of our sunny race days. And we've got some tight corners here coming out of 11, coming out of 7. It's tricky.
Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge. And the four-legged lawnmowers are out in force here today up on the hillside, making the place look great. And while they take care of the grass, and we're going to take care of some business before we get ready to head down for Ben Sissel and a Gridwalk coming up. Stay with us live here on Speed Sport 1.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Back here at Sonoma Raceway, taking a look into the paddock area and the garages. All those big haulers full up with TA2 cars from yesterday or empty with TA cars for today. And the grid is filling up, and that's where the third member of our crew, Ben Sissel, is at. Take it away, Ben.
Well, thank you so much. You can see Ken Twaits going out from the Central Welding Supply Chris Evans section, where they have 5 of the 6 TA Cup cars, a new class to the series with the Franklin Road Chevrolet Camaro. Now, Ken Twaits has the honor of finishing a race in TA, in TA2, in TA Cup, in XGT, and SGT. All we got to do is find him a GT ride, and he'll finish a race in all of the Trans Am categories, which I think is pretty unique. The only person I know of to do that. We'll come back over here. These new TA Cup cars, really cool. We're buckling in right here with Jim Guthrie, one of our most experienced drivers. Jim Guthrie ran in the IndyCar Series. He actually won at Phoenix. I believe he had 3 Indy 500 starts. But we're used to seeing him in that beautiful Gulf Blue TA2 car. But you can see here the Guthrie's Garage. You dream it, we build it. So happy to have him out here. Then we come over here, Chris Evans, who actually helps build these cars. He's strapping in. Love it. This was his kind of whole brainchild, and it was here last year at Sonoma that we met with Chris Evans and really got serious with this class, kind of named it the TA Cup class. So it's really cool to have him here, of course, with Central Welding Supply. and Jefferson Racing. Then, like we just said, we just showed you Ken Twait's Camaro, Chris Evans, Jim Guthrie in a Ford. But what would it be without the big three? Because we've got Mopar over here with Ken Sutherland and Kahlberg Racing. Kurt's talking to him right now. But I just love the look of these Challengers. Always loved them, and they were with us in TA2. Ken Sutherland is a champion in everything. Great Miata driver, Cobras, Corvettes, TA2. Ken, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you're going to have some fun out there.
Oh, yeah, looking forward to it. Just should be fun.
Nice. And you got to check out that mustache. That's a great mustache for racing right there with Ken Sutherland. Emma, his daughter, if you're watching, your dad's going to be awesome out there. We miss you here. Emma's always one of our favorite photographers here on the race circuit. But now we're going to walk over to Grid, if you don't mind, which is just over here on the other side of the mission truck. That Mini Cooper you saw there is not in the Trans Am Series, but a really cool car. That car could have run in the Trans Am Series back from 66 to 72 legally, but we're going to come back here around the mission and come up here to the front of the Grid. And we're coming around here around the mission truck. We've got a great grid to go out with Trans Am. So this group here is TA Cup, XGT, SGT, and GT. I see Amy Ruin, David Pinterick have come up to the grid. The cars are moving into place. It's going to be really loud back here, which is always my favorite. They're getting into position. The drivers are out of the cars talking. I'm sure they've been watching the conditions out there because they're seeing a drier line come in, and of course, probably like they should, everybody's going out on regular Pirellis. I'm walking up to David Pinterick, and we've got some questions for him. But we're with David Pinterick here, and David, you haven't been to Sonoma. You didn't show up to driver's meeting, and I hear you're having to start from the back, huh?
Paying my penance by starting in the back of the pack, and that's fine. You know, the rule's the rule. So I'll have fun, I guess, and see if I can pick them out and hope for a full course yellow.
You got to get a shot of this beautiful livery here. David finished on the podium here with us at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago. I apologize. I was supposed to give you one of our golf carts for the track walk, but I hope you got out on the track.
Didn't I can get a chance to? No, you know, when we got rained out the last two sessions, I just went home, went back to the hotel, grabbed some pizza and relaxed and thought about how I'm going to do today. We'll figure it out.
Any sponsors you want to talk about?
Carter Racing, the people that support me, you know, Matt and Colton and Eric and Brent, who's not here, and Sandy and Reed, and then of course my mom. Excuse me, my wife, my daughter, my son-in-law. It's good to have their support.
What is this that I'm seeing here on your windshield? Is that some kind of rain protection?
It's a tear off. So that the stone chips hit the tear off, and we can pull it off. And you got like 4 or 5 layers there. You know, pull it off so it doesn't. You don't have to replace a windshield.
Nice. Well, Pinterick, have fun out there. Sonoma is such a great track. We've had some unbelievable performances here in the Trans Am class with Chris Dyson won here a few years ago. Then his kind of almost godfather, Greg Pickett, he broke a record. He won in 6 different decades here in the Trans Am Series just a few years ago at Sonoma. How amazing is that? Andy Lally, we got to talk about that later in the broadcast. 6 different decades Greg Pickett has won in the Trans Am Series. Speaking of, here comes that Jim Weed car of Chris Dyson being towed up to the front of the line. I don't know if the crew has any Jim Weed on them, but we could use some energy here. McNichols Metal Service Center, Valley Automotive, Amy Ruman out here ready to talk to some people. This car looks awesome. It's a long tow for the Ruman family to come out here. Thanks for joining us.
It is. We're happy to be here. Still learning the track a little bit, and then we got 2 sessions rained out, so we're hoping to come up through the pack a little bit today, and since qualifying was set by our practice times, but we made a lot of changes, so we're going to see what happens today, and hopefully we'll get this baby up front.
Well, Amy, thanks for joining us. Love that they came out here. We were talking to Ken earlier in the pits. John Moore, the cowboy, looking at this hat, just unbelievable. A JM Environmental, JM Racing. So John Moore, while you're buckling up, so you got to, I know that you're going to be running TA2 with us also. Your son was running TA2, but you've run in everything, but you just love these cup cars, don't you?
Ben, I tell you what, it's everything you want a race car to be. It just gets it on, and it just gets your heart thumping. It's a good time. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Nice.
Great group of people, and beautiful race cars. And I mean, what more do you want on a rock and roll Sunday? Come on.
Yeah, what more do you want on a rock and roll Sunday? I agree wholeheartedly with John Moore, cowboy hat up there. We're seeing Adam Andretti come down through the grid right now. I'm going to come over and talk to Xuan Shin. Hey, we got to come over here and talk about your car because I got to brag on you. Unbelievable, the stuff that you've been through here, going through the last couple of days. Explain to everybody out there what you've gone through with this beautiful Arlick Lamborghini.
Well, definitely is, we got some electrical issues. The car doesn't have like a traction control, and the testing session was pretty slippery. So basically on the drag strip, it's even straight. You are just squeezing the throttle, it's just, whoop, the spin, and just back into the wall. So it happens. It's just you just be careful. So we got all the parts in the trailer, and it just put it back together. And it's lucky the chassis is not bended. We did the IGT race in the morning just to make sure the car is good. The race. Yeah.
So will you have traction control for this race?
No traction control.
Oh, so I don't know. Maybe we need to put you in the TA class. That's crazy because the great thing about these cars and this huge engine and these modern cars in XGT is you have some traction control. So we've taken that away from you.
Well, we do have advanced aero, but this car is restricted for the FIA GT3. We only make like a 480 horsepower on the wheel, and I will be happy I have a 900 horsepower.
You're the only person I've ever heard say only 480 horsepower at the wheel. That's a lot of horsepower to me. Well, have fun out there. Thank you for all your hustle. We got to move up here to Menard because I'm hearing that Menard has had a morning, and we got to see what happened to him this morning because I guess some drama had happened. We've got a car coming up behind us here, so we got to make sure we don't get hit. I've got Travis Engen over here on my driver's right walking with me. Don't want to make contact with him either. But we're coming up here. This is a great crowd. So cool to see people hanging out, eating their Mission chips. I love it. Right by the Mission truck. But we're going to talk about, okay, I see Paul Menard here, so we're almost to him. Chris Dyson is also up here. So I'm just, right now I'm just kind of hanging out over here and what they're saying. But Paul Menard, if you don't mind, I'm hearing that you had quite a morning with some drama. What happened out there?
Yeah, a big morning. The weekend was really smooth up until this point, but yeah, liftgate broke, so we almost dropped the car off the back of the hauler. Luckily, Jared held the brake, and the car didn't roll out. Then we had 2 cracked valve covers, so had 911 changing valve covers. We've had that issue a little bit the last 2 races, so our batch is a defective batch, so we got to obviously sort through that. But car's fast, it's wet, it's going to be an exciting start with one dry, halfway dry groove. It's going to be an interesting start to the race, but it's just going to dry out as we go here. The sun's starting to dip out, so it's going to be a dry race at the end, but it's going to be interesting at the start.
Yeah, a little bit of tiptoeing happening here at the start. Johnny on the spot there hitting that brake pedal to keep this coming off because that would have been about a 8-foot fall off of the trailer, which would just be catastrophic. Obviously, historic track. You're going to see some TA cars maybe going out there and tiptoeing, but I'm going to send it up to you guys up in the booth.
All right, Ben, thank you. That is a crazy story with Paul Menard.
Insane. I walked over just after it happened, and like he said, the guy in the car, Jared, I think was his name, held the brake through all that craziness, and the other guys jumped off. Fortunately, nobody was hurt, but pretty wild start to the day for Paul.
Man. And great to see Chris Dyson back. Anxious to see what he could do here today.
I think, obviously, the three cars that we've got on screen right there, the 3, the 16, and the 17, are going to be battling it out. Obviously, we've got our Brett Cruz in the race here, too, along with Amy, Tommy, and Mr. Penteric.
It's going to be a great race. Stay with us. Plenty more coming your way with the Trans Am presented by Pirelli from Sonoma Raceway.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Looking live down onto the field of cars that are going to be rolling out onto the grid here shortly and forming up for our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Main event of the weekend on this Sunday morning here in the wine country in Northern California. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be watching in from. And Andy, as we take a look at those three cars at the front, Paul Menard, former champion, strong competitor each and every week. Chris Dyson, multi-time champion, unbelievably competitive every week. And Adam Andretti, currently leading the points, hopefully wanting to become champion. And it sounds so simple, but oh boy is it not.
Man, to string a whole championship together, to get that championship, race to race, to be consistent, to win races, that's the ultimate driver dream here. I mean, we all want to win races. We've got some big-time race winners. Obviously, Paul Menard's won the Brickyard 400 here. He's won road races in NASCAR as well. He won Road America. Obviously, Chris has won on just about every Trans Am race here. Adam's a Trans Am winner, a multi-talented guy, multiple classes, TA2, Trans Am, lots of everything he's ever hopped in. He's been quick. So this is a great trio. But then right behind that, you look at one of the most popular, impressive young guns in this generation coming through here, Brett Cruz. He's definitely going to want to have something to say about this race once we get green here.
Well, speaking of Adam Andretti, we had an opportunity to sit down with him and learn a little bit more about the man who is currently leading the points, Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli.
Adam Andretti, I drive the top liner Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It feels amazing, but at the same time, it doesn't mean anything 2 races into the season. It's obviously a cool accomplishment. You get the great pit spot, and you get some of the perks that come along with being a points leader, but none of it matters until we're in COTA and we're at the banquet and they're sitting there and then you're the points leader. That's when it matters. So there was a lot of racing left to go, and that's what we're working towards, is to get to that goal of COTA and celebrating the ultimate celebration. Leading the points at any point in your career feels amazing. I mean, no one doesn't want to be the points leader. That's what we're striving to be. We've been consistent. You know, it's again only 2 races in, but the change from our past to now would be consistency and having a good start. Honestly, in my entire Trans Am career, I've never left Sebring with a decent finish when going for a championship. I've had some great finishes at Sebring, but it was always like one-off races, and I was never going to go. I wasn't going for the championship that year. It seemed like every year I've gone for the championship, Sebring has put us behind the 8 ball right off the bat. And this year that wasn't the case. This year we were able to bring it home with a strong podium finish, and that has been really the game changer for us. When you start thinking about other teams and what they're going through, and you lose focus of what your own operation is doing. We're just heads down on what our own operation is. You have enough to deal with focusing on your own program than having to worry about anyone else's program, as nobody out there is worried about our program either. So it's the champions really put their heads down and focus on what they're doing and exit that outside noise. That outside noise doesn't mean anything. It's funny, and when everyone says I'd rather be chased than be the chaser, it's because they're not in that position, you know. So you always say because what we do here in our world of driving race cars is 90% psychological. So if you're somewhere wrong in that game that's going on between your ears, so you have to talk yourself up for that. For me, I just like to focus again on what we're doing, business as usual. We know what we have to do. We have to finish races first and foremost. And if we finish races with our pace and with the way that we perform, those finishes and those results should take care of themselves. After the California swing, we still have 2/3 of our races left. So you get into that last third of the races, then yes, maybe some of the mentality will change, but you got to be careful changing your mentality driving, because when you make those adjustments, it can create other errors because you're taking yourself out of your rhythm. You know, the rhythm of life and the rhythm of what you're doing, especially in our sport, is so important. So it's really a fine line, a fine balance that you have to be on at that point.
Adam Andretti currently leading the points, getting ready to stack a few more up in the category there here at Sonoma Raceway today. Maybe get to the top step of the podium. He's been second twice already this year. And Andy, I was doing a little thinking. You know, the Andretti name, of course, known worldwide for race wins and championships and a wide variety of racing machines. And I was thinking back, I think the last championship won by an Andretti in a significant series anywhere in the world would have been Michael in 1991 in the CART PPG IndyCar World Series back then. So if Adam can pull off a championship in Trans Am, that will be 34 years since Michael won the last significant title for the Andretti clan.
And I'm sure he feels every year of that pressure.
Oh,
That
you know he
is
does.
definitely something
You know he does.
he's been working for, and obviously both Adam, Claudio Burton, Top Liner, all the guys that are working hard to make that happen are keen to see him stand at the top of that podium for our banquet at the end of the year as the 2025 championship.
One of the things I love about the Trans Am Series by Pirelli is its association with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And almost every week we have some young fan visiting us at the races. And this weekend it was 14-year-old Chris, who has suffered from heart disease. He's had 3 open heart surgeries, the first one when he was just 1 week old. God bless you, Chris, and welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We sure hope you've enjoyed your weekend here with us. We know we've loved having you. All right, let's go back down trackside. Here's Ben Sissel once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Holly. Holly is actually the PR person for the 2-5 challenge that we're going to see to deliver the driver start command. Holly, take it away.
Driver, start your engine!
Holly is my new favorite command person.
That was the
That
best
was
command
awesome.
we've had all year. That was excellent. She definitely had the energy. We should bring her back.
She crushed it. Outstanding work, Holly. She's got a future in this sport, doesn't she?
I think so, without a doubt. She looks pretty amped up. We got to get her some gear and get her in some Trans Am Q3 mission clothing there to make this definitely more official.
Well, we've had 2 races to our 2025 championship season for Trans Am presented by Pirelli. Let's take you back to Sebring, Florida, where we kicked it off in March. Traditional season opener for the Trans Am Series, just like it did back in 1966 at the famed airport circuit. Paul Menard right to the front, looked like he was going to be the guy to beat Andy, but there's this young kid named Brent Cruz who made an outstanding pass here and then walked away from the field.
And Brent has shown huge speed. Obviously, the results haven't been there yet. He hasn't found his way to victory lane. Today could be that day. Obviously, we're taking a look at Chris Dyson's crazy crash here. Thankfully, he was okay. These cars are safe, and he was able to rebound from that. Took 1 race off, but he's back with us here. Was fastest in practice, and another guy looking for his first win of the season.
Cruz eventually had mechanical issues heading into Mission Foods Turn 7, and Menard was back to the front, but look who was on his tail. Adam Andretti, who chased him along with Amy Ruman all the way to the checkered flag. That would be our podium as we closed out the season opener at Sebring. Then it was on to Road Atlanta through the Georgia hillside. Brent Cruz on the pole, and as you mentioned, Chris Dyson not there, but Matt Brabham was filling in for him in the Jim Weed Mustang, and he did a tremendous job. Matty Brabham was very fast all weekend long, battling alongside Adam Andretti here, the Mustang versus the Camaro. Put on a whale of a show. Eventually, Matt got out front. Cruz, who had been leading, once again suffered mechanical problems. His day was over. Everybody starts to cycle through as Cruz hops over the wall.
Definitely
and
a
then
tricky
it
day
would
there,
be
heartbreaking.
Mossad having issues here in his 21. Grant having issues in the 7, the team car to Dreesy. Paul Menard got back out into the lead with Cruz going out, and he goes off track. His day is done. That was with just 3 laps to go. Shocking result for him. Again, checkered flag falls. Brabham takes the win. Adam Andretti finishes second, and 2 seconds puts him atop the points as we headed to the West Coast and ready to go racing here today. So the field is now rolled away from the grid and warming up out on the racetrack.
We're doing something a little unique today since we've got this damn track and we've got a lot of these guys on sticker tires because we didn't have qualifying. These guys need 1 extra lap we're giving them. they asked for a lot more, but we're letting them have 1 pretty hot first lap here, and we're going to add 1 additional lap to our pace laps here, so it'll be 3 laps to get these guys comfortably up to temperature. That'll let the TA class, the TA Cup class, our SGT, GT, and XGT classes get everything hot, get everything all sorted out so that we can take a safer green than if we just threw these guys out here for 2 slow ones and drop the rag and watch them fly into turn 1 about 100 degrees cooler than they normally are in their tires.
Let's take a look at this very challenging Sonoma Raceway with our track map here. Get this one underway. You head through the left-hander turn 1, start to climb up through Mission turn 2, over to 3 and 3A, the highest point on the racetrack. As you crest the hill at 3A, it's 160 feet, down to the separator at 4, through 5 up over the rise to the never-ending left-hander known as the Carousel, to the far north end of the racetrack. Then it's Summit Racing Equipment turn 7. Then, Andy, you got to find your rhythm as you blast down through the Cube 3 architecture S's.
And we pick up the speed all the way downhill through the S's here. Very tricky, especially as we're still having drying situations. Every minute that goes by, we're getting a little bit quicker. Down through turn 10 and into the tight turn 11 before we head off on here, on the gas, spinning the tires back to the checker flag.
Turn 7 at the north end, turn 11 at the south end, probably the 2 best passing opportunities on this racetrack.
And I tell you, that track map is great. I love the visuals that we get, but nothing does this justice as until you're in the driver's seat, turning into turn 1 and see the elevation change as you climb up that hill and feel the grip as the car loads into that hill, gets light over turn 2, and then you repeat the same process in turn 3, and then like you said, the never-ending carousel there. It's a wild over the crest. You feel the car get light, land, you've got big slip angle, and then you're teasing it for 4, 5, 6 seconds, trying to get back to power and lunge back up the back straightaway to our summit point, turn 7 there.
And that corner just keeps falling away from you too, as you just when you think you got it figured out, there's more to it, and you're, oh no.
When you're really on the edge there, your stomach's getting light because you're floating the thing in there. You really don't have that much weight on the contact patch on these Pirellis, and it's difficult. It's definitely one of the trickier negotiating corners in North America.
Very technical racetrack here at Sonoma. It looks big and wide and fast and all that, but it is very technical. Menard and Dyson up there in the front. Adam Andretti will start inside of row number 2 alongside of Brent Cruz in a new ride. He's debuting the Challenger here this weekend.
He is with Weaver. That has proven to be a quick car on the tracks that have big, long straightaways. You know, this weekend they've gone from the 4-speed to the 5-speed sequential. So Brent's obviously got a little better option, a little more maneuverability in the cockpit. When you've got an H pattern compared to a sequential, you could take a little bit of your bandwidth away from your focus of just getting that exactly right and you know, put that to your driving, put that to what that tire's feeling like, your brake zones, what you're recalling here and there. And that's what happens a ton around this racetrack in particular, because there's so much going on when you've got changing conditions, when you've got these elevation changes. And with these guys starting on stickers, this is quite a different feel from them from normal, where they normally start on what they qualify on.
Yeah, looking back through the field all the way back to David Tarek, who is tagging the back end of the field, having missed the driver's meeting, as you heard him explain to Ben earlier in the show.
Yeah, that's a tough penalty. Unfortunate for David. He made the tow all the way out here, but he'll have a challenging race ahead of him, and I think his attitude's proper. He said, you know, that's the rules. That's what happened. We'll deal with it and try to come forward and make the most of it.
Getting a look at John Moore in the 27. Looks like they got the tire fixed on the Ginetta safety car.
Even that, you know, that's not a super easy car to drive around in these conditions like this. So our pace car drivers got to be up and ready to, on the wheel and ready to go here as we come through turn 9, coming through 10. Drivers can't scuff their tires past the apex of 10 here. Pace car is going to be coming in, and we get to go racing in the Trans Am Series.
Keeping an eye on the Ginetta safety car. The lights are out. Pit lane is right there. He exits, and we are ready to go racing. Paul Menard on the pole. Chris Dyson back here racing with us in his Jim Weed Mustang on the inside. Adam Andretti, the points leader, and Brent Cruz right behind him in row 2. This is going to be a great one here at Sonoma Raceway. The track is drying. The cars are ready, and we are set to thunder into the hills. Green flag is out, and we're racing here with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Up through turn 1, headed up to Mission Foods, turn number 2, already there. And it's Menard out front, Andretti right alongside of Dyson.
You can see these cars just stepping out little by little as they're trying to get temp in these Pirelli tires, hauling through 3A and trying to get themselves sorted to get to single file. Dyson's making a charge, puts a nose in.
Looking inside at turn number 4, not going to get it done there. Menard is able to close the door on him as they head up and over the hill through 5 and down into the carousel now.
Little bit of argy-bargy coming through 4 there. Some cars touching wheels, rubbing fenders. Great shot of the cars coming out of the carousel here. You really see the approach and how much they're going to have to slow down here coming to our summit point, turn 7 here.
Big double apex corner. Get one right, then you got to get the other one. Now you're working your way down through the Cube 3 Architecture S's. How much speed can you carry through all of here? That's the key.
It's big speed, it's big G loads, and the trickiest person, the toughest job here right now, it's nice having nobody out your front windshield, but Paul Menard is feeling this car out, and he's the one that's got to test the waters. Chris can go a foot deeper, 2 feet deeper, play around. He's got the easier job of just creeping up on that leader. Same thing. Adam's evaluating what those guys are doing. Brent obviously doing the same thing. And these guys just keep feeding off the next guy in front of them. Did his tail wag a little bit on the entry to that corner? If not, I'm going to take it a little deeper. And these are split-second reactions to making those lunges and closing those gaps.
Menard looked not as good as Dyson under the brakes at turn 11, but I'll tell you what, going up the hill, carrying the speed through 1, that was all Paul Menard. He gapped him by a car length.
Absolutely, and there's 2 different things going on there. Paul, as much of a seasoned vet as he is, if he's not being challenged at that point, he can take a lap, 2 laps, learn a little bit. As long as Dyson's not able to stick that nose there and make that charge, he's kind of content. Hey, I got the lead. I don't need to overdrive and drive myself off the track here. I'm good to go. But when we get to the fast stuff and Paul's got it down, now Chris is getting a little arrow. He's getting a little wake there. So it's not as easy to keep that front end down with the downforce being taken away from the turbulence.
I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but did you see Menard dipped a wheel coming through 4, headed to 5, kicked up a little spray and splashed the windshield on Dyson.
Threw a little mud on his window.
This level of excellence, you can do things like that to throw your competitor off.
You can see your little spot here. We used to always do that at Sebring at the exit of turn 13. There'd be a little mud puddle. Wouldn't hurt the car too bad, but that tear off, that clean tear off a lap ago that Chris could see real nice out of, there's a little blur across that now.
Hey, and at this level of competition, a 10th gained here or there could be an eternity, right?
Some mind games that you're playing with the guys, just going and messing with his windshield, definitely could either, put him on the limiter a little bit, force him to make his own mistake, or, just put a little blind spot right in that windshield there.
And these top 5 cars are just stuck together here. Menard, Dyson, Andretti, Cruz, and Tommy Dreese. This is going to be an outstanding fight here today at Sonoma Raceway.
And man, big shout out to our drone guy here. We don't get these shots, and I don't care what series it is. That is excellent. I want to see that every lap right here. Super exciting as we get a real taste of the speed and what these guys are going through here in the Trans Am Series.
And we've been waiting to see what Brent Cruz is going to do with this new Challenger. Such a great-looking car. He has had such incredible speed this year, just not the mechanical luck. So I don't know if he's a little down on the speed this weekend or if he's just playing it a little bit safe, trying to make sure he gets to the end of this thing and then make his charge.
This is one of the most mature 16-year-olds you're ever going to meet in his life, in your life. And he knows he's got 100 miles. He can assess, see what these guys are doing. I think he's got the confidence in himself and his own speed here that he can push, learn, evaluate, get the first 50 miles under his belt. Although I think he's quick enough that he wants to go forward, but he'll reevaluate and go after it for that win in the last 50 miles.
And he's pulling Tommy Dreese right along with him in the trench shoring number 8. There goes Adam Andretti, thundering back up into the hills, and Mission Foods turn number 2, stuck behind Dyson's Jim Weed Mustang.
This is when you've got corners so diverse as Sonoma Raceway, you're going to see this rubber banding. You're going to see where 1 or 2 cars are strong in the tight stuff, and you're going to see where others get favored in the quick stuff. So you'll see this accordion effect throughout the lap. Obviously, I think Adam's a little bit better in the tight stuff and under braking, and we see him close in to Chris. and then Chris is able to pull away through some of the sweepers here. Obviously, Paul's got a nice cushion here. He can still keep learning, keep pushing, but now he's got enough that he doesn't have to worry about the dive bomb. He doesn't have to worry about an opportunistic moment from Chris off a stumble from him, and that lets Paul drive at 99.9% without having to take an extra risk to try to get away. Now, Chris, on the other hand, knows if he misses one beat here, that top liner Ford of Chevy, sorry.
Chevy, no, Camaro, yeah, no, you're right.
Of Andretti is going to be right on top of him. Sorry, guys. First time in the booth this year. I'm a little bit rusty.
Hey, you're the president. You can say anything you want.
Watch these guys. Just the slip angle. We saw Cruz on that last lap.
Problems here for the 62 machine. That's Jim Guthrie at Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the Guthrie's Garage CEI Ford Mustang.
He had quite an eventful event yesterday in the TA2 class. I think he's up and going there. Might have missed the corner and just opted to go around there. Hopefully no mechanical. I can see him out the window here.
He's running in our TA Cup category. Oh, car in front smoking him up pretty. Oh, boy, he got up over the curbing.
That was a crazy situation.
Chris Evans.
We obviously saw the car that locked up. The next car behind it moved to the middle. I don't think Guthrie was anticipating that. Moved even more right to where it's still more damp. Obviously hopped that curb, and we hope he can keep it together here. I can see him out the window. It looks like it's going at a pretty good clip here.
And that was a battle in category.
That was our TA Cup class.
Yeah,
what an amazing class we got here. I couldn't get the number on
Evans, and then Guthrie ran into Evans, right? So they're running 12th, 13th, and 14th overall, and they were running 3rd, 4th, and 5th in class.
That's the battle for the podium, the final trophy given to our TA Cup class. This is the first time they're racing on the national portion of our Trans Am series. A really cool class.
Look at the speed Dreesy is running down here through turn 10, through 9. You see just in front of him, Brent Cruz dip a wheel there into that puddle, kick up a little mist into the air. Tommy has to deal with in his trench shoring Motul back number 8.
I love how when you're watching the speedometer in these cars, the third digit isn't even legible. It's just flying up through, and even that middle digit, it's 120, 130, 140, and it's going like you're still in first gear. This thing just keeps on pulling.
Well, you get there in a hurry too, don't you?
Yes, incredibly fast. These guys have to have their reactions on point and their marks. They've got to be consistent with where they're braking, where they're getting on the gas. It's always imperative when you add that much horsepower to the mix. Love these drone shots here.
I really like Adam Andretti's approach to the championship this year. As we heard in that interview, he said, you know, once we get through this California swing, we still have a lot of racing to go. He sees the big picture. He understands this is not going to be an easy title for him to win.
Oh, without a doubt. And, you know, most of these guys, if they're doing it right, they are thinking big picture. They want every single individual result to be best they can, but in the moment when it gets absolutely crazy and there's decision to be made to make the low percentage move, or let's save this and maybe I've got them another 10 miles now, 20 miles to go in the race, there's time. There's potentially a better spot than trying to jump on a low percentage pass. That's where the championships are made. That's where the champions get their reputation from doing the right move at the right time, not trying to be opportunistic on every open door.
Champions maximize their good days and minimize their bad days. And Adam has done that so far this year, while other preseason title favorites had issues. Dyson at Sebring, Menard at Road Atlanta. Adam was right there each and every weekend. Second place on the podium, both rounds. Comes in here looking strong in the points, sitting third now again in a podium position. You keep clicking off those podiums, you're going to be right there at the end of the year. Because you know Dyson and Menard and Cruz are going to find their rhythm before the year is out. They're going to get their wins, but Adam can as well.
Another guy here, Tommy Dreesy, that we're on board with, our trench shoring company, our TA class hot shoe here. He's got a ton of experience in this. Was one of the most consistent guys last year. You know, he was third in the championship, I think, but had the most consistent finishes of everybody, where our champion and our second place driver both had some low point days. Tommy was super consistent all the way through here.
Watching Michelle Nagy here, and she is leading in our TA Cup class.
And leading by a good chunk. She's been incredibly impressive through practice all the way through from the first test day on. She threw down and was trying to send notice that this is the race she wants to win, and she's out front and going away.
Well, she's from Newcastle, California, so it's one of 2 home races for her. The Nagy Racing Berkeley Jet Drive Chevy Camaro.
These cars are neat. So to talk about TA Cup real quick, these are basically Xfinity motors, NASCAR Xfinity motors they're restricted down. I say down. They still have over 600 horsepower. It's essentially very close to what a TA2 chassis is, very similar TA2 bodywork, but we've put the engine on steroids and turned it up another 100 plus horsepower here. So a lot of fun to fly around here. Still, again, on our Pirelli tires, and you could see as Michelle's negotiating the entry to the carousel there, the back end stepping out. Really good-looking car there.
This is Amy Ruman, and David Pinteric just got around her. They came by here, the start-finish line, just nose to tail. David was really putting the pressure on, and Amy succumbed to it and gave up the position. So Pinteric now moves to 8th. And Amy will slip back to 9th. That's overall. They are 6th and 7th in Trans Am right now.
Amy already with the podium this year. She opened up the season with a podium at Sebring. Very strong performance, very close to the point. I think she's 4th in the points maybe. I know it's really tight there through 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Obviously wants a strong run today. Thinking about the finish here, that McNichols Corvette. I've been friends with the Rumans for just about 30 years now. I've known the family for a long, long time, and obviously super fast and really strong racers.
And Andy, that's Joshua Carlson from Princeton, Iowa, and the number 36. That's our SGT category leader in the Enceva Dierks Limited TC Fab Ford Mustang.
Comes from a great racing family. As he's the grandson of a short track legend, Joe Shear. Joe Shear Jr., obviously a NASCAR crew chief from back in the day. Nick Carlson, Steve Carlson, another family where the lineage is there. And Josh has been doing super good. Has a checkered flag in this series already, and is our strongest contender in this class.
As somebody who called a tremendous amount of ASA stock car races over the years, you get in the Midwest and you mention Carlson or Shear names, you own everywhere you go.
So what you're saying is he's got some good people to lean on and learn from and come up through the ranks here.
He brings the same kind of Midwest stock car legacy to his last name that Adam Andretti brings with his. It's literally in that part of the country, in that type of racing, that's what you're talking about. David Pinteric, loved the look of this car. Ben talked about the livery on that car. Very good looking race car. Here's Chris Coffey. Now Coffey is our GT leader out of Murphy, Texas. The Norwood Auto Italia Traffic Graphics Maserati MC GT4.
And he's doing a great job. Obviously, I think probably the most GT wins ever in the Trans Am Series. His teammate Colin Cohen partnered with him also this weekend. So Norwood Auto Italia, they service Maseratis, Ferraris, Aston Martins, just one of the best in the business there. And Coffey is obviously hands-on in that deal, and always our front runner here in the GT class.
Back on board the trench shoring machine of Tommy Dreese. Folks at Motul helping him out as well. As Tommy's headed up to the far north end of the racetrack. Summit, turn 7.
I love these onboards here. I could sit here all day with this. As we ride with Tommy through these S's, These S's get more and more difficult as we get going. Obviously, as the speed picks up, but these last two, this right-hander's blind. As you come over the crest, you sort of spot the media center, put your foot down, and that's your reference before you actually see the track out here.
This fight continues between Dyson and Andretti for second place, and Cruz staying right with him. Menard ran at 2:35.589. Dyson at 2:34. He's 2.6 seconds back behind Menard, and then Adam, another tick of the clock, 1 second further back behind Chris Dyson, and Cruz right there with him.
Now, obviously, it looks like they've spread out a little bit, and they have, but that time gap is virtually nothing here. So any little mistake from these guys, which is so easy. We're seeing we're probably 90% dry here, but every time when you tune into these onboards here, we can see on the inside or the outside there's still a little damp spot. You hang up a right front tire, miss that apex a little bit, and that guy behind you is going to be right on top of you, and we're going to have that battle ensue again.
And I promise you, if you dip a wheel into the grass anywhere around here, it's going to be awfully wet.
Yes, for as grippy as the dry part of the asphalt is now, you drop a wheel, I guarantee you that's mud. You're going for a ride for quite a while.
Paul Menard's Pittsburgh Paints Ford Mustang has dominated this one. The driver out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Pittsburgh Paints Menard's Ford Mustang. He's led every lap so far here today. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli from Sonoma Raceway. That car has such a great looking stance to it, doesn't it?
It does. Genelozzi and the crew do a really nice job of getting that car prepared. Boy, they had that last minute trouble that Ben was referencing in on pit lane there. Knock on wood, they've done a great job of getting that thing out and obviously letting it lead and come away from the field here. Great paint scheme too.
Taking a look at our MCO Gears total laps led, Paul Menard 11 laps in front of the field so far here today, working his 12th right now.
What a cool view this is. What an amazing shot.
I don't know how these drone pilot kids do this. I really don't.
I mean, I'm a little dizzy right now.
Yeah.
I know, he's got to have line of sight for this, so he's up on the hill. He's got the goggles on.
He's got the VR goggles going,
and he's
flying
right
the
through
video
there.
game, yeah.
Such a neat deal here.
So Andy, since I got the new president of the series in my grasp, I got to take advantage of the time to get a few questions out there that maybe the fans are wondering as we continue to watch Paul Menard now on board with Chris Dyson and his Jimweed machine blasting down through the Cube 3 Architecture S's. Ben and I were talking about the great calendar that we have for Trans Am this year, and that we're seeing basically all of the top road racing circuits throughout the U.S. and into Canada with Canadian Tire Motorsports Park as well. But Trans Am raced on street circuits back in the day. Any chance we'll be getting added to the calendar of a street circuit sometime soon?
I don't know if you're baiting me for something that we're working on right now, but
well, I know nothing, so this is strictly a fan asking.
So as a fan answering, I can say I would love to see them back. I would love to, the heritage, obviously the history of what Trans Am was doing in their early years and what we've done in the recent past. I want to see more of it. I can say that. I can say that there's definitely talks and we're definitely trying to make things happen.
Well, that's exciting to hear.
Another look at Guthrie's Garage. Little donut on the door there from some earlier contact, and we've got the 92 and the 62 still going at it there. That's our fourth place spot right there. We've got Ken Twaits that's pulled away a little bit and gapped him. Obviously got a little bit of a comfortable spot here as he tries to secure a podium here at the Nationals. But these guys are obviously still fighting, still going at it.
And that was something we haven't talked about yet. I just saw there. There's a dip as you come out of 10 and you run that short chute down to 11. There's a little dip just before you get on the brakes to get into 11.
It's actually a big dip. So visually, even when you're standing there, it looks like a little dip. It is where everybody brakes. So whether you've got a NASCAR Cup car or you've got maybe everything short of maybe an Indy car, you're braking right at that compression because you can have huge pressure right at the load there. You know, the shocks compress, the splitter gets low. Oh, we've got a pass.
Here we go.
That's
the
our
62.
fourth place pass.
Yep.
Great run by
Guthrie.
Yes, by Guthrie, coming out of, getting to the power out of 3A, getting over the crest of that hill, put the nose inside, made a nice clean pass on Evans, and he tried to gather it up, hold that outside, but was unable to. Obviously, again, we're still a little damp out there. We saw him turn in and wiggle, but now Guthrie's got his sights set on Thwaites. Here we go.
Yeah, that was for 4th in class and 12th overall.
So
and then
now
Thwaites right there in front of him holds down the final podium position in this category.
And that's Josh Carlson just in front of him, our SGT leader.
Yep, and then it's Amy Ruman and Pinteric in front of that before you get to the top 2 in our TA Cup category.
Again, we haven't checked in her a while, but Michelle Nagy's got about a 5.5-second lead over Sutherland as our podium battle heats up for our TA Cup class. I love seeing the turnout that we've got for our TA Cup class, hoping this is a class that can grow in the future here and we can increase our representation and have this become one of the stronger classes in this series. I think there's a ton of potential for it because you've got a lot of bang for the buck here. You know, this is a much more economically friendly car to race in the Trans Am series while still having that kind of power. As we see Menard taking a couple of chances on the outside of turn 1 here around Mr. Wang, and Chris obviously pushing hard there too. We're seeing the tires go off and the slipping and sliding begin as these guys realize the importance of getting through lap traffic as quickly as possible, because in these tight corners, these Trans Am cars that can break deep and come off the corner hard want to be able to get by the slower GT cars. Not that Lamborghini is very slow, but these Trans Am cars really haul the mail through here.
How about manufacturers, Andy? How are we looking on the manufacturer side of the series? Any new conversations happening there?
I'm trying to open up every conversation. I want all the OEMs in here. I want to increase that interest, have them on board here. We celebrated Toyota's second victory in a row here for the Trans Am series. Obviously, we've got a Mustang leading the show here. Camaro's GM on board here. So we watched some crazy Dyson over the crest of the hill here. So for the future of this series, I think it's important. I love the fact that right now we've got some OEMs that are putting young drivers in cars in our TA2 class, and I think that's super important, super special. For a company, obviously, I want them to be involved in the series, but I love the fact that they're getting behind drivers right now.
Well, that's great to hear.
Maceo's neck, you can see she's putting that right front just on the paint, just on the curb. Probably still doesn't want to be too much on the paint on a lot of these curbs because the paint obviously not too sponge-like, not going to suck up a lot of this water. That water will sit on top of the painted surfaces, and you're not going to want to be right on it. We could see the weepers right on the edge where the crack is between the concrete and the asphalt. And you want to stay away from that, obviously. And we're seeing Chris Dyson do that as he pushes, trying to get that Jim Weed Ford back to the front here and put some pressure on Menard. 2.4 seconds back as he has taken over. We have a new third-place car, Cruz. Not sure if we had a mistake from Adam. He dropped back a little bit. Maybe his tires are going off. But at the moment right now, our fastest car on track on that last lap by a second was Cruz, now in our third place overall position on the final podium spot for Trans Am, and trying to close that gap to Chris Dyson and get this thing moving.
Dyson and his Jim Weed number 16 started the season for the second year in a row with a very frustrating and big crash at Sebring, put him back behind the 8 ball in the points once again. Then he had to miss Road Atlanta this year, and now he's back racing with us. So you know there's a lot of pent-up energy inside that Jim Weed 16 here today.
It's tough to start the season behind the 8 ball like that. you start to consolidate your feelings of whether there's a hope for a championship still or not. Am I just going to go for race wins, or are we going to buckle down, think big picture, and see if we can nibble away at the loss that we had at our first race of the season? Look at the tire marks coming off of Cruz, and he's bottoming out there a little bit. We see some sparks. Obviously, Poncho Weaver setting up a good car, getting it as low as they can go, soft as they can, getting that CG low as they run through the elevation changes at Sonoma Raceway. That car is flying. He's on it, obviously on a mission.
And Cruz has gotten around Adam Andretti, so that puts Brent up into third. Adam's behind him in fourth now. So maybe Cruz is starting to turn the heat up a little bit with his Challenger, which I love seeing the Challenger back in the series.
Absolutely. And our TA2 winner from yesterday, obviously now in podium contention here. It doesn't happen too often. It'd be good to get the stats guy on this. How many people have podiumed in both TA2 and TA in the same weekend? Brent took his Toyota from Nitro Motorsports to the victory yesterday in a mayhem-filled race. I'm going to be yelling at some TA2 drivers come Laguna Seca drivers meeting here. We got to get these kids head on straight. And not just kids, some of our older guys too. It's a good mix of everybody that was a little bit too enthusiastic when we took the green flag yesterday. But obviously,
yell at Mother Nature while you're at it.
And we'll yell at Mother Nature. We literally mixing oil and water at the end of the race yesterday with blown engines and a little rainstorm coming through, giving our guys some perfect storm of tricky conditions here as we see this drone shot get
Look at Andretti
closing in.
He's
and Brent
right
Cruz
there.
getting defensive. Maybe Brent's been on the gas a little too hard and sliding that car around. Adam's been pacing that thing, and now he's got something for him.
Looking inside, going into the carousel. Adam's right there. Cruz drifts wide, and Andretti comes through to retake third.
What a move. Great job here, and the timing couldn't be any better. If Andretti can put a lapped car now between them, and he does. Smart move by the 12 car here.
J.D. Cruz out of Murrieta, California.
Very heads up
Douglas
there.
designed Porsche GT3 Cup 991.
We didn't get a chance to focus a lot too much on JD, but obviously a heads-up guy. Still flying around here in a really fast Porsche, but again, these TA cars are flying. Adam was hoping he could get inside and then have the door closed, and so he could build up a gap here, and that's kind of what's happened here.
Here's the replay you see coming down through the carousel. Adam just played it perfectly. Cruz carried a little too much speed down into the carousel, pushed up a little bit, and that opened the door, and Adam just roared through. Now he's gapping him a little bit.
Adam was setting that up 4 corners before that. He could see the slide. Brent was trying to be a little defensive, as I would be too, and you could tell the rear end is just coming off of Cruz's car.
Look at all the traffic now in front of Adam, so he's got to get through these guys real quick to keep that gap of a full second between him and Cruz, and he gets hung up right there at the top of 3A, and Cruz is closing in. Down to the separator at 4, Adam gets around the 92 of Evans. Oh, and he has another one get loose just in front of him. That's the kind of thing that could be real sketchy, because if he's struggling to gather that car up, that was the 7
Rudy
SGT
Revick.
car of Rudy Revick.
Singular is the sponsor on that car. It's an old ASA car. That is hard car to drive around here. Very, very tricky. Not a lot of downforce. Nowhere near the wing and the splitter that these guys have on the other side here. Adam doing a great job building that gap.
And look at Cruz got hung up with all that traffic. Adam got through there, played it out perfectly. He's pulling away, and you'll see Cruz is still hung up back there in the traffic.
And that's letting Dreesy now close up to the back of Cruz. And we're going to have a battle for 4th place here again as Dreesy in 5th trying to come through here.
Tommy is on the charge.
I'm
Trent
seeing
Shoring,
these
number 8.
sparks. I'm seeing these sparks from Cruz. It's like they went a little bit too low, ran a little bit soft, or he's got a problem. Maybe there's a sway bar unhooked or something. I'm not sure, but these cars will touch around the track, but that's a lot. That's a little bit more than I think he's wanting to, and he's probably dealing with that on top of the rear tires going off, and Dreesy able to keep his Pirellis a little bit cooler and get to the back of Cruz now.
Tommy was approaching 140 miles an hour as he banked it to the left to head up the hill at turn 1. That is a very sketchy corner, isn't it? Turn 1.
It is so difficult to have the guts to drive and keep your foot in there, because when you turn in, you know you don't have that grip, and you're waiting for that compression of that hill.
And you're looking right at the hillside.
Exactly, and you're wanting to get there. You're wanting to feel that compression, because that's when the grip is going to load up. That's when the big load comes. That's when the car squats down and the load gets to the tire and really gives you that grip you need to make the rest of that corner. So you're winging it every time in there. You know where you need to place it, but boy, is that a tricky thing to do lap after lap.
I was talking about it yesterday. I remember watching Bob Wolick have just a horrific crash in a 962 Porsche here one year in an IMSA race. That corner can just vaporize a race car if you get a little out of shape.
Looking back toward the front of the field here, Dyson has closed it down to with almost exactly a second of Menard. So did Menard run out and take off and burn his stuff up, or is he chilling out now? Did Dyson find a new line? Is the setup that different that we've got a better long run from Chris and a better short run from Paul? We're going to find out here real shortly as that gap keeps closing.
Well, we're inside that final 50 miles that you're talking about with about 19 laps remaining. So if those guys ease the pace off in that middle bit, now it's time to get after it, and they all seem to be getting the elbows up and sharp.
100 miles doesn't seem like maybe that long for your conventional race, but there's a lot that goes on with what the balance of these cars go through in that 100 miles. So if you've got a place where you've got a lot of high G corners and a lot of grip, you're going to see those lap times fall off in any kind of car, any kind of tire. So right now we're seeing it. Chris is there and he's closing, and we're going to have a battle for the lead here.
Yep, I think 100 miles is just a perfect distance. It's just far enough where the car is really going to change. You're going to burn up fuel. You're going to use up your brakes and tires. You're going to have to adjust. How did you dial the car up, and do you physically as a driver have everything left to get up on the wheel at the end of that 100 and really hustle it to the finish?
Yeah, there is no like turn this race on, take a nap for an hour, and tune in with 100 miles to go and see who's left. This is go. From the green flag, you get on the gas and you go. Chris now closing in with 0.6 now. Took another 0.4 off that lap.
He's right there. No cruising and coasting in this one. You can see Dyson doesn't get off the corner as well as Menard does. They came up over Mission Foods turn 2. See what he does here at the top of 3A. Gets up on the rumble strips a little bit. Not as bad there, but it looks like the back end broke loose a little bit on him.
Definitely closing in a little bit on the off-camber corners. And we see on the transitions, Chris's chassis able to turn there. That might be a sign of the balance. That might be a sign of the rear tires going off. Could be a sign of the setup. Again, you know, every one of these guys, there's so many variables here. Paul obviously pulls really well off of the bottom of the carousel here, and Chris is able to close up a little more in the accordion effect that we talk about, where we see these cars stretch out and close out. The time gap often remains the same, but as that speed changes, there's this illusion that Chris will maybe make up a ton of ground under braking. We can see that he's doing that, but it's probably not as much as everybody thinks on TV here. That accordion effect, the time stays super similar, and it's tough to spot where they're really making gains here, but obviously this is tricky as we got Chris Coffey in the pits here. We just saw that out of the corner of our screen.
I do think Chris Dyson is better under braking, especially in the tighter corners like 11 and 7.
I'm with you there, absolutely.
It is the Pittsburgh Paints Menard's Ford Mustang of Eau Claire, Wisconsin's Paul Menard that has led every lap here so far today at Sonoma Raceway. As we get down to 17 laps remaining, and Chris Dyson in that Jim Weed Ford Mustang has been stuck right to his tail. The driver out of Poughkeepsie, New York, ready to battle for the checkers here at Sonoma Raceway.
We just saw again, this is like the third lap in a row that Chris has really struggled off a 2. So as it crests the hill and he comes up over, whether there's too much rebound, lack of rebound, I'm not sure what it is, but he's having real trouble cresting the hill and getting that power down. And same thing coming down the hill here.
Adam Andretti still sits in third, and you're on board in the lower right portion of the screen with Tommy Treacy, who runs in fourth, and Brent Cruz has slipped back to fifth now.
Boy, we've got a new fourth-place finisher. Brent is obviously in some sort of trouble here as the gap is quite large now. I don't know if he had a mistake. Still turning fairly quick.
Oh, he's on pit road.
Oh, pit road.
That's why.
And we're going for a tire. I'm not sure. A flat right front.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Wonder if that was a slow leak and he was dealing with that.
Quite possibly. That's why we were seeing the sparks go there, but he was just trying to drive through it, hoping we can either get a caution or just praying that it'd be a much slower leak.
Yeah, that's Pinteric, who runs 7th overall and 6th in the Trans Am category.
New Pirelli P0 tire going on here. I'm going to guess that he had a puncture on the track, probably ran over a little piece of carbon or metal or something like that. Our Pirelli P0s are super strong.
While I got you here, thanks a lot for letting us stick those Speed Sport 1 stickers on everybody's car. Love them.
Good deal. That looks good. Some high-dollar sponsorship
That's right.
TV time right there.
And, of course, Speed Sport 1 will be the broadcast home for every Trans Am race presented by Pirelli this season, live and free on all of our different platforms, so we hope you're tuned in and enjoying the coverage today.
We see John Moore and Rudy coming through the S's there, followed by Mr. Wang.
John Moore in that red machine there. John in the number 27 running TA Cup from nearby Roseville, California, a suburb of Sacramento, in the JM Environmental Ford Mustang. Back in 2022, we put John in the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame right here at Sonoma Raceway. He's run in a wide variety of race cars throughout the West Coast, including NASCAR's Western Division back then, which is now part of the ARCA Menards Championship. He was also champion in All-American Speedway over in Roseville, California, and he was a partner there with a legendary NASCAR owner from the West Coast, Bill McAnally. I know you know Bill.
Absolutely, and another legend in that name right there. Great seeing John on board here. Had a good pass on the 7 car into the hairpin there. They stayed 2 wide through 12 coming to start finish.
And you also know an old announcer from All-American Speedway in Roseville.
Is that Ralph Shaheen?
That would be me, yeah. And when I was doing that fresh out of college at Chico
announcer?
State, Bill McAnally was a street stock racer.
Oh, wow.
And now he's a top NASCAR team owner.
Absolutely. He's running a strong effort there. Has always been running a strong effort.
Yep.
They've dominated the West Side and now nationally doing a really good job there.
So John, as soon as he crawls out of the car, will don his familiar cowboy hat and start telling stories as he does.
That's one of our TA Cup cars. Looking great. Those guys, there's a whole separate compound.
Oh, Nagy.
Our leader was our leader, now coming to pit lane. Does that mean Sutherland's our new?
Yes. Here's oh, she went off.
There was already some damage there.
That's a turn 4.
It looks like there was already some damage, so maybe that was lap traffic. We didn't get it on video here. We'll go looking for that.
There is the 85 car now, Ken Sutherland out of Sherwood, Oregon, the Kahlberg Racing Dodge Challenger, car number 85, which is our new leader now in the Trans Am Cup category. Michelle having her issues.
That gets Guthrie, who had the problem early, back up into our P2 spot.
Here's Michelle. Let's see if we can figure out what oh, she got into the Porsche, the number 12 of J.D. Coos in SGT, the driver out of Murrieta, California, that Nickel Douglas design Porsche GT3 Cup car.
When you run lots of different classes with so many different types of cars, that's inevitable. Unfortunately, you're going to get different mixes of different kinds of grip and different places where those cars are strong. And obviously, there was a real estate dispute there, and Michelle came out, unfortunately, on the worst end of that.
They already got the hood ripped off, and she's back out on course, listed in 14th overall, and she is 6th in class.
That puts Ken Sutherland in TA Cup out front, Guthrie in P2, Evans and Thwaites now. I've been trying to pronounce Ken's name. He even helped me out there.
Dyson right there on Menard as they get around the Lambo. Here comes Chris looking inside as they go to 10. And he'll try to see maybe if he can make something happen under braking here at Cube 3 Architecture, turn number 11. No, he fakes the inside, look to the outside, and stays tucked behind Menard, but that gap well within a second now with traffic in front of them.
And some of what Chris is doing there into the hairpin is just mind games. He knows Menard's weak on the tire. He knows he's got the better setup now, and that's one of his strong points. So he wants to look. He wants to force a mistake. He might not even been meaning to pass there, but he wants to see if Paul will take the bait, throw that block, and not come off the corner is good. We've got another situation where lap traffic could come into play.
And this is where Menard's been very good, disposing of the lap traffic.
But that point, he got hung up there.
Oh, but look at
Chris
the lapper comes down and holds up Dyson.
Big time there. Chris was, again, thinking big picture. He knows he can reel Paul back in here with the speed that he's got. Took the lift. Rudy probably wasn't sure exactly where Chris was or if he was coming through there. They both had cooler heads prevail there, fortunately, and we didn't wreck our TA race for the lead here. Chris is immediately back on him, so we know
sure
the 16 is the strong car.
Watch this from on board here with Dyson. You can see Menard's going to get through, and then watch the 7 come right back as they get to 5 right there. And in defense of Rudy, he's leading his category.
He's leading his category. It's damp offline. He's got probably one of the lowest downforce cars in the entire field. He doesn't want to go around the outside of turn 5.
No. He wants to get back online as quick as he can. So you got the, big wreck here with Pineric and Adam Andretti at turn 10. David Pinteric and Adam Andretti get together at 10, and we have gone full course caution immediately.
I don't know how that started right there. Chris, something just fell off of Paul's
I think
car.
there was
Chris ran it over.
A signboard that had gotten knocked out. That was a big hit in a very fast section of racetrack.
Waiting to see what happened here. Obviously a huge coming together with our points leader. This is going to shake things up.
Oh, big time. And now Dyson and Menard, who had suffered big points losses at the opening 2 rounds, are going to gain a ton of points back on Adam.
This is, nobody wants to win this championship. Cruz leading, having
They're going
issues.
to keep it interesting.
Same thing with Paul, same thing with Chris. And now, unfortunately, we've got some really insane
I see
action
Adam
here
getting
turn
out
10.
of, is that Adam or Pinteric getting out of the car as we're looking
across? We don't have it on screen here, but Adam has popped the roof hatch, which is something Claudio Burton and the guys were working on installing in that car. Adam has gotten out and walked away. He's completely okay here. Safety is on scene, and we'll give you as much detail as we can as we find out here.
And you can see the tire barrier. If you go back about 25 yards, you can see the tires have been knocked loose. Here's a look at the scene from pit lane. See the safety trucks have arrived, more on the way. Some debris in the racing line. It's John Moore coming down through there.
We obviously had a dispute for the apex of that corner, but it must have started earlier, coming through the S's.
The leaders are coming through there now. You'll see it just to the left here of Chris Dyson's car. This is 10. This is somewhere in here is where it started. That's where it finished, with Pinteric on top of Andretti's car up along the tire barrier on the outside of the exit at 10.
As we bring everything together here, maybe we can get a look at our timing and scoring to check out where everybody is shaken out. There's been a lot of action and a lot of passes, a lot of drama. 2 sets of leaders coming to pit lane. This track takes its toll on cars in many different ways here, both from kind of getting drivers into bad situations and being hard on cars because it's such a tricky track.
And you know, back in the 80s, they used to run Trans Am here twice a year. There was a spring race and a fall race. While we're working to clear things up over in turn 10, we're going to take care of some business here on our end. Take a quick break. Stay with us here live on Speed Sport 1. We'll be right back to Sonoma.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, there's a look from our drone high above the incident between David Pinteric and Adam Andretti. And if you look along the tires, that's David Pinteric standing there talking to one of our safety crew members. So he has crawled out of the damaged 57 and is okay. And we saw Adam Andretti get out of his car earlier. So we're thrilled to announce that both of our drivers have made it out of this okay. These Trans Am cars, Andy, you guys have focused heavily on the safety of these cars, and they really are.
It is obviously safety number one here. You can see from this video there is quite a bit of damage to Adam's car here. Extremely happy he was able to pop out the safety hatch and climb off. Obviously super happy to see David standing there having a conversation. Here comes the replay. This is pretty wild here.
This is what we've been waiting to see.
Hard impact here.
Oh my, look at that.
Incredible here, and that's why we see the I was trying to figure out where the damage was coming to the A-pillar of the passenger side of Adams here, but the force and the rebound of, again, I mean, that's a fit guy right there to be able to take that kind of impact. It's a testament to the safety of these TA cars here, and man, what a wild ride. I want a still picture of that car 20 feet up in the air pirouetting.
Here it is again. I asked to see this again. I've never seen a Trans Am car fly like that. Holy cow. When it gets caught up in those tires and up on Adam's car, Pinteric's car, fully airborne there, some 10 feet off the ground.
I mean, some amazing damage. Obviously, I feel really bad for the 57 and the 17 and the crew members there that are going to have to do this. But again, thankfully, and again, sort of perfect storm here. You've got the momentum of the 57 going into the wall. Only 2 tires thick of that wall there on the outside at Sonoma here. I'd love to see a little bit more there here. And then as it rebounds, Adam's car's just coming in to sort of pinball it, and then with the scoop nose and everything, pick it up off the ground. And to be honest, I guess it's kind of good we see the parts tear off. That's where you get the dissipation of the G-forces. We want to see these cars crumble and bend and stuff come off, because what you get is a big G impact, but you're trying to get the pinpoint of the G spike away from the driver's seat, obviously away from the driver's head. And seeing these two guys both hop out that quickly, it worked, because that was a gigantic hit.
The only thing we don't know is what actually caused it. They were side by side, and the only thing I can assume, we won't know until we talk to the drivers, is they were so tight going through 10, one of the cars might have got up. I would have believed it'd be Adams, would have gotten up on the curbing, and maybe that upset it, and they made contact, and off they went.
I'd need to see the replay again, to be honest, because there was so much going on there that I didn't have everything recorded here. But it looks like Adam was trying to make a move into 10. It looks like maybe David didn't want him there, or maybe didn't see him there. That's a tricky place to make a pass.
Here's one more look at it.
Here comes the look to the inside.
See, it's already happened there. It looks like I saw brake lights, so
I think they get to a point by the apex that they both realize they don't want to be there, and they're trying to get out of the way of each other. But at that point, again, to be a little off.
You see the brake lights on Penterek's car right there.
And
I don't
Adam's
know if he
obviously
came down
up
or
the curb.
Adam went over. They made contact. We know that for sure.
We're going to, post-race, be able to look at both of their in-cars and see who's pointing fingers at who. But I'm just thrilled that they're able to point fingers at each other after this. And they might have shared an ambulance ride back to our infield care center here. Obviously, a huge amount of damage to Adam's car. When you drop a Trans Am car on the top of another one, you can expect that. But again, great to see that they were both able to get out, no problem. And
well, and you dropped that Trans Am car from 10 feet above the other one.
While spinning around.
While spinning around, yeah. Man, that was a wild ride for both of them.
So our safety team has quite a challenge on their hands as we fix the wall here.
All right, well, it's going to be a minute again while they clear this all up, get these cars out of the way, and reset those tires. So we'll take care of some more business so we can show you all the remaining laps green when we come back.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Figure out how to get the 57 and the 17 loaded up here. I'm going to run down our timing here. We still have Paul Menard, probably happy for this break to cool those tires down and try to be able to reassess what he's got and try to pull away from Dyson. Dyson definitely didn't want to see this as he was right on the cusp of trying to take the lead. Tommy Dreesy now has landed on our podium here. Still a lot to go here, but 8 laps remaining in the race. a lot to think about. Can Dreesy, has he kept enough in the tank? Can he make a charge at Dyson and Menard and come through this field here? Our first national race for TA Cups got Sutherland in the lead. Guthrie right now in second. Ken Thwaites, I'll finally say that right, in our final podium spot as we get ready to roll here. And Mr. Wang, Mr. Coffee, and pulling up the other leaders in our GT, XGT classes here. And cars are rolling through the safety scene here, obviously taking their time. We've got a lot of personnel on scene here. We've got the tire wall fixed, but trying to figure out how we wedge these cars on the flatbed, apparently.
Yeah, and we're going to have to clean off some of this dirt over here. Let's find out more from the story of Adam Andretti with Ben Sissel.
Well, guys, I'm here with a very frustrated top-liner Burton Racing team, Damon Lockhart. They've been watching it. Damon actually saw it live. What did you see, Damon?
It's, you know, right around here, it looked like they were closing, Adam was closing the gap on Penteric, and I thought he was going to let him through cleanly. And somewhere in that zone, they collided. I don't know what happened. I want to see the in-car before I pass judgment, but I feel like this was completely avoidable.
And they only have a few days to fix this before Laguna Seca. Now, the camaraderie of Trans Am, we've already had some teams say that they can go to their shop and fix it. As I'm coming out here to show the pass-through, the drivers that are coming back through pit lane, to put the cars back in order so that we can get this thing restarted as soon as these great safety crews, Mike and his team here at Sonoma, do a great job of cleaning up, making sure everything is back up to working and safe before we go back to green. But right now, Andy and Ralph, I'm seeing a very frustrated Burton Racing and top liner team here. Back to you in the booth.
I want to talk about something real quick. We saw a bunch of cars pitting there, so instead of everybody getting worried that maybe somebody's got a flat or they're coming through, we call it a wave back, where you might see some teams, some series do a wave around when we're trying to get the cars of different classes on the lead lap. We do it in what we think is a slightly safer manner, to where we will wave those cars through pit lane. They'll come through slowly. They'll tag to the back of the lead, to the pack, and then we add a lap to them. So obviously they don't have to burn the gas, get around, but in this exact situation, the reason that we do that is so that cars aren't flying around, panicking, trying to get to the back of the pack while we still have safety on the scene here. So that's what you saw. If it was a little bit confusing, is you saw a bunch of cars pit in a race that obviously we wouldn't be doing pit stops in. These guys didn't have a problem. We're just organizing the field so that everybody's on the proper lap and we don't have to send cars around at speed.
Looks like both cars are hooked up. One on the tow truck, one on the rollback. Getting the last big pieces of sheet metal out of the way. And body panels out of the way, and then they're going to do a little, looked like they had to clean off a little dirt on the entrance to pit lane over there.
A little bit of dirt. Yards of dirt right there. As we see our guys rolling through here, we're on board with Tommy Dreesy and the Trent Shoring Company. I'm taking a sip of my Jim Weed up here. I don't know if this is worth the thing. I go by Chris's tent every weekend and I steal a case from him. I'm drinking the Tropical Punch here.
I could use one right now.
I'm not a big energy drink guy.
Yeah.
But this is totally separate from that. I love this. This is like one of my dailies here. It's not the I'm not getting the jitters or all spazzy after this. It's great vitamins, great energy.
Right. I need to try that.
Yeah, good stuff.
I could use one. Although I will tell you, the racing action here today has definitely had me up on the edge of the seat throughout this 100-miler so far.
We have one car off, still waiting for some reason to get the 17 car rolling on the hook here. We've got guys around it. I don't know if we're leaking fluids or if they're trying to get pieces from falling off, but they're working hard trying to get at it here. Maybe a lap or two before we get going green, but I imagine we can do this relatively quick here. Again, Menard, Dyson, Dreesy, 1, 2, 3, and TA. TA Cup is Sutherland. followed by Guthrie, followed by Ken Thwaites. We've got our SGT leader of Joshua Carlson. We've got our XGT leader. I'm not even going to try to say it. Mr. Wang. I'm just going to call him Mr. Wang. I practiced it 37 times, and now that I'm under pressure, I'd mess it up here. But
is it Schwinn?
I'm not even going there.
Ben had it down pretty good.
Oh, exactly. Ben said it so well, and I tried to repeat it.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Wang, I apologize. I'll get to you in person. I came down to you this morning, but you weren't at the trail yet.
Yeah.
I wanted to
well, we're
have a
thrilled
conversation.
to have you in your Lamborghini here.
Exactly. What a cool car here. He had some struggles. That car's a beautiful car. I've raced a Lamborghini in GT3 here in GT3 before. Fun car. He's struggling. No traction control with that thing.
Yeah.
That is definitely tricky to do when you shut that off and you've got cool temps like we've had all weekend. I was here a month ago. It was 75 and sunny. Here this weekend, we're lucky to get over 55 degrees. Obviously haven't had a lot of sun on the track here, so these are definitely tricky conditions around here.
All right, we're getting ready to go back to green. We got 6 laps to go, Andy, and we got Menard and Dyson glued to each other, and then 2 cars back behind that comes Dreesy, then Cruz with a fresh right front, and Amy Ruman back there. We're going to have quite the fight in Trans Am presented by Pirelli to the finish here at Sonoma Raceway. Dyson right up on the backside of Menard. Paul tries to slow the field down as they roll towards 12. Little gamesmanship here. Now he's into the throttle. There it is, green flag, little wiggle. The Lambo moves over, Dreesy gets by, Cruz gets by, so the top 4 right in a row now with clear racetrack with 5 laps remaining.
I think we just put a right front on Cruz, but maybe he's got even better tires than that. Obviously able to get through here. Our guys 2, 3 wide coming through our S's through turns 2, 3. I think Josh had a great idea. He said we should call it the Cube 3 turn 3. I think that's an obvious one to remember here. Chris Dyson wanting to reapply the pressure that he had before we went yellow before, and he's right back at it here.
Oh, yeah, he's all over him. Menard and Dyson fighting for the win here at Sonoma.
It's so strange where they're normally at the front, you've got 2 very similar cars, but these guys are strong and weak in different points of the course. That's what's going to make this battle for the lead really good. Chris has to take advantage in the places that he's strong, and Paul obviously knows that's the places that he has to defend.
A pair of Ford Mustangs have held the top 2 spots in this one since the drop of the original green flag.
Just as a heads up here, we see a battle between Dreesy and Cruz. Cruz, unfortunately, is a lap down, so Dreesy's pretty locked into 3rd here, but obviously wants to stay ahead of Cruz so that he can keep Menard and Dyson in sight and be able to take advantage of anything that goes wrong between those 2. Paul with about a half a second lead now as they come through turn 1.
And Brent Cruz doesn't like being behind anybody no matter what the situation is, right?
And that kid wins in everything. He's got 2 wins already in the ARCA series for Joe Gibbs Racing. He's been winning in everything he gets into. Won yesterday in the Trans Am TA2 race and wants to go forward here today just to prove a point.
All right, headed down to turn 4. And you can see Dyson again so good on the brakes there, gets a little bit to the inside. Now look at Menard again. Starts to stretch it back out as they get off the corners, and he's really good coming off of the carousel here.
He is. He's got some patience in the middle, and he's able to get the power before Dyson. And that's what keeps him safe for the charge into turn 7 here. Obviously, Chris too far back to try to make a move, a sensible move anyway. That might change last lap if he's getting desperate and wants to go forward here. But now we've got this championship has been turned upside down, and Chris and Menard are back in this.
And then Cruz in that bright yellow and blue Dodge Challenger. The Weaver Concepts Mobile 1 Dodge Challenger. Brent out of Davidson, North Carolina, suburb of Charlotte.
Chris sticking his nose in. Paul's a veteran, can usually tell by the depth in the mirror how far back that is, how serious that charge is, or if Chris is just trying to get him to move offline.
And you can also tell how defensive Paul is driving by how much of that inside red and white striping he's eating up with that width of that car.
Once he wants to get himself to the apex, park it there, and then take his time to drive off. Tommy Dries is doing a really good job of holding off a charging young Brett Cruz here.
He really is.
Tommy obviously wanting a podium finish here. That's huge for his points, huge for his team. Shot in the arm here as we're at the first of our 2 rounds. And we talked about this earlier in the show, but this wreck with Andretti and Penteric, that's going to have huge implications going into next week. These guys are going to be working hard to get these cars back together. I love this picture-in-picture we've got here with Dyson's on board, following that Pittsburgh Paints number 3 Menard car.
Here comes Cruz. Tommy just beats him to the corner. Brent now searching inside, outside.
Still
in those mirrors. And the battle for the lead is just as tight, headed down through the Cube 3 Architecture S's.
You can see Menard sets up to give up a little bit mid-corner of the S's so he can get on that power. Slightly later apex than Chris. Chris might be looking some fresh air here. There's a big nose on these cars, so you get a lot of arrow, you get a lot of turbulence, you lose a lot of bit of your nose in the fast stuff when you're right tucked in under somebody's gearbox there. And it's very tricky for the following car to be just as fast as the lead car when you don't have as much front downforce on the car, and the car out in clean air. We've heard that term, so to speak, so many times. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to make the most efficient use of the aerodynamics on your car. We don't have a huge drafting area here, but certainly you take away 3, 4, 5% of the following car's downforce, and it definitely makes it tricky. Dyson right there now.
2 laps remaining as we watch Dreesy and Cruz into 4, and there's Menard and Dyson just in front of him.
There is no more big picture here. If you want the win, this is when you got to go for it. Chris has been wanting it, but now he's going to turn it up an extra percent. Maybe it's been 99. He's going to be at 100, 101. This is when you start to take the chances. Even if I got a little damage, I could limp it home from here, and I want to go for it. I want to stand on the top of that podium.
They both need a big points day. Remember, Dyson had the crash at Sebring as Cruz looks outside, tucks back to the inside. Dyson with the huge crash at Sebring, missed Road Atlanta where Matt Brabham got behind the wheel of the Jim Weed 16 and took the win. Menard had the win at Sebring, had a shot at the win at Road Atlanta, but had mechanical problems there. Adam Andretti with 2 second places had the points lead coming into today. He's out from the big wreck. These 2 looking to make up the points and get themselves back in the fight for the championship.
Which
flag. One's going to stand on the top step of the podium? One more lap to go here at Sonoma. Up the hill they go to Mission Foods, turn number 2. Menard, first one there in the Pittsburgh Paints Ford Mustang. The Jim Weed Mustang right behind as they storm across the ridge over to turn 3.
Chris closer than he's been yet. That last look into the hairpin in 11, that wasn't a deke. He was going for it there.
Oh, at 4, he gets in the nose inside. Can he come up alongside by the 5? No, can't get it done. Menard holds him off. Paul Menard will lead them into the carousel where he's quicker on exit than Dyson. But that sets up Summit turn number 7 as a fantastic passing spot coming up next.
And he's closer than he's been, but too far back to make any sort of serious lunge here. But what Chris is thinking ahead right here is turn 11. He's got to get through the S's. Does not have to make a pass here, cut him offline, whatever. He just wants to stay as glued to that bumper as possible, get that Jim Weed Ford underneath him going into 11, and I guarantee you when we come through 10 here, Paul's going to be moving to the inside to make that block.
Menard knows Dyson will be thinking about rooting and gouging from the inside out at 11, so Menard has to defend. Here we come. There's the dip to the inside. Dyson looks. Can't get there. Is he going to try the crossover? Come back inside. Menard with a perfect eating up of that inside line. Protects the lead as they come through 12. Paul Menard will win at Sonoma in a fantastic race-long duel with Chris Dyson, who will hold on for second. Tommy Dreesy crosses the line in third.
Jim Guthrie takes the lead on the final lap here to take the win. Cross the checkers first, or coming to the line still.
Yep, still coming to it. He's in the lead of TA Cup. Ruman is across the line. Amy will finish 8th overall. Guthrie just crossed the line with her, taking 4th overall and 1st in TA Cup. Then Thwaites and Sutherland rounding out the podium there.
So Sutherland, our leader before in TA Cup, had dropped to 3rd. That moves Ken up to 2nd. A great race and a great showing on the national side for our TA Cup guys, coming home 4th, 5th, and 6th, just proving how strong and how quick those cars are here.
That was the best race of the season so far.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be a part of it here with you, buddy.
Yeah,
love calling races with you. Love this Trans Am action here. Michelle Nagy, we're getting a look at her on the cool-off lap. Obviously, she was the class of the field early, ran into some issues as negotiating lap traffic here at Sonoma is not an easy thing.
Those two have to be worn out.
Oh, yeah.
They were up on the wheel the entire 100 miles. There is no rest for the weary or the wicked in that one.
There was nobody more looking forward to coming out of turn 12 and seeing a clear windshield with that checker flag than Paul. Chris wanted another 5 laps because he needed those opportunities to come through here, but obviously congrats to Paul. Those guys went through a lot this morning, so the work that they've got ahead of them, both on this car before Laguna and their hauler, is well worth it, and that parking lot party for those guys is going to be big tonight.
There's going to be some busy crews between now and Monterey. Obviously, Pinteric and Andretti, and then Gentilozzi bunch over here. Brent Cruz's guys, Pancho Weaver.
A lot of work to do. This is tough. When we come to the West Coast and we do back-to-back races like this, all these guys all week long talking about make the smart decisions, get through this race, because we don't have too many resources here on the West Coast or time to turn these cars around so quickly for a race next week. But then we drop the green flag and everybody goes crazy, smashes into each other, and it's a wild Trans Am race here on the West Coast here.
None of these guys are going to go sightseeing over at Pier 39 or Yosemite or anything like that. They're all going to somebody's race shop and getting to work tonight.
They're borrowing some floor space, and they're going to be getting to work here for sure. We've got championships to think about. Obviously, a podium celebration ahead as we've got Ben down there with Paul, the ever-energetic Paul Menard. Hopefully we'll get some family with him there to help him celebrate. Jim Guthrie pulling in with the W for TA Cup.
Kevin Mooney with the camera stuck in the window there, capturing the images.
Kevin Mooney gets some really quality stuff for us. Hard worker, very creative, gets us some great footage.
Talking and helping to unbuckle Paul, get the steering wheel out of the way. I love the half door.
For safety reasons, again, great to have that on there. Closes it up aerodynamically, and we see Paul come out, his typical celebration. Super excited guy here. Another accomplishment for Paul Menard. Are we going to send this down to Ben to celebrate with our winner here?
All right, Ben, take it away, buddy.
Well, Paul Menard, that looked like an absolute blast out there. You had Dyson just behind you the whole time, trying everything. And I got to say, the 3GT, once you pass them on the wall, I've never seen your team celebrate like that. Hard-fought win. That's got to feel good. Tell me about your race.
It was a battle. We set pace early. The track wasn't completely dry, so we the first couple laps just kind of tiptoed, really. And then at 5 laps in, it kind of pushing pretty hard. And I felt like we had pretty good pace, and then just started getting loose throughout the run, and Chris started closing up. I made a couple of little mistakes with hitting the curbs. The curbs are still wet, so thank you. Hit the curbs are wet. I blew a couple corners. Chris closed up, and then we just kind of played cat and mouse with traffic, and that caution I think helped us. We were a better short run. He's better long run, but had a lot of adversity this morning with 3GT. The guys battled. They came in at 7 o'clock and had troubles with the truck, and then we had some engine issues that Tony and the boys fixed up. So we're led every lap, won the race, great point stay, and now I'm looking forward to Laguna. I've never been there, so we got 20 minutes to figure it out.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh Paints and Stains, Justin, Alex, Mike, all the guys are here. Just a lot of support throughout the years from that company and Menards and everybody at Paul Gentilozzi's group and Tony and John and all the boys. So get a lot of support and make my job a lot easier.
Nice, I love it. Paul Menard, P1 right here. How about that, Sonoma Speed Tour? Getting a little congratulations there from the Gentilozzi boys. Tell them, but where is Jim Guthrie? I got to tell you this. So yesterday I'm talking to Jim Guthrie. I'm like, well, tell me about your race. He's like, well, my shoulder still hurts. I'm going to go out there and take it easy. Come here, Jim, with Guthrie's Garage. Then he fell back early in the race, and I thought, oh, what's going on? That he comes back to win it. You got to be feeling good now.
Dude, that was the hardest way to do it. Luckily, that was the perfectly timed yellow, and I just took advantage of that downhill brake zone on Ken, and he was a gentleman and let me have it. So then we just drove it to home. So, man, that was hard.
Yeah, that was definitely a hard-fought battle out there, wasn't it?
Had to start from the back twice. My own fault, though. My own fault. Man, that was fun, though. A lot of fun. Great cars.
Nice. That's awesome. Jim Guthrie, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? I'm hearing that we want to go try to find Chris Dyson. So we're going to run over here to Parc Fermé and find Chris Dyson in the Jim Weed shirt. I see him over here in the far corner. Let's see if he'll make his way over here. Dyson, come on to winner's circle. Come on, Chris. So we'll walk and talk if you don't mind. Chris Dyson, I know that you're disappointed with the second place, but man, that was one of my favorite TA races I've seen in years.
No, Ben, I mean, I can't be disappointed. I mean, honestly, like 2 weeks ago, I didn't think I was going to drive, and you know, it was only about a week and a bit ago that I was actually cleared and felt good, you know, to go, and I pushed really, really hard to get here. I'm really proud of my effort this weekend. It was a great race with Paul. I think, honestly, if we hadn't gotten that yellow, I think I would have gotten him. He was coming back to me. But then it cooled off, and we only had a few laps at the end there. But I'm really proud of the team for giving me such a good car. There was tricky conditions. I proved to myself I could still do it.
I'm proud of you, man. Nice job. I can tell that finish means a lot to you. I know you want to be at the top, but I can tell just as he's going. Watch out for the cone. Sorry. So we're coming back here. Ralph and Andy, I'm going to send it up to you, and we're going to have fun here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle with Sonoma in just a few minutes.
Yeah, buddy, it's going to be a great time down there in a Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Think back to Sebring, Andy, and the impact that Chris Dyson had there. The second year in a row, he begins his Trans Am presented by Pirelli championship run with a big wreck at Sebring. But this year, the biggest of the two, huge G impact. As you heard him say, just a week and a half ago, he got the official clearance to go racing, and then to have a physically demanding event like today, and he puts that thing up on the podium. Very impressive.
And you don't have to win every race to be proud of what you've done. Obviously, that was a long time to come back from an injury like that and what he's feeling. Here it is on TV. Lost that right front and bang, boy, did he feel that the next day. I spoke to him that night. The adrenaline was still up, and he's like, I think I'm okay, but obviously woke up, and over the next couple of days, as that gets worse, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
But to come here, have a battle like that, have a legend like Paul Menard and be all over him and have a shot at it, he leaves here knowing he's got a car in one piece, he's on his way to Laguna, and he's at the top of his game because he's made the full recovery, had a great race, didn't dump the guy, had plenty of chances. I mean, he could have dirtied him. He could have spun him in 11. The last 5 laps in a row, could have dumped him off in 4 there. Obviously raced him clean. We love to see that. It's a great example in the Trans Am Series and a wonderful finish to an incredible race here.
And he knows Paul Menard doesn't have experience at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Chris does. That's going to be a huge advantage for him because they are both now squarely back in the championship fight.
And you heard Paul say he's only got 20 minutes. This is a short week for us at Laguna Seca, and that's going to be – I'm surprised Paul hasn't found his way to Laguna Seca over the last 30 years that he's been driving here. What an incredible circuit. Looking forward to that next week. But, boy, Chris will have an advantage because he has been racing there for decades.
Decades, yes. All right, that's a look at the results from our Trans Am presented by Pirelli Sonoma Speed Tour event. Let's go back down to the Jim Weed winner's circle and catch up with Ben once again.
All right, come on, Sonoma, get loud. We're live on TV here at Jim Weed winner's circle for the end of the TA Cup XGT, SGT, and GT race. And what a race it was. I think this dude right here wants something from us. You need a hat or something like that. We're about to have some fun at our Jim Weed winner's circle. We are going to start with the Western Championship Super GT. I can't wait to talk to this person because it was a little bit rough out there. His first time in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Let's hear it for JD Koos in that beautiful Porsche Cup car. Where is he? I saw him not too long ago. There he is. Oh, it's his second time. Sorry. It's my first time, but he did Button Wheel, and I wasn't at Button Wheel. Come on up here, JD. First place in that singular stock car in SGT Western. Let's hear it for Rudy Rivak. Yeah, we're just doing the Western. Yeah, you're trying to be third. You're second, dude. Where is Rudy? You said Rudy didn't finish?
Where's Rudy? Where's Rudy? That's the question.
Where is Rudy? You know, if only there was a chant about Rudy from a famous movie that we could get going. There we go. You're trying, so you deserve a hat. Rudy Rivak, going once, because if not, you can just move up to the top step and we'll allow it. Anybody seen Rudy? I was kidding about that, by the way. No Rudy. All right, so we'll just start with JD. Not the finish that you wanted. Quite an adventure out there, but second place here in Super GT. Thank you for bringing out that beautiful Porsche. How was your race?
It was going good. Rudy was the guy who actually, he started behind me. He got ahead of me, and we had a good battle going, me and that Pontiac. I was literally, I swear to God, about to catch him, maybe about halfway through, and I got a little hit in the back that spun me. It was kind of a late move in 7, I think, that just put me sideways. Then I got a hit again, and it was wheel damage. So with wheel damage, we couldn't continue. But the first half of the race was really good. It is what it is, racing incident.
How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, come on, get loud. JD Koos, ladies and gentlemen. Nice. Keep it up, Sonoma. Oh, yeah, put your hat on, JD, sorry. And then you can throw it afterwards. Come on, JD Koos, second place, Super GT. Oh. Yeah, we got a little crosswind happening. We're going to have to really throw it hard out there. All right, Sonoma, don't disappoint. Get loud. JD Koos. Make it worth it because he got some damage out there. Yeah, if you want to. Who wants it? Boom. Ooh, Chris Green. All right, well, I guess you can just drink that if you don't want, unless you want to spray it. Yeah, well, he's national SGT. He will not with you, but he will. But you want to. Oh, sorry, Seth. All right, take that back with your team and have a drink. One for the homies. How about one more time? JD Koos, Western SGT. This is a new class, and it's been kind of in the rumblings and things like that for the last couple years. But last year, right here in that building, we decided that we're going to make this its own class. It's going to be called the TA Cup class. It is quickly growing. In third place, TA Cup from Portland, Oregon area, the Pacific Northwest. Let's hear it. Kahlberg Racing, Ken Sutherland. Where is he? In a Mopar. Come on up here, Ken. Don't be shy. This guy has finished a race in TA, in TA2, in XGT and SGT, and now in TA Cup at Button Willow and here. What? Podium denolum. He's correcting me. Let's hear it all the way from Nashville, Tennessee. Let's hear it for Ken Twaits, Franklin Road Apparel. Ken Twaits in his Camaro, signature black Camaro. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the big three on the podium with us today, because in his Ford Mustang, in first place, he fell back to the back, came back to win. Let's hear it from Guthrie's Garage, Jim Guthrie. Sorry. Sherwood, Oregon. Ken Sutherland, he's been competing with us in SVRA and Trans Am from Pacific Northwest, Sherwood, Oregon. I want to be specific. Tell us about your race out there.
Well, with about 2 laps to go, I thought I was winning the damn thing because timing and scoring had us up a full lap on. So I let these two guys go by me and lap themselves. Turns out that was for position. I hope that's a mistake, and I'll get that trophy. But anyway, it was a great race. We had a great car, but I will tell you, Michelle Nagai, she was the class of the field. Unfortunately, she had a little damage out there. I had nothing for her. So she's put notice on us, guys, that she can put it down. But anyway, congrats to my team, podium finish. Hopefully better, it turns out later. But, yeah, great race.
Well, guys, I need a round of applause because he thought he was doing the right thing. It is good racing out there, sportsmanship, letting the lap cars go by. He thought he had us. How about one more round of applause? Ken Sutherland. That stinks, man. I'm so sorry. Ken Twaits. He says, I'm just doing what I'm told. Podiumed in all classes but GT. So Chris Coffey, he's going to be coming after you for a ride so that he can be the only person to do it. Ken, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Oh, man, it was pretty awesome, and it was pretty bad. It's pretty ugly, and then it was pretty good. So from last to second, I'll take it, baby.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank out there?
I'd like to thank Chris Evans Racing and Jeff Jefferson Racing. Those guys are a great team. They prepare a great car. Aren't these TA Cup cars pretty, baby? Woo!
Now, Ken, you helped produce Road to Glory, all about this TA Cup with Chris Evans. Where can we find that?
You can find it on the Racer Network, and look it up and TiVo it. Do they have TiVo anymore? I don't know. Yeah, check it out.
Nice. How about that? Ken Twaits, Franklin Road Apparel. Jim Guthrie, like I said, he was complaining. He's been having shoulder problems. He's like, I'm going to go out there and take it easy. I don't think you have that in your vocabulary. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Oh, man. Well, you know, we had high hopes. I didn't want to get beat by a girl again, and oh, well. Anyway, I ran into Ken. I ran into the boss, just dug down, and I got probably the luckiest timed yellow ever. And then I thought I was really racing Ken, and turns out he wasn't racing me. So it's kind of a shallow win, but Ken, we'll do it again. I know we will. Oh, yeah. So we've had a lot of fun. So thanks to Chris, to Jeff, Joe, Adam, Camry, all the team. You guys are great. Fun to work with. All my competitors are awesome. You guys are fun. It's a great bunch of guys. So I appreciate it. Thanks for coming out and supporting us.
Nice. I love it. All right, gentlemen, hold that up. Sonoma, keep up this energy. I'm loving this crowd. How about that? Ken Sutherland, Ken Twaits, Jim Guthrie, TA Cup. So excited. This is my first TA Cup race of the season. I've been really excited to see it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Come on out there. There you go. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, Sonoma. This is on TV, so we need everybody. Okay, I'm going to get you one. We need everybody to get super loud. Come on now. Ken Sutherland, Ken Twaits, Jim Guthrie. One more time. Man, Sonoma, keep this up. This is good. I like this crowd. And feel free to come on in, everybody. I see a dude out there in a Trans Am sweatshirt. Nice job. Did you get that right there from Sean? Nice, yeah. All this stuff is available. Let's hear it one more time. Ken Sutherland, Ken Twaits. Sorry, Seth. Jim Guthrie. Man, you guys just went right for the eyes. Nice job. Sutherland, you move pretty quick over there.
He doesn't want to wash his suit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, we are racing in like 6 days. Hey, do you have a hat or anything, good boy? Crazy. Yeah, like I said, anybody wants any of these Trans Am hats or hoodies or anything like that, right here in this white tent, and we've got some blowouts going on. All right, hold on. I got to give this to her because she's been, come here, EXP. There you go. Come on. Yeah, we love our fans here in Trans Am Series. All right, now we're going national. Last year's GT champion in first place, but his whole family is here. No. His whole family's coming up on stage. Let's hear it. Norwood Auto Italia for Chris Coffey in that beautiful Traffic Graphics Maserati. I'm not going to make you do your patented scream, but Chris Coffey, first of all, introduce who's on stage here right now.
So this is my 5-year-old son, Sam, and this is my wonderful wife, Morgan. These are the ones that make all this possible for me.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Round of applause. Team owners right here, basically. Chris, how was your race out there?
It was a little bit of a struggle. Car broke pretty much right off the bat. We had some sort of rear suspension issue, and just got worse throughout the race. And then, thankfully, it broke on the last lap, and not so I was able to finish. But I just want to thank Colin Cohen. Without him, I couldn't be here. Xavier, Alex, my crew, they did the best they could. Came into pit lane, and they checked to see if there was anything they could fix, and there wasn't. So we just kept running. And I want to thank my sponsors, Chill Out Motorsports, Traffic Graphics, and P2R. So thanks, guys.
He said thanks, guys. Now, how was your race out there?
Oh, it was fun.
You enjoyed it?
Yeah, we enjoyed the sheep.
Enjoy the sheep, yeah. We do love the sheep here. Let's hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, GT National, last year's champion here, Chris Coffey. He's giving you the skunk. I don't know what that means. There we go. Hold that up. Sorry, Seth. And then if you'll hold up that Pirelli hat. I think your son likes being up here on the podium. You might be in trouble there, Chris Coffey. One more time, Chris Coffey, GT, last year's champion and current points leader in National GT with that beautiful Maserati. Colin Cohen, I don't know where you are, but oh, there you are. Thanks, guys. Xavier, nice job on that. So, yeah, Josh Hurley told me to bring the family up, Chris Coffey, so you can blame him. Super GT drove here all the way from Davenport, Iowa. Let's hear it for Josh Carlson in that beautiful blue Ford Mustang. Come on up here, Josh. Come on, let's give a round of applause, people. In Siva, Super GT car. Josh, how was your race out there?
It was fun. Was running with the TA Cup cars most of the race. Spent the whole weekend just testing new things on the car and getting it dialed in. And just made some laps and got our fourth win in a row. So I'd like to thank Insiva, my dad, All Test Inc., Dirks LTD, TC Fab. Without them, I wouldn't be racing. So, and yeah, looking forward to Laguna.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Carlson. I found out yesterday that when he's not racing, he's driving for DoorDash. I asked him, that must be the fastest deliveries in the world from DoorDash. All the way from Davenport, Iowa. One more time. Hold that up high. Josh Carlson, Super GT, and Trans Am 4 in a row, so our obvious points leader. Yeah, and go DoorDash, right. You need to get a sponsorship from DoorDash, Josh Carlson. You might be their only race car driver. In XGT, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say something real quick because this is amazing. This talks about the teamwork that happens. He broke here earlier in the week. His crew had to fly to Portland, break into their shop at midnight, rent a car, and drive parts all the way back down here so that they can fix and help him fix his beautiful Lamborghini in XGT first place. How about that hustle? Schwinn Shin, ladies and gentlemen, with Orlik, very high-end, hi-fi equipment. If you're a audiophile, you got to give Orlik a look. Man, talk about hustle. Unbelievable. I would say Sonoma's bad luck for you after the last 2 years, but you've redeemed yourself, and that is no longer the case. How was your race?
Yeah, Sonoma is really not a good place for me. Last year, we kind of like qualified pretty good, I remember, but, you know, just crashed at the turn one at the start. And this year, you know, we crashed at the testing because of the rain. A lot of electronics doesn't work. And I really appreciate the crew, the Speed class from Texas. we have a wonderful crew. They flew back, got the parts, and put the car back together. We got something that doesn't work, but still, finish the race. It's just a little bit shame that the guy in front of me just sprayed the oil on the windshield. So I tried to wipe it. It just all wet, so I can't see anything. So I just come in, have to clean the windshield, then I know, okay, so this is just about finished. To get away from everyone. Yeah, this is a good week. Yeah, thank you.
I love it. Yeah, I was wondering why you came in, but he said he got oil, so first you go out there with no traction control, then you can't see. So you were out there. That's amazing. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Shui Shin out there with Orlik and that beautiful Lamborghini. And then we'll do the hat dance. Again, though, any audio files out there, give his company a look. Come on, Sonoma, hard-fought battle. They had to go through everything this weekend. Shui Shin in that beautiful Lamborghini. Thank you. He says, thank you, everybody. Man, that was quite some hustle there. Oh, there you go. Oh, he almost dove for it. There you go. I like it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best TA races I've seen in a while. That was a lot of fun between two of our last two champions. In third place with Trent Shoring, beautiful black Camaro from California. Let's hear it for Hollywood himself, Tommy Dreesy, third place. On the podium again, you got your phone on you, Tommy? All right, because this is going to be one that he's going to want to get. So get up on that step. We're going to do our famous Dreesy selfie. Anytime he gets on the podium, he takes a selfie with people on the podium. Three-time TA champion. We're at Jimweed Winner's Circle, and we've got some Jimweed to give away after this. Running right up against, trying to get by. Let's hear it for Chris Dyson with Jimweed. Second place, three-time TA champion. The Jimweed Athletic Focus drink. So glad to have him back with us. And then, ladies and gentlemen, in the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains Premier 3GT Menards car. He raced here in the Cup Series. His car is actually here racing in SVRA Group 10. Let's hear for the legend, Paul Menard. All right, we got to pause for one of these famous selfies from Tommy Dreesy. Oh, and Tommy's going to just steal the top step, too. Check that out. Yeah. He says when you get the opportunity. There you go. Smile, cheese. Oh, Dyson is tongue out. I love it. So you got to follow Dreesy on social media because we're going to make a montage of these. Dreesy, back on the podium at Sonoma. How's that feel?
It feels really good. You know, these first couple races, we were right there for a couple podiums and had some issues, but these guys fired off. They were the class of the field. I don't know what happened with Andretti, but I think he went off, and then he came back on, and I think, he had the bit between and tried to want to catch up. And Cruz was fast, and I don't know whether he had an issue or he had to come in. They told me he was a lap down, but I didn't trust it. So he was nice to me. Anyway, great. Trent Shoring, Motul, Ken Twaits helps everybody out here. And Trans Am, all the fans out here. Lacey Jagger, Elin, I love you.
Nice, I love it. How about that, Tommy Dreesy? And Tommy, you're right. There were about 20 times that Brent could have nudged you off, but he was racing you good and clean. I love that. Dyson, you're back. I love it. Back up on the podium. Tell us about your race.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it's so great to be back here. I can't tell you how grateful I am to be back at Sonoma with the Trans Am Series. I love this event. Obviously, this is home for our friends at Jimweed, and we have some friends here today. What a battle out there. I mean, I was about 10 days ago, I wasn't sure I was going to be here, and then we sort of decided to push, and I had about 5-6 weeks to make up for with conditioning, and this was about as steep a mountain I could have possibly have chosen to climb back into, and it was a great battle out there with Paul the whole way. Man, I was bummed when we got that yellow because it was coming to us, but great fight all the way to the end. I'm excited to be racing next week at Laguna, and hopefully we can do one better then.
Nice, I love it. How about that, Dyson? And what he said is true. This track, probably more than any other track we go to, there is no resting. There's no true straightaway here at Sonoma. Very difficult. Paul Menard, unbelievable, great race in 1-2. Take the mic, tell us about your race.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns starting the race. You know, when we got here to the track this morning, it was wet. So do we do dries? Do we do wets? And then it started drying up. So just kind of took it easy the first couple laps, trying to figure out how much grip there was. And the tires came in, the track came in, and we could kind of set sail. Then just got loose, kind of struggling under braking zone and then initial turning. And as the race went on, Chris got better. And like you said, he didn't want that caution. I was praying for a caution. We got it. Just a physical track, a lot of fun. Great battling with Chris every week, and glad he's back. And love coming back out to Sonoma. The track itself, no rest. There's no cooling off on the brakes. The car just gets heat soaked and it's hot. Even though it's a cool day, it's still hot. It was with the heat soak and sliding around. It's still Sonoma with the slippery asphalt and trying to place the car right. So a lot of fun. Looking forward to Laguna. Never been there, so I'm going to try to figure out the track in 20 minutes and try to do this again. So we'll see. Yeah. I got a lot of help here from these guys, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be good help, too. Come on now, let's hear it, Sonoma. Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson, Paul Menard. And Paul, are you going to get in your car anytime this weekend? Next week he's gonna get in the car and run it. All right, hold up. Now check this out. Coolbox gives you a certificate, $150, $250, $500 for the new Coolbox iceless cooling system. How about that? Nice. See, this group over here. I like you guys. You guys are still alive. I like that. He said the wrong one. Oh, Dyson getting the gym weight, get some energy in there. Uh-oh, where are you going? All right. Uh-oh, uh-oh. All right, now, come on, Sonoma. Let's get he can't hit you all the way out there. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, there you go. Come on now. Dreese, Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson, Paul Menard. Oh, shoot, Kevin, sorry. Paul Menard at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. You know you're racing in about 6 days, guys. Oh, Tommy Dreese, he doesn't care. Paul Menard and Chris Dyson, one for the homies right there, trying to keep their suits clean. Nice job. Hey, Bo and Remy, if you're watching, we need to add some energy to Paul Menard to act like he's won the race. We need Bo and Remy here to give us the good interviews next time. Come on now, Sonoma, one more time. Let's hear it. Tommy Dreese, Chris Dyson, Paul Menard. And then we come over here, visit Eric. We've got some Jim Weed athletic focus drinks on both sides of the stage. Thank you guys so much for coming out. That does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at the Sonoma Speed Tour. We will be back here next year. Tell all of your friends. Bring them out. It's going to be a good time, but we still have SVRA groups to go.
Cool.
And we're going to be doing a fan walk out here for the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge in just a few minutes. Xavier, you got a lot of work to do, man. You got to come and get yourself some gym weed. Thank you guys so much for coming out. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. As our Jim Weed Winner's Circle wraps up, some of the fans getting an opportunity to grab a can of Jim Weed. Better hustle up because Andy will be headed back down there to get whatever's left over.
Absolutely. For
the post-race drive to wherever you're going tonight. We are going to take a quick break, but we're going to come back and wrap things up for you here live on Speed Sport 1. Stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
As we are closing up our third round of the 2025 championship season, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Boy, it was a good one, Andy Lally. That was, I think, the best race of the year so far.
I'm lucky to be a part of this call with you. That was easy because we had so much action. This is why I love Trans Am racing. Absolutely a barn burner here. Great racing between two consummate professionals here that put on a great show for us, and plenty of action all the way around the track.
Paul Menard, of course, taking the win in his Pittsburgh Paints and Stains number 3. 3G Racing entry. Chris Dyson comes across the line in second. And it's
points,
just an outstanding day all the way around.
Our points are going to be really close now.
It's going to be tight.
Andretti had a good chunk there. Obviously, with Paul and Chris having a really good day after some bad days. And Dreesy, who again had been Mr. Consistent, coming along there, hasn't won a race, but this has really tightened up the race between all 4 of them.
Okay, as you look at this calendar here of where we're going with the national championship, seeing where we are in the points now, we have Laguna next week. Then we get a little break till we get to Lime Rock. But then there's going to be a couple of spots in the middle of the season where things are going to get tight again, with not necessarily back-to-back, but awful close on the schedule of racing. Where do you see the championship taking a turn?
I mean, we have so much championship left to go here. Laguna Seca, with Paul telling me that he's never been there before, that's advantage Chris Dyson right there. That's probably advantage Adam Andretti and Tommy. This is his home state. He's been there. He's been to Laguna plenty of times there. So obviously, Paul be on his back foot with only 20 minutes of practice before qualifying. That's going to be tough. But then we move on. Lime Rock Park, Dyson's home track. Mid-Ohio, Dyson's been there a ton before. So that's the places where maybe Tommy hasn't been that much. Paul definitely has. Adam's been to all of these. So we're going to go back and forth with strengths and favorite tracks all over the place. This is going to be set up to every single week. We're going to have challenges and new guys having advantages every place we go. So I can't say one place is where we're going to have any definitive turn or advantage set, but it's going to be every week.
This was that last lap. You can see Dyson hunting to the inside at 4. Then Paul just gets that drive and beats him to 5, and that really took the edge away from there.
That was it. I mean, there might have been a tiny little bit of contact. Chris just might have laid a bumper to him. Paul gave him enough room, but then focused on that exit speed and was able to get into 5. Chris knew at that point it was either wreck them both or lift out of it and give Paul way. He knew he was really good into 11, but Paul, to his credit, did an amazing job of coming out of 7A, rolling the speed right here through 8, and then getting this launch off right there. You could see that car point and squirt, and then bang, he opens up 3 car lengths. As long as he gets through 10 fairly clean, it's definitely going to be a long shot. Paul can move over a little bit, shut the door a little bit. Chris goes for the over-under, attempts the slide job here. They're both spinning the tires coming out of the corner of the checkered flag. But, man, what an awesome finish.
Look at that 3G Ford Mustang of Paul Menard just hooking up and driving off that last corner. It was a thrilling race. And now we head down south, down the 101 to Monterey, which, depending on which time of day you leave from here to get there, Could be a 3-hour ride, could be an 8-hour ride.
Yeah, definitely having one so close here. It's going to be quite the action-packed weekend. We've got the corkscrew, we've got turn 9. Going to be an amazing show at Laguna Seca. Make sure you turn in.
And we have a new track president there, and Lori Eberhardt. Looking forward to coming to your track, Lori. We'll see you guys in a week. For Andy Lally and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Sonoma Raceway.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know I love my vintage racing, and I think this is one of the best vintage racing groups that we see all year. This is the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. I'm wearing my Trans Am shirt because these cars would have raced in the Trans Am series back in the 70s, even here at Sears Point. So we've got last year's champion here in this beautiful BMW 2002, Brian O'Shaughnessy, right here, sporting that beautiful beard. Let's talk to you, Brian. You won the championship last year, I believe, at the last round at Button Willow, and that was a hard-fought championship.
Without a doubt. Armin and I took it all the way through the season. He's a really, really great competitor, and I just eked him out. God was on my side.
Yeah. Congratulations. But he was the champion the year before that, too, so you know it's stiff competition.
Yeah, this year it's going to be really tough. Jeff, Ara, it's just if he keeps racing, we don't stand a chance. His car is so fast.
And he's a good driver.
It is actually the driver, not the car. But, yeah, so we'll give it a shot today.
Nice. I love it. Beautiful car. So Ara Malkassian there. We've got Tim Prober here, the Datsun 510. So right here, the first four cars, we've got BMW, Alfa, and Datsuns. But we were talking about Armin Gorbani. Armin, you're the Gorbani family. Keep fighting. We're thinking about you. We love you. Our racing team here absolutely loves you guys. We're going to come back here and do our invocation with Bill Knox. So we've got Bill Knox here, one of our Trans Am officials, to deliver the invocation. If we can take off our hats, bow our heads. Bill, bring it home.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you today in this most holy moment, Father, we give you all the thanks for us being able to be here at this storied facility. Father, we ask that you wrap your hands around this facility, that you keep everyone here smart, you keep them patient, Father, and most of all, that you keep everyone safe. Watch over the safety workers, our EMS, and bring our military home to their families. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Bill Knox. Sorry, we have to go kind of quick, though. Before we come to you, Patrick, I do want to point out, we had Chris Dyson on the podium with us just in the Trans Am race with the Trans Am series. This is where Dyson Racing started, right here. This is the Datsun 510 that Rob Dyson, Chris Dyson's dad, drove with the Poughkeepsie Datsun. But Richard Stewart Milne has come all the way from Buenos Aires, Argentina, to race this with us. And what a great car, so much history, and you just have so much fun in the series, don't you?
I really do. I travel like 22 hours to get here and to have fun with this car and with all this group. It's a really nice group. And, we have fun. We have fun. We're going to have fun today, 10th. Yesterday I had some problems with the rain. I flipped. Yeah, but it was fun. Nice. Just had fun.
Well, this is supposed to be fun, is it not? That's what vintage racing is, right? Fun competition. Troy Ermish, come in on here. I met Troy and Patrick at COTA a few years ago when you won the national championship. Quickly explain, I'm having the producers, what is this series? Quickly explain your own series.
So the series is all based upon the original 1972 through 1978 SCCA and Trans Am B sedan rules. So it's under 2.5 liters, sedan, so it has to have a back seat. And these are all the types of cars you would have seen in those years. So all these cars are built with that sort of spirit and built period correct. So they have correct components as far as your braking system and the engine and transmission and suspension packages.
Nice. I love it. And then ErmishRacing.com, the 510 parts outlet. He builds some of these awesome Datsun 510s, super competitive. You're right there in the front row, that beautiful penny of Tim Prober. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of, this doesn't happen often in racing because Patrick MG right here is going to sing the national anthem. Then he's going to get in the car and go out there and race his beautiful Datsun 510. So Patrick MG, take the mic, deliver us the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nice. How about that? This talented racing family, Patrick, MG. Now put your helmet on, get in the car. Hey, Troy, where's Troy Armish? That should at least give him 2 or 3 grid places, right? What's the deal?
That's a pick up a couple seconds a lap right there. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Nice job. So, Troy, you're going to go up and watch the racing? Yeah. He's like one of the fastest 5'10" drivers ever, but he's going to be watching. Ashley, his wife, runs it. We're going to see them at the podium. But, you know, vintage racing is supposed to be all about the fans. And we're going to let the fans give the driver start command here. But I want to point out, look at this beautiful Kevin Shaha car here. I loved anytime you have a vintage livery like this and these Datsun 510s. I absolutely love it. All of these cars, the Alfas, the BMWs. Our Volvo actually broke, but hopefully he'll be at Laguna Seca. But we've had Cortinas and all of that stuff. So we've got a bunch of fans here to do the start command. I need you guys to be drivers, start your engines as loud as you can. Come on in here, Gold State Warrior. All right, you guys ready to deliver? Come on in here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. When I put the mic right here, I need to hear drivers start your engines. You ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Drivers, start your engine!
Nice. All right, Ralph, I'm going to run up to the booth because I cannot wait for this Hoosier Tire 2.5 challenge to get going.
This is one of your highlights of the year, Ben, so come on up. We got a spectacular view from up here, high above the start-finish line at Sonoma Raceway, just about as high as that shot is right there. These 2.5 challenge cars are going to put on quite the show, and they're getting ready to go. Awesome job by our young fans to get those engines fired up, and we'll be rolling off from the grid here momentarily. All right, while they get ready to roll, we're going to take care of some business, and we'll be right back to Sonoma Raceway after this.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here. Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
So there's a high shot above turn 4, turn 5, turn 3A at the top of the screen here at Sonoma Raceway. Let's go ahead and show you the track map here looks like. 12 turns, tons of elevation change. Let's take you for a ride. 2.52 miles around, off into turn 1, lots of speed there. Mission Foods turn 2, up the climb to 3 and 3A. Get to the top there, you're 160 feet above the floor of the ocean, and then you get 4, 5 over the hill and down into the carousel at 6, up to Summit Racing Equipment turn 7 at the far north end. Get your rhythm going as you head into the Cube 3 S's. Got to get these right. Carry that momentum all along the ridge here. 8, 8A down to 9, a very fast turn 10. And then finally, Cube 3, turn 11, final good passing zone before you see turn 12, Ben Sissel, and then the green or checkered flag from there.
Well, Ralph, I am so excited for this group. This is, like I said, maybe the best vintage racing we're going to see. The cars are prepared very similarly. We get to see some body roll. We get to see some really good driving. These little B sedans, like Troy down there said, they had to have a back seat. And so there's, you know, A sedan, there's B sedan, and C sedan. But these cars, it's so much fun. This Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. All of the drivers are very good friends. They race with each other all the time. They have their own little championship inside of this weekend. And they don't just do SVRA weekends. They run with some of the other great vintage clubs out here. They run at all the great iconic tracks in the West Coast. So it's so much fun to have the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. If you don't mind, I'm going to run through the grid real quick. Parker McKeon, first place with those white gloves out there in the Alfa Romeo GTV. But I actually have the wrong grid sheet because I didn't think he was starting first. It should have been Brian O'Shaughnessy and then Ara Malkassian. So let's see. Yeah. Brian O'Shaughnessy, Ara Malkassian, then it's Parker McKeon, Tim Probert, then Josh Moriarty, then we've got Tony DeLong in that BMW, Kevin Shaha, Patrick MG, Stuart Milne, Bruce McKean is out there, David Graziano, Kevin Kaufman, Reiner Wolf, Daniel Caggiano, Steve Link. Is Steve Link out there? Yep, there he is. Ken Blasco, Rick Rowe, and Edmund Germain. I didn't quite get to be able to do that in order because my grid sheet is off, out of order. I'm not sure what grid sheet I got, but this is going to be so much fun as they come down, warm up their tires. The lights are off in the pace car. I am getting a little bit nervous, Ralph, because you're about to see some really fun racing. I hope we can put this kind of racing on Speed Sport 1.
One of the highlights of the weekend here at Sonoma Raceway with our Speed Tour for 2025, our Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge getting ready to go. Coming out of 11. We'll start to crawl up through the revs, the gearbox, and deep into the throttle as this one goes green here once they get around turn 12 right here. You can hear it. Here we go. Green flag waves, and we're headed to 1.
Brian O'Shaughnessy gets the best of Ara Parker McKeon right behind. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, BMW, Datsun Alpha, the big 3 and B sedan up front. Brian O'Shaughnessy's last year's champion coming up through the Mission Food section, the highest part of the track right there. I learned from Ralph this weekend, 160 feet in elevation as they come down. And this is already these top 3 hard-fought competition and competitors. And right now, Brian O'Shaughnessy getting the better of Ara and Parker. Parker in that beautiful kind of dove gray Alpha as they come around the carousel, Ralph.
First time into the carousel, the never-ending left-hander sweeping down through there. Whoa, look at the old BRE colored 510 getting a little loose on entry into the carousel.
But that's what this is all about, man. It's a lot of fun. That's Kevin Shaha in the Racecraft Prepared number 85. There was our Anthem singer, Patrick MG, out there running. How cool is that to sing the anthem and get right into a race car?
Wasn't that something?
This number 7 here you see behind Tony DeLong's BMW Moriarty, that is a beautiful car. I hope you can see that up close. All of those numbers, everything is hand painted and then a layer of clear over that.
Good looking race car.
Uh-oh, Parker coming on the inside, Ralph.
Good pass right here at turn 11. One of the top spots to pull a pass like that off. And he gets the job done in that number 90 Alfa Romeo GTV.
So from 7 to 11, he's made 2 places. Brian O'Shaughnessy saw him in the mirror, gave him the room, because that's what this racing is all about. Like Stuart Milne said, this is supposed to be fun. This is all about the fun. But they are really racing, ladies and gentlemen. This is not anything choreographed. They're running for a championship. Hoosier Tires has given them some great awards. This is a fun group to run with, as you can see. As they come around kind of a downhill access into this long sweeping right, should be flat out if they hit their marks right. And then this downhill, oh, we got a replay here.
Yeah, this is going to be that pass going down into 11. As you see, McKean just sweep to the inside, use up all the brakes on that Alpha. Now, Ben, I'm not as up to speed on my knowledge of Alpha GTVs the way I should be, or certainly that you are. What era are we looking at here?
70s. Yeah, this is kind of like when the oil prices went skyrocketing in the 70s. They went to kind of the more economical cars, especially in Trans Am, and with John Morton and BRE, Peter Brock, and these, you know, like he said, the under 2.5 liter engines, and all the manufacturers were making this. So it's basically, it has to have a back seat under 2.5, and there you go, you're out there racing. Ooh, look at that, hanging up his right front. Parker McKean just taking off, which is pretty expected. Parker, not only is not only are those Alphas just great cars, that's a very well prepared car, but Parker McKean is a very talented race car driver. Has been racing in vintage for a long time. I love watching his hands. He's always working. But let's see. Ara Malkassian right behind Brian O'Shaughnessy. Look at him sliding through that.
Well, and to tie this all back in history, that first ever Trans Am race was held, which was then known as the SCCA's Trans-American Sedan Championship. Took place on a Friday afternoon in a 4-hour race, the Governor's Cup. 44 cars entered at Sebring International Raceway on the Friday of what would be the 12 Hours of Sebring weekend.
And what was the overall winner?
The overall winner was a under 2 liter class Alfa Romeo GTA, driven by the great Jochen Rindt, who had flipped in practice, came back and won, and Bob Tullius won the over 2 liter class in a Dodge Dart, but it was Jochen Rindt took the overall and the class win in an Alfa Romeo.
Yeah,
so
it's so funny working for Trans Am. Trans Am almost tries to not hide that, but they don't publicize that. But me as a sports car guy, I do. And look at this pass for 3rd place.
He got 1. I thought he was going to get 2.
Jeff Mosing coming up through around Ara. Jeff Mosing, IMSA driver, but having too much fun in this to to give it up and just has a ton of fun. I met him at Thunder Hill last year, and look out because he's coming after O'Shaughnessy. So from near the back, but how cool is that? So these B sedans, there were Mini Coopers also, C sedans in that first Sebring race in '66. Yep.
Oh boy, that's a little tight in there.
That is, and they're both sliding it through. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is 10-tenths racing.
Oh yeah. Not only do you have to have belief in your own skill set, but you got to trust the other guy immensely that he's not going to do anything wrong.
And look, Mosing coming on to the inside of the carousel. Let's see if he can, side by side through the carousel, Ralph.
Look at that, right on his back bumper as they come to the exit of the carousel. Now he's going to look to see if he can't make something happen with the help of the draft.
Brian has the preferred line there on the inside, but he could do
Cross
it over
it
and
over.
under.
He's got him.
Oh,
look at him sawing at the steering wheel. Tremendous pass.
Unbelievable. Now Mosing, go try to keep Parker McKean honest.
Look at him sliding through the corners. Full lock. That steering wheel hasn't been straight in a full lap and a half.
Beautiful driving from Jeff Mosing there. Brian O'Shaughnessy did everything right. Took the defensive line, and I don't know how Probert was able to needle through there. Or not Probert, Mosing, sorry about that. Look at that BRE kind of livery. Here's a replay.
That's at 7. He cut back to the inside of him, did a great job. Then look at this thing start to get squirrely. Watch as he comes down through the S's, this thing starts moving around on him. Picking a wheel up there, sliding through here, up on the curb. Just tremendous action.
I love it. I love it. Now Brian O'Shaughnessy's in the fight of his life with Ara right behind him in that Datsun 510. Ara in practice had an off driver's right in the carousel and sustained some body damage in the right rear quarter panel, but it was just cosmetic damage. I'm sure they'll take that back to Tracy, to the 510 with Troy Ermish, 510 Parts Outlet, and fix that between the races, or they might wait till after Laguna Seca. Look at that. So Ralph, I told you, man, this Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, they don't disappoint.
They are delivering. Still sliding that 56. Mosing in control of second. McKean is checked out.
But then behind them is Tim Probert in the penny car, they call it, the copper-colored car. Look at the hands of O'Shaughnessy, just everywhere. I love the white gloves. You can really see the inputs that they're putting into this, the steering and the abuse they're putting these cars through. And then Tony DeLong right behind Tim Probert and Penny. And then Moriarty, Josh Moriarty, in that beautiful Datsun 510 with Amsoil on the side. So which one, Ralph? Which one do you want a few laps in?
Mosing's car. Yeah, I want to go Mosing's car. I'll take the keys to any of them, but if I got to pick, Mosing's would be the one.
You like Mosing's, huh?
Yeah, you know, I like those classic racing liveries.
Yeah, I have to go with that. I would say Parker McKean's, but I don't have the talent to drive that car like that.
Well, I might not go good in Mosing's car, but you're going to look good in a picture sitting in it.
And this is a cool series. Like I said, they're all friends. They have some of the greatest get-togethers. Adam Carolla races in the series. Daniel Wu, I think, is going to be with us at Laguna Seca. So we have some big-name celebrities that also race in this series. And we've got Tony DeLong right behind Tim Probert with Josh Moriarty. And this is what I love about this vintage racing, the pack racing. They're having just as much fun as the front guys, as long as you've got somebody to race with. And you see why they call it penny.
Copper color.
Tony DeLong is a very good, talented driver. probably in his early 20s. He's with Racecraft. Racecraft, another one of our great arrive and drive programs. So if you ever want to rent and have some fun with one of these, look up Troy Ermish, look up Racecraft, look up Blasco. There's some great places to go to for some arrive and drive programs to come out here and have some fun in the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. Side by side, Ralph.
That could be a change for position because the Beamer's got the edge on the inside and will.
Man, these cars can rotate, can't they?
They really can.
So Tony DeLong through. I have to give a shout out looking at that red, white, and blue BMW. Steve Walker, one of my great friends. He and Mary, I believe, are down in New Zealand on vacation because they would regularly be here. So if you guys are watching, we miss you, but have fun down there. I love New Zealand, but you're missing out on some good racing as Tim Probert follows Tony DeLong on through.
I would love to see these guys race with us more than just twice a year.
Yeah, well, they'll be at Portland also. Here we come. What's happening here? The replay, take us through it.
This is a replay of that last pass. Beamer getting to the inside, getting right down on the apex and hugging that red and white curbing, taking the position away from Penny.
Ooh, Moriarty now looking at Tim Probert to the inside. Tim takes the more defensive line, and Josh follows him around. And what happens with this, how packs kind of end up like this, because you can see now Tony's kind of leaving them. It's so hard to get by somebody, but once you do, you might have the faster car, and now he's going to try to really hustle, hit all of his marks, and try to catch up to the next pack of cars, which is Brian O'Shaughnessy and Ara Malkassian. And Ara, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Look at this coming around turn 10. There's Stuart Milne back there in that Rob Dyson Poughkeepsie Datsun car. Man, doesn't this look like fun, ladies and gentlemen? You need to come out and race one of these cars with us.
No, it really does look like a great time.
So this is for overall third and fourth. Those roundy taillights in that BMW. Ooh, and look at this. We're getting some cool drone shots following Ara through. I mean, you don't get, I don't think you get a second and a half to rest as a driver at Sonoma Raceway, which is what I love.
You don't. I think this would be a very satisfying race to be a part of. Even if you're battling for 15th, I think the fun of driving one of these cars and be able to fight with somebody for a position, as these two are doing here, looks like it's just very rewarding. Just a really fun time.
So much so. My goal in any race is to not finish last, which I do quite often. And I tell you, whoever's in last place is also having an absolute blast in this race.
Oh, yeah.
So Ara tried to get by O'Shaughnessy, but O'Shaughnessy closed the door. Didn't block, but didn't give him the room. It's his corner. In vintage racing, it is up to the passing car to make a safe pass. There's our leader, Parker McKean.
Clicking him away.
Look at that beautiful Alpha. The hood is up just a little bit. It's a front opening hood, and they do that just to let the air kind of flow through and out.
Gap 14 seconds. It's growing between first and second.
Look at the body roll on that thing. Parker McKean is out there with his dad, Bruce McKean, in that beautiful red Alpha GTV. This looks like a video game, Ralph.
It really does.
So he's leading by quite a bit, but he is still driving 10/10ths. I love that front air scoop. And then the Alfa Romeo triangle with the snake eating a baby in the emblem. A little bit of smoke there. That is one of my favorite Italian cars right there. Look at him roll that thing through. There's his dad, Bruce. Look at the kind of the reddish orange at the front and then the red Italian. Love that. That's Rainer Wolf.
I'm kind of partial to the 510s myself. I know it's, you know, it's really just a box, right? It's not exactly the most.
It's like what I drew in third grade as a car. Yeah.
Right. But there's something about them when you turn them into a race car, the way they squat, the way they sit on the ground, they just look really, really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just, they just happened upon it by accident. It just was a really well-balanced car. That was
White
not
flag is
Datsun's
out.
intention.
And then if you get the right livery on it, like that BRE livery, it really just comes to life, doesn't it?
Peter Brock, you know, he just kind of had an eye for design like that. There's Mosing still sliding that thing through. And we were talking about Holly, Troy and Ashley's daughter, the PR director for this, that did the start command for the Trans Am race.
Fantastic.
Oh, she's awesome. She's a great PR director. You can see that the series is growing. She does a really good job. And she put those stickers on the back of Mosing's car, and he said it's a lap faster because of those Bucky stickers. But look at him just sliding through, coming downhill to take the checkered flag. Look at the hands moving.
Yeah. The gray with the white front.
Look at where his eyes are looking. He's looking at the next corner like a good driver should. He's not looking at where he is. He's looking at where he wants to go.
Coming down to turn 11. Last time down through the gears.
Right behind Ken Blasco. Is he going to let Ken Blasco have one more lap? Let's see.
Parker McKean coming around turn 12. Checker flag is in the air, and he takes the win in our Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge in his Alfa Romeo GTV. We got a bit of a wait now for Mosing. Jeff should be coming around shortly.
Ara doing everything he can to do 11. There's
Mosing across the line.
Comes through like the Formula One drivers to take the flag.
Yeah.
I need to go down to the podium, Ralph, but I'll
All
be
right.
back up here with you in a bit.
Go have fun. All right, looking at McKean on the cool down lap here, enjoying the victory lap, celebrating a win. He's had a good weekend in that Alpha. So Alfa Romeo winning the first ever Trans Am race at Sebring in '66. And here in the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge at Sonoma Raceway. Adding to the legend. Here's your results. McKean, Mosing, O'Shaughnessy. Ara finishes fourth, and Anthony Delane rounds out the top five in our Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. Taking a look at the rest of our results, down to David Graziano, who finished 17th in car 32, which is a Datsun 510. Let's take a look at some of the highlights as this one got underway. BMW jumped out to the early lead, but then here comes McKean with a nice pass at 11, right up the inside. Textbook move there. And then watch as these two battle here. And you can see Mosing come charging through. Mosing gets the first one right here, going into 11. Really cuts across that apex, and then he went after him. Mosing had his sights set on a podium next to the top spot, and he does a tremendous job at 7 to take over second place. All in all, our Hoosier Tire 2.5 challenge was a field full of great looking and great performing race cars and drivers who got the most out of their machines as they put on a thrilling event here for us this afternoon at Sonoma, with Parker McKean taking the win in his Alfa Romeo. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and have the podium celebration after this.
We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge did not disappoint. Unbelievable. I'm here with the winner of the race. The four-leaf clover came in handy there. Parker McKean, unbelievable. Clash of the field. Did you start third or fourth and then you just worked your way up to the front and just took off?
Yeah, I started third. Had a pretty wet race yesterday and moved back a little bit, but got to race with some guys up front, and yeah, everything just worked really well. So it was fun out there.
It was fun. You're sweating. It looks like a lot of hard work. I do appreciate, and all the spectators and everybody watching the live stream really appreciates the white gloves, because you can really see what you're doing out there. And you're doing a lot of work, especially here. There's no time to rest.
Yeah, I think with the rain, too, this morning, we lost a bit of grip. So as the session went on, kind of just kept getting greasier and greasier, less rubber down. So, yeah, the cars are moving around a lot, but that's more fun.
I love it. Well, congratulations. Where's Mosing? Because the showman of the event, unbelievable, because you kind of started mid-pack because of, I guess, because of a finish yesterday. You worked your way through. You were sideways a bunch.
That looked like an absolute blast. How was it for you?
It was amazing. These little Datsun 510s, especially when Troy gets his hands on them, they're very responsive, very productive, let's call it. These little beast sedans, they really like to be flicked around, and in the rain even, it instilled a lot of confidence, the way that the Hoosier tires were hooked up. Today, I knew, this Parker's an amazing driver, so it was just to try to salvage a finish today, and honestly, kind of surprised that I got on the podium. I'm happy and grateful for it. I want to dedicate this podium to a dear friend that I lost last night. So here's to Kirk.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, it's okay. But, man.
I knew he would have wanted me on the track, so that's why I went ahead and raced for him.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. But I know that you've raced in everything, but have you ever raced in a series that's more fun than this?
I'm going to be honest. It took me 57 years to figure it out. But, yeah, this is the funnest, production-based race car I think I've ever been in. It is. I've done Spec Miatas, I've done MX-5s, I've done a Carrera Cup, and been very happy to run some nice production cars in IMSA. And this is absolutely the funnest thing I've ever been in.
Nice. I love it. Well, I've talked to an Alfa, I've talked to a Datsun, I got to come talk to a BMW. Brian O'Shaughnessy, what a race out there. You saw them coming in your mirrors. You did the right thing, gave them room, but you and Ara had quite a battle.
Ara is, we're very close to each other. I love racing with them. These guys, I just had to let them go by. They're faster than me. Ara almost got me 2 or 3 times. It was just a race to wishing it was over with, and it wasn't over. He still was behind me. It was incredible.
Love it. Well, nice job out there. He's taunting you over there, too. So we'll walk through. I'm going to give the mic over to Eric. Eric's going to do the SVRA portion of the celebration, Eric Whitnable, and then we're going to do the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge. So, Eric, take it away, man.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. So those 3 folks we just talked to out there, Ben just talked to, let's have you come up to the podium here, and we will chat some more. I've got the picture right here that tells me our P3, Brian O'Shaughnessy, please come up here to the podium, please. We're going to put you up over here. Michelle has your hardware right over here. He's got to have his hat on here. I know it's a sunny day here. We've got to be careful with that noggin. Let's put you up here to P3. Brian, joining Brian is Jeff Mosing. Come on, Jeff, get up here, sir. Jump right up here, Jeff, in the B210. I'm sorry, I did that yesterday. It's a 510. I don't know, it must be something in my head or somewhere. Got to be better than a 210, right? A 510's got to be better.
It is an upgrade, as Ara said.
And as I said, the Alfa Romeo GTV, come on up here. It is Parker McKean. Parker, I'm telling you yesterday, can't lose. He's up here P1 again today. Anything else you'd like to share about your race?
I would like to thank everybody at home at Audrey for supporting me, and I raced for them today.
Brian, thank you so much. We'll also go over to Jeff. I know it was a moment you had earlier. Any other thoughts about your race?
No, wonderful race. This particular class is absolutely one of the funnest ones out there. Best racing you could ask for. Parker and Brian both did a wonderful job out there today, and everybody else, hats off to the whole group. It was a lot of fun.
Excellent. We like it to be fun. And Parker, in turn 1, it was pretty tight there. We were watching it, actually having lunch. We saw you make the pass. Tell us a little bit about your race.
Yeah, like I said before, it was got to fight a little bit up in the front first few laps, and yeah, just kind of walked in and got going. So I'm happy to be here. Thanks to Anthony and Santos, my dad, and then Troy for putting on this series. It's pretty cool. So.
Awesome. All right, we'll get a photo here from Michelle. And Ben, I'm going to give it back to you, or we're going to go to Troy here real quick. I know Ben's around here, or Ben's ready to go. Ben's going to help you host, Troy. But, Troy, do you want to take a couple moments? Thank you, gentlemen, and we'll have you both tell us kind of about this special event that we have here, the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge.
Thanks, guys. Hey, thanks, everybody, again. I want to just express our gratitude. I'm really happy that we have a strong field of competitors, especially the podium here today. They put on a great show. Looking forward to another good show next weekend. We'll have a few more cars in the grid. But I want to thank Hoosier Tires. They've come on board. It's a big upgrade from our tire package last year with much more grip. The times are much quicker. I just want to say thanks to all of our series sponsors and the competitors that join in that also helped promote the series with Racecraft and Adari and everybody on board. I really appreciate it. And we're going to hand out our own awards here, and then we want all of our drivers to come up for a big photo shoot with all of our drivers. So in third today, Brian, great show, great race.
Thank you.
Appreciate. We've got another hat.
Oh, thank you.
Another hat. Second place. Second place today is all, we've already heard this once, but we'll hear it again, was Jeff Mosing. Yep. And then putting on a show like he usually does, Parker McKean in first place.
Way to go, partner.
There's a hat. Here's, you got an event, you got a winner decal, and you got an event cup.
All right, thank you.
Let me know if you want to borrow the round one cup from me.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Quick photos, and then we'll get all the drivers up here. All right, we're good. All right. Ready? All right, get all the drivers up for a photo.
You're in this too, Troy. All right, all the drivers up here for a family photo, and then John Carey, our social media director, is going to be up there. We want everybody by their cars. He's going to take a photo of everybody by their cars after this, if you don't mind. But come on up, squeeze in. Troy, you got to get in here. Ashley, you want me to take the picture so you can get in here? Okay, is your PR director in here? Yeah, Holly's in here. It's good, it's good. Yeah, I think so. Nice. Eric just pointed out Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, the largest single class of the weekend. Now, if we don't mind, before you go, everybody get by the driver door of your car. Look up at our social media director for a photo. Ralph, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth while we take this photo, and I'm going to join you for the next race, if you don't mind. So I'll send it back up to the booth.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostoski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
All right, we're going to get in the weeds here from a technical standpoint. This is the Cool Box, the iceless driver cooling system. Very cool technology developed by two TA2 drivers. So we've got Victor Chapla here that competed in the Western Championship last year. So tell us about this box and why it was developed.
You know, it was developed because you obviously cannot perform as well in a really hot race car, just like the TA2 car, when you're super hot. So, you know, you have to lower your body temperature in order to compete at a better level.
But really, the emphasis that I love is it's iceless. You're not carrying around a bunch of weight in a cooler. It doesn't take up a lot of room, obviously, inside the car.
Yep, we try to make it as lightweight as possible, but as efficient as possible, where it still works at super high temperatures. And we designed this box to just be bulletproof and work under, you know, all circumstances. If it's 110 outside, it's going to be 160 in the race car, and this box still needs to perform to a point where the driver of the car is not going to overheat, and it's going to feel like he has ice cold water going through his vest. So we basically designed it originally for us because we know, you know, what it takes to be in a hot race car like that. So, you know, that's basically the background of why we started the company in the first place.
A few years ago, we were at Indy, and Amy Ruman got out of the car. It was about 100 degrees outside. They put a laser in there. It was 175 after her cool down lap inside the car, which is you could legally cook meat at 160. So driver comfort, you can concentrate a lot better when you're comfortable. If you're sweating, if you're irritated, you sort of get the red mist. So Matt Rivkin, talk about the driver comforts when you're in the car.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to be comfortable inside the car, and it's not just the comfort aspect. It's also how you're functioning at such a high level when it comes to racing a car that you need to be on top of your game at the highest level. So if you're suffering from not necessarily heat exhaustion, but if you're overcooked in that sense, you're not going to be able to make the same types of decisions. You know, and think about these races, they're 75 minutes long, right? So it's a long time to be in the car at, even if it's not 175, even if they're typically around 150 inside the cockpit of the car, it takes its toll. So when it matters the most at the end of the race, that's when you need to be your sharpest. And that's something that these units help you do, is they keep you cool and allow you to perform your best throughout the race and not have to worry about the heat aspect of it and focus on the driving.
Well, Well, I noticed that last year, our Q3 Architecture TA2 Series champion, Rafa Matos, would get out, top step of the podium, hadn't even broken a sweat. It looks like he just got out of like an air-conditioned car, and that really does help mentally and physically in the car.
Absolutely, and Rafa will attest to this as well. He's been using Coolbox. He used it last year, loved it, said it's the only system that actually worked for him throughout the entire race, and it shows. Like, as you said, like he gets out of the car, and it's like, obviously you're working hard inside the car, you're working physically, but if you can be cool and comfortable, it just allows you to perform that much better.
I would like to add that, you know, it's not really only a comfort thing, it really is a safety thing, because your brain at some point just, you know, doesn't make the same decisions that it would make when your body is actually at a state where, you know, it's cool and functioning properly. Because once you start overheating, you know, your brain goes into fight or flight, and it just doesn't work properly anymore. So I think it's more of a safety aspect having this unit than only a comfort. You know, it's comfort when it's 70 degrees outside, but when it's a hot day out, it's more of a safety thing than anything else.
I know you guys race in all kinds of things. You got out of Audis and started running in TA2, but talk about the driver change aspect in sports car racing or endurance racing. It seems like you have the best system for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So, you know, for obviously TA2 cars, it's open windows, open passenger windows, but it still gets incredibly hot because of how the exhaust is routed and just the nature of the cars themselves. But in other series where you have factory race cars with closed windows, it's even more important, or as important, because it's getting incredibly hot in there. There's no airflow, even with like the Cup cars, right? So they have factory AC. AC does not do much to cool off the driver. So a lot of times what we do with our systems is we'll actually hook up, instead of using a NACA duct for the outside air, we'll hook it up directly to the factory AC to get airflow into our system so that they can now use the vest and cool their body down to 40 degrees while they're in those cars.
Now, one more thing I want to bring up here is this Coolbox system is on Jared Odrick's car. There probably isn't anybody in this paddock that knows more about body conditioning and how important it is to keep your mental and your physical in check. Actually, come on in here, Jared. We were talking after Mid-Ohio, and we were talking about how important that is. So Jared Odrick, former NFL player, first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. I feel like you know more than anybody else in this paddock about body conditioning. So how important is this Coolbox for you?
No, I was just talking about it before coming over here. It's vital. You know, I came into the TA2 series for, you know, high-level racing. And in order to do it, you need high-level equipment. And I think that's what the Coolbox is. And it's performed that way ever since they basically saved my ass over at Mid-Ohio. I think it was like a heat wave, and it was like a health warning that we got, like on the local news on the bottom of the health warning. And, you know, I look over at my fiance, and I'm like, I don't have a cool suit, right? And so then a few calls were made, and the Coolbox guys, you know, came in and saved the day. And there was a unit sent, and I had never used that before, and I was amazed how actually cooling it was. You know, because I had tried a few other ones before in some of the amateur racing that I was doing, but since coming here, this has been in my car, and it's been awesome. And they've been with me every step of the way that I go further and further up the field.
Nice. Now, let's get a little bit technical too, because the intake on this thing is in a really cool area. We have several different cars here in the paddock. A lot of times it can be on like the passenger window mounted right there. A lot of people prefer that. But the Coolbox system really is such a cool piece of equipment. You can see Jared is putting on the vest that then just hooks up into the box. These little veins run through with basically with cooling liquid inside. What kind of liquid is that?
It's just distilled water. So obviously there's a refrigerant for the AC compressor inside the unit, but we don't want any of that near the body. So it's just distilled water that runs on the body. So if it gets on you, it's no big deal.
And we have actually had in TA2 under different systems, not Coolbox systems, but people were getting burned because the water running through there, the ice would melt and then they'd burn. So having an iceless with a refrigerant is actually, just like you said, such a safety thing, because we've had some drivers get out and they've gotten marks on their bodies because their ice melted halfway through the race, and then it's just basically hot water running through. So I'm with Bob Accardo Jr., who is the longest, kind of the OG of Coolbox with the Make-A-Wish car. But talk about the importance of having a Coolbox in your car while you're driving in the heat.
Man, it gets like 150 degrees inside these cars during the race for an hour. hour and 15 minutes, you die without it. So it's absolutely mandatory. I got one of their oldest ones in my car, and man, things never let me down. I think I've used 2 or 3 of the generations now at this point, and now they got a really tiny one out that doesn't add a ton of weight, even better. And yeah, these guys, they make a great product.
Nice. So if you want that kind of unfair advantage, the competitive advantage in a race car, make sure you check out CoolBox, the iceless cooling system. They're getting smaller, they're getting more efficient and lighter, but they're keeping drivers like Bob here alive. So check out CoolBox.
Adam Andretti, I drive the top liner Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It feels amazing, but at the same time, it doesn't mean anything 2 races into the season. It's obviously a cool accomplishment. You get the great pit spot, and you get some of the perks that come along with being a points leader, but none of it matters until we're in COTA and we're at the banquet, and they're sitting there, and then you're the points leader. That's when it matters. So there was a lot of racing left to go, and that's what we're working towards, is to get to that goal of COTA and celebrating the ultimate celebration. Leading the points at any point in your career feels amazing. I mean, no one doesn't want to be the points leader. That's what we're striving to be. We've been consistent. You know, it's again only 2 races in, but the change from our past to now would be consistency and having a good start. Honestly, in my entire Trans Am career, I've never left Sebring with a decent finish when going for a championship. I've had some great finishes at Sebring, but it was always like one-off races, and I was never going to go. I wasn't going for the championship that year. It seemed like every year I've gone for the championship, Sebring has put us behind the 8 ball right off the bat. And this year that wasn't the case. This year we were able to bring it home with a strong podium finish, and that has been really the game changer for us. When you start thinking about other teams and what they're going through, and you lose focus of what your own operation is doing. We're just heads down on what our own operation is. You have enough to deal with focusing on your own program than having to worry about anyone else's program, as nobody out there is worried about our program either. So it's the champions really put their heads down and focus on what they're doing, and exit that outside noise. That outside noise doesn't mean anything. It's funny, and when everyone says I'd rather be chased than be the chaser, it's because they're not in that position, you know. So you always say it's because what we do here in our world of driving race cars is 90% psychological. So if you're somewhere wrong in that game that's going on between your ears, so you have to talk yourself up for that. For me, I just like to focus again on what we're doing, business as usual. We know what we have to do. We have to finish races first and foremost. And if we finish races with our pace and with the way that we perform, those finishes and those results should take care of themselves. After the California swing, we still have 2/3 of our races left. So you get into that last third of the races, then yes, maybe some of the mentality will change, but you got to be careful changing your mentality driving, because when you make those adjustments, it can create other errors because you're taking yourself out of your rhythm. You know, the rhythm of life and the rhythm of what you're doing, especially in our sport, is so important. So it's really a fine line, a fine balance that you have to be on at that point.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run.
Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alfa, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
We are back here live at Sonoma Raceway, and we have Group 10, Ben, rolling out, and this should be some high horsepowered machinery of all sorts of shapes and sizes.
Yeah, this is kind of a catch-all between like tube frame, high horsepower, stock cars, Trans Am cars, GTO, GTU, and then we also have a lot of modern GT cars. So you'll see some Porsche Cup cars out there like that's there in second starting out, but also some great Trans Am, stock cars, GTO. So it is Group 10, but there's about 6 different classes inside Group 10. But the first car I need to talk about is this Tom Dyer Ford Thunderbird IMSA GTO car that my friend Frank Markham, who was with us at Sebring this year, he has put that thing together with Mike Seymour and his crew out here. And Tom Dyer, the legend Tom Dyer, is out here running it. So that is so cool. But let me quickly try to go through the grid of here's who's here. But right behind him is the Porsche of Manuel Gil del Real, Rich Marzial, Rudy Rivek, who was just out there with Trans Am, Mark Krigler, Mark McGarry, Steve Goldman, who's last year's TA Western champion, Sean Berardi, Don Boastplug, Philip Mendelovitz, Craig Hatton, Eric Johnson Jr., Ron Miska, Ranson Webster in that beautiful 935, Walt Brown in the pink TA car. I don't see him out there, though. Sean Cody, Edward Hugo, R.J. Gottlieb, Steve Beck in the Mark Martin car, John Weirick, Esteban Beckman, and Mark Versini are going to be taking the green flag as they come around 11, Ralph.
Start talking about a lot of these different cars once you get the racing underway. There's a lot of cool stories in this group. But we're headed towards 12. Thunderbird's into the throttle early. Is going to lead the pack up the hill as we head to Mission Foods turn number 2.
Tom Dyer taking it up through there. Over Mr. Real.
That was what, Brooks Racing?
Yeah, I have
ran
so,
the Thunderbird.
Early in 1985, Brooks Racing from Salinas, California, ordered this chassis from Riley Technologies. It was to be the backup car for that famous 7-Eleven sponsored Ford Thunderbird Riley chassis, and then Seymour Enterprises restored it for my good friend Frank Markham, who's having a great time at the Midi this weekend at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, of course, Salinas just a stone's throw away from Monterey and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So they were in that neighborhood. And, of course, it has Scott Pruitt and Darren Brassfield on the door.
Yeah. Yeah, some legends themselves.
Yes, both Northern California guys as well.
And Thomas Merrill in TA2 is from Salinas. But look at that thing just going around. That is the original Ford Thunderbird OEM grille and the original taillights, Mike was telling me, that was a rule back then. But this is such an eclectic mix of cars and a hodgepodge. And if you're wondering, a lot of it is car prep, but a lot of it is just driver talent of who's out there being really fast. There's the Dyson Racing Pontiac Trans Am right there in the number 78.
Yeah, it was a GTO car. Got that big O on the side. Cool looking car with his traditional Dyson colors on it.
It's funny because I was asking Paul Menard if he was going to run the Paul Menard stock car, and he is next weekend. That's here this weekend.
Yeah.
We should get Chris Dyson to run in his dad's old car there. This is 2 races in a row that we've covered that one of Dyson's cars is in it.
Yeah, they've had a busy weekend. This one's running pretty good as well.
Yeah, I believe that's Mark McGarry.
Down third.
Followed by Sean Berardi in a, looks like a modern TA2 car.
He's going inside to carousel.
Look at how much wider that Camaro is than the Pontiac.
Yeah.
Berardi car. I met him at Portland last year. That car ran with us in the TA2 series in Portland. So great to have him out here with us in SVRA Group 10. And Don Boseplug in that 28A just behind them. And then Steve Goldman, sorry, last year's Western TA champion in that beautiful orange Corvette. So an eclectic mix of cars, but some fantastic cars. Tom Dyer just passed in front of our window and just kind of shook the glass a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of great sounds out there, that's for sure. Here's how the pass was made. New generation on the inside of the old generation. Going through the carousel.
I am surprised by how much beefier the new car is than the Pontiac back there.
It sure looks significantly so, doesn't it?
There's that is it a 296 Ferrari that was with us?
296 Challenge Series Ferrari.
I think
looking to get inside of the Corvette.
He started in last, but I think he might give Tom Dyer a run for his money up there in the front if he can get through this field.
Yeah, he got around the Corvette pretty quickly.
Now, would that be the same era as the Knight Rider kit car, that Pontiac there of the Dyson car?
It's awful close.
So if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave some comments. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? But that 233 Esteban Beckman is moving up through the field. So Tom Dyer, you better put that loud pedal down. That is a 2024. We learned a 6-cylinder twin turbo. Ralph was doing his research during the International GT because I had so many questions about that car.
So Kit was an 82 Firebird, so that is definitely in the right era.
I love that show as a kid.
Was that was your go-to?
That was a good show.
Come on.
The Hoff, David Hasselhoff, and the talking car. What could go wrong?
Right.
Look at them hug that wall there at turn 1. Now Berardi, seeing that Ferrari behind him, not wanting to give an inch. There's a Bob Leitzinger Datsun 300Z out there, and it's funny because Butch Leitzinger is here this weekend. His son, Butch Leitzinger, with Juan Gonzalez. So it's always cool to see there's a few Leitzinger Datsuns, you know, kind of around.
Yeah, no, the Butch was also tied, of course, to the Bentley Continental GT3 program. So Butch has had a handful of race cars around here that.
One of the most famous cars in the world is out here right now, the big red Camaro, the red #1 Camaro that one year they set it up to run like the Panamericana, one year they set it up to run like a Speed Bonneville or something like that, and they just reconfigure the same car every year. Look at that Ferrari move through.
He's had a good day already, claiming a win earlier this morning in IGT.
The car I want to see the 77 for about a half a lap, but I also want to see that pink 935 of
the
Ransom.
935
That's a
K3
beautiful car. And he was the same guy that was in that Porsche Abarth that I was loving. Like, talk about good taste in cars.
Well,
look at that.
This
Dick
is an
Trickle.
original Dick Trickle car here, but it only ran like 2 races, and it's never been crashed.
Wow. Commentator's curse, maybe? Oh,
Yes.
gosh.
Now, the cool story. We'll get back to the one I was going to tell you about here in just a second.
Look at this, though. Porsche versus Ferrari. He's now in overall 3rd place. So Sebastian may be coming up. Or, sorry, Esteban Beckman may be coming up. Here they come up. We were talking about Dick Trickle, and that, yes, ladies and gentlemen, that really was his name. And there's also a Cole Trickle tribute car here from Days of Thunder. There's the Dick Trickle car. And then right behind him is Steve Beck in that Valvoline.
And here's the cool story about that car. So that's a real Mark Martin race car. And Valvoline put a program together. They took that car off the racetrack and awarded it to a fan through a drawing. Imagine that. The guy got it home, and the wife said,
No way.
Yep. So he had to put it up for sale because they only had a one-car garage, and he wanted the Cup car in the garage. She wanted to park her car in the garage. So the Cup car had to go, and he put it up on eBay. Steve got it.
That is awesome.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, and Steve runs that with us quite a bit, and the thing that he loves about that is it's got the, you saw that glass, the window instead of the window net, and that gives him a little bit of an aero advantage on these road courses.
Well, it's an intermediate chassis. You can tell by the grill work, which unfortunately is not the best setup for a road course car. You would prefer, if you had to go with an oval track car, you prefer a short track car than an intermediate or speedway car. This one, a lot more of the stuff is scooched over to the left as much as you can get away with. And fuel tank is angled a little bit to help with the fuel flows. Things wear on throughout the day. So yeah, there's been a little bit of stuff done to that one that would not be done in a road racing configuration.
And the funny thing is here, Steve in the Valvoline car is racing against his old car, the Dick Trickle car. That used to be his car.
Right. And the gentleman that owns the Trickle car now, I was talking with him earlier, and he is a big fan of Dick and all that. And so I said, well, Butch Miller is here working with Mike Cope in our TA2 category. I said, you need to wander over there because Butch put many a lap against Dick Trickle in ASA and in the NASCAR different divisions. So he did. He wandered over, met Butch, and of course Butch, great racer, great storyteller.
Awesome guy.
Had a ton of stories about Dick.
Yeah, that was Ron Miska in the Dick Trickle car. But this is the car I want to talk about right here. Tom Dyer in that beautiful GTO that could have also competed in Trans Am with just a few little changes, but I think this was a GTO only. I don't think it got a lot of time on the track. Like they said, it was kind of the backup car to the 711, but I mean, I took some video of it and worked with Mike Seymour this weekend because the fit and finish of this car, the restoration, the interior is absolutely phenomenal of this car, and I've heard rumors that it might be for sale, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody in the vintage world knows the famous veterinarian Frank Markham. And it's his car, and he may be interested in selling this freshly restored, obviously very fast car as he comes to make the pass on the big red Camaro.
Boy, and that Thunderbird would think would quickly get an invite to basically every major historic event.
He could probably take that thing to Goodwood, and they would freak out because they
I would
love
think so.
the American.
Oh, no, not now. No, hang on. I don't know if he scraped the wall or not on the right side because we pulled to the other shot here. Oh, man, that was sketchy.
Yeah. I think Tom,
just as you were saying fully restored, I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, I'd love to get a shot of Mike Seymour down there on pit lane after hearing about what just happened. So there is that big red Camaro we were talking about.
Well, Mike is now laying on pit lane.
Uh-oh, Viper's coming in.
And I think our Thunderbird went to pit lane as well to make sure everything is okay. You know, as I drove into the track here on Friday, I think it was, I came in behind that Viper. The owner of that car drove it to the track.
Nice.
And then got it ready to go racing.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
935 K3,
if
right?
that isn't sex on wheels. And watch, if we can get a shot after he passes this camera position, stay on it because you're going to see some flame shooting out of this thing. If the camera operators can stay on it when he kind of gets off the gas, you're going to see some spit and some fire here, hopefully. Although everything I've said, he's probably doing it right there.
Yeah.
Everything I've said hasn't come true. Commentators curse right now, Ralph. But that thing is a fire-breathing dragon.
It really is. And I got to tell you, I think the 935s are my favorite Porsche racing car. Love a 962, but man, the 935 is just awesome.
You like a little junk in the trunk?
Well,
big,
you know
wide
me,
hips.
wings and vents and slats and splitters. And
You know, you love all the wings and all the extra things, but you're not like a gold chain guy.
No. But I just
That's
think
the way you like your cars.
I like the cars that way. I think it
Okay.
makes it look very. There you go. There she's belching out some flames.
Nice.
Makes them look very aggressive. I love the stance that you get with it. I just think they're super cool that way.
Look at that
More
thing.
flames.
Yeah. That's not the most rock and roll thing you've seen today, just spitting out flames like that.
Makes me want to go to a Kiss show.
Yeah. Ranson Webster, he just has impeccable taste in automobiles. So Ranson, thank you for bringing out these two fine automobiles this weekend. Frank Markham, if you're watching, your car is safely in pit lane. They're inspecting it, and I think it's going to be okay. I can't tell if he brushed the wall, but nothing major. Look at the, I believe that's Chinese writing on the side. I haven't really gotten to talk to Ranson about that car. I talked to him a lot about the, oh, there's that shot. Look at that.
Of course, a Porsche 935 was the first rear-engine race car to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Really?
Yep. And that car is owned by Bruce Meyer. And I just saw it at the Heritage Invitational at 10 Tenths, the new motor club, about a month ago. I've seen it numerous times. Bruce tends to bring that car out quite a bit, but it's a beautiful car. And he's the lucky guy that owns it, and very proud of it.
There's a yellow 80s
The Whittington car?
Nissan 300Z out there, too.
Oh, I thought you were talking
Unbelievable.
about the Whittington 935.
Yeah, but the first rear engine, was there a mid-engine car that won Le Mans before the rear engine car? That seems
sure.
late for
Sure.
okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Ferrari, the, was it 250 LM?
Yeah, that would have done it. Yeah, the Ferrari Le Mans, right?
Yeah.
So true rear engine. We're seeing a black flag at somebody. Let's see what's happening out here out of our window. Oh, and we have a caution flag out, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
see a bunch of people slowing all of a sudden.
Oh, Steve is being black. So it's a black flag all. And what's happening, the cool thing I love about Sonoma, see the drag strip right there behind the starter stand.
Yep.
The safety crews can access almost any part of this track so quick by going up the middle through the drag strip, and then there's all these little escape roads that gets the ambulances, the safety crews out to the cars or where they're needed as quickly as possible. And that makes for a little bit safer, to be honest. And Mike and his crew at Sonoma, we've thrown everything at them this weekend, haven't we, Ralph? And they've been responding really well.
Oh yeah, they've had a workout.
So big thank you to the thank you crew here. So they're at the end of the drag strip, waiting for the cars to go by till they can get out there. Now, if this was a true emergency situation, they'd be going out there. So that's good news. Looks like a flagger is holding a surface flag there, and those Cube 3S's. So I think somebody might have dropped some oil. And look at the front of that Thunderbird. The front right looks like it's having some suspension issues there in pit lane.
Well, that would have been the side that went into the wall.
Did it go into the wall? I don't know if it touched the wall
I don't know or not, but it was awful close.
So Steve Goldman there in that orange Corvette. I met him a few years ago at Portland. He was running Group 10 with SVRA, just like he is today. And I said, you know, Steve, that car would qualify to run in TA. And he looked at me and was like, it would? And I'm like, yeah, you should look into it. So he did, and he comes out last year and wins the TA championship.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break while they get the field line back up and the racetrack ready to go. So stay with us. We're coming right back with flames belching out of the backside here at Sonoma Raceway. Stay with us.
Have good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Well, looks like we've got some debris out there, as we saw from the flags. Let's see what he's doing right there. He's dragging his feet to see if there's oil, because sometimes water and oil look the same, but they don't feel the same on the balls of your feet. So you see he's just trying to see what kind of grip he gets and keep the camera on him, because he might slip out, and then that means oil. And so see how he's kind of pointing at the line? So that is an oil line. He's saying come through here, add what we call kitty litter, safety clean, which is just basically ground up clay that soaks up all of the oil. The problem is now with synthetic oil is even harder to get out of the race surfaces, so that it drops the oil out of this little chute, almost like your lawn fertilizer, and then a big heavy broom comes right behind it to really dig it into the pavement, and then when the cars roll over it, it just kind of dissipates into the air. So that is the end of the Group 10 race. Esteban Beckman did come from the back to win the race. Manuel Gil de Real was second place. Sean Berardi in that TA2 car third. Steve Goldman in the TA car fourth. Rudy Revac fifth. Don Bosflug is sixth. Ranson Webster in that beautiful 935 is seventh. Craig Hatton eighth. Sean Coito is ninth. And Steve Beck in that Mark Martin is 10th. RJ Gottlieb, Ron Miska in the Dick Trickle. John Weirick, Tom Dyer is 14th. Mac McGarry, Philip Mendelovitz, Edward Hugo, and Eric Johnson. Not the guitar player, but Eric Johnson Jr. That rounds it out. Here comes some highlights. So there's that beautiful Tom Dyer. There's the Bob Lightzinger car as they take the green coming through. Tom Dyer was the class of the field and had it basically wrapped up. Sean Berardi around that Dyson Trans Am car. So new Trans Am and an older Trans Am car. Lots of different cars out there. But that was our overall winner there in that Ferrari 296 from 2024.
He's had a great weekend, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. But came from the back to lead. There's the Dick Trickle car, Carolina Pottery. Sean Berardi in the TA2 car. And then there's probably our favorite cars. That or the Thunderbird.
Porsche 935 K3. Kremer Racing. K3. And we're down to the podium now to hear from the winner.
Eric
so we were
Whitnable,
watching you for a little
SVRA
bit.
staff to
Let's
host
go
the
up here.
podium.
Yeah, and then we saw this 2-3-3 catching and catching and catching. So as you see him in the rear view, tell us a little bit about it.
I saw the headlights, and I was just knowing that it was just 2 corners before he got past me, and I didn't even try to make it difficult on him. I knew he would just have his track, so it was all right.
He's had a weekend, but tell us about your race and maybe thank some folks for being here.
Yeah, my race was pretty uneventful. I started, and I knew that I basically had a good gap for the guys behind, so didn't really push too hard until I saw the headlights, and I said, well, I can find this guy anyway, so I was just trying to stay on track, and then at the end, when we found the oil of the track, it was just kind of dicey, and I'm glad you guys stopped it, so yeah, it was good. Thank you all my friends and family that came this weekend for the first time to see me, that taking pictures and video there, and of course my teammate Rich, who's always my best buddy coming out here, so so thankful to be here again this year.
Manuel, we're going to put you up P2 here, and the family, let's make your way up here, because we'll probably get a photo of all of you up here in just a little bit, so have them come up here in just a second. But we do need to bring up Esteban Beckman. Esteban, what a weekend for him. I don't think there's been a time he's been in a race that he hadn't finished first. So it was a question mark here today, but we watched him. If you were watching the race, he did start a little bit behind, but ended up P1 at the end. So want to hear a little bit from you on your race, where I'm not sure what position you started in. Do you remember?
I think I was last. Second to last or last, but it was really fun.
How about that? A little bit of passing going on, and safely. Obviously, we had a good, safe race. How was it?
It was really fun. There's some good drivers out there. There were some really good drivers, and it was fun. It was hard, and yeah, well, I'm just glad to finish the weekend like this. I'm really, really glad. I'm really happy with the team. Incredible job they've done the whole weekend. We had issues with the car, and now new car, and the car it really impressed me. I'm really happy with you guys. Thank you to my dad as well for coming and see me succeed in my first race. So thank you guys.
First race weekend for this is Esteban Beckman. We would also had Sean Barati here as well in P3, but we didn't catch him in time to get him here to the podium. This is Group 10 GT. Thanks, guys, very much. And you do have your, we want to make sure we thank our friends at Hawk Performance for providing our certificates for them. And then we have something special here. Our stock cars, that's what 10SC stands for. Both of these cars are gold medallion cars. We'll talk a little bit more about what that means. But let's bring up Steve Beck and Ryan Mishka up here. And looks like I have it. A couple X's out here. It was a little bit of a dicey race for you guys. We'll talk about it here in a little bit. It looks like I have to put Ron second. Let's go put Ron second. Oh, well, you know, that'll be some couch racing we'll talk about later. And these guys, you'll notice we're putting some black hats on them. Those are special. If you see them in the paddock, know that these teams put together gold medallion spec cars. And that means these cars, we'll talk about it. Steve, when was your car originally built, Steve?
It's originally built in 92. It ran all the way through 96. It was one of Mark's favorite cars. There's only a couple of them actually in existence. Roush destroyed most of their cars.
And when you said Mark Martin?
Yeah, Mark Martin. Good guy. And originally that Carolina Pottery car was mine, and I sold it to my buddy Ron. He was actually leading because it is a set up for road race. Mine's set up more for oval track. But he spun on the oil, so I knew something was there, so I tried to go way offline, and I spun too. So if you would have caught back up, you would have actually passed me.
Well, is that how you saw it as well out there?
Well, quite frankly, I was hoping for the black to go down and get a green again, and then I was just going to lay back and get behind him and then pass him, but I didn't get to do that.
All right, well, this 75 he talked about a little bit, set up for road racing. Does that just mean that the suspension's a little different, or what do you understand with it?
It's just the nut behind the wheel, I think. That's all it takes with a little craziness. But you gotta work the car to make it a little neutral, make sure your steering is equal, and your brakes are equal so that it knows that it's supposed to turn right. And if you get that done right, then it'll behave, and the car behaved fantastically. And like the gentleman said, there's a lot of great racers out there. I think he said good. I'll say great. But there's a lot of good racers out there. This was a good class, a good group to run with, because there were fast cars and slower cars, and it gave Steve and I something to chase after and put on a show. So it was a lot of fun.
Excellent. Well, what do we say this? Why don't we put them both on top of the step? Right. You guys can fight it out later on what it means, but both gold medallion cars, we think these guys are definitely special. So thanks so much for Ron Mishka and Steve Beck for bringing these cars back to their original spec and racing really hard out there as well. Guys, had a great weekend with you. Hopefully we'll see you down the straight in Monterey. All right, guys. All right, thanks very much. That's our Group 10 podium, and we'll hopefully have some more racing for you.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like.
My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Spridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare, limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, has pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alfa, the BMW 2002s.
but I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
All right, the field is getting ready to come to green here with groups 7, 9, 11, and PSSA ready to go. Stuart Crow on the pole. In car number 3, that's the blue and white one, Ralt RT40. He's going to lead us up the hill with Mark Brannon in a Lola T9720, giving chase from his second position starting spot.
Then Travis Engen right behind him, and Roger Pujol, Mark Giroux in an Indy Lights car, Scott Rendy, Dan Palambella, Hal Bear, and Jack Lugas. This is a split start then. Also, we have PSSA behind. Stuart Crow, though, he's had this car since its inception, and he's been developing it year after year, very fast out front.
And the PSSA field just taking the green. They're on their way now. And it looks like it's the 95 Zach Mosley at Revolution 500 Evo.
Yeah, followed by Chris Hinojosa, Andrew Lang, Chris Vian, and Mark Hannafin in that Can-Am, modern Can-Am car.
Yeah, Newark Can-Am car, right? Looks like the Can-Am McLarens of the 60s and 70s, yet it's all modern design and technology and safety.
So we had a big long break, and I'm watching the drivers come through that oil drive, pushing up some smoke.
Oh, we got contact coming off of the carousel, too.
Oh, no.
In the fight for second there. Second or third.
Summit, turn 7. Summit Racing, turn 7. Now down the
These
Q3Ss.
PSSA cars are really going to whistle down through those S's, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to fly through there.
Now it's saying that Zach Mosley in my timing and scoring is the 95, but he's not usually our Batman driver. I was looking at the Batman car. That's usually Ron Fletcher, but I don't have a score for him, I don't think. Maybe his, what do you call the scoring thing under the car?
Transponder?
Transponder isn't working.
Yeah.
There's the 30 of Mark Giroux. I don't have a sheet, so what is that number 2 there, the orange car? Is that a Chevron? Looks like a Chevron.
The number 2 is Roger Pujol in a Chevron B39.
Watch Mark Giroux's helmet. He leans like a fighter pilot, left and right.
And Giroux is in a Lola T9720.
We'll see him again. He and Travis Engen have very similar Group 9 cars and very similar Group 2 Formula B cars. Now see the Batman car back there?
Yeah.
It's not showing up on my scoring. The 4.7?
47.
Oh, it is Ron Fletcher. Okay, so he came through and all of a sudden his transponder worked. So I was right. I always know Ron Fletcher as the Batman car.
Well,
Zach Mosley out front, but look for Ron because that's the Evo Revolution with the flat wing, not the reverse dihedral. So I think it has a little something extra. Andrew Lang just behind in the Norma M20FC.
These are our PSSA cars.
The Prototype Sprint Series Association, which is a little bit redundant, but it's presented by Hankook Tires, and this is a pretty fast-growing series of Radicals, LMP3, Revolutions, prototypes, lots of fun. And there's that Can-Am car we were talking about, that modern Can-Am.
The new art Can-Am machine of Mark Hannafin. Number 47.
So you can see those big, tall stacks behind, just like the Can-Am cars in the heyday.
Big old velocity stacks. And it looks just like a McLaren M8, doesn't it?
But talking to Hannafin and Edward Savajian, it has the safety features that those Can-Am cars back then didn't have. Because back then it was basically, here's your wheelbase, here's how wide the car can be, here's how much it can weigh, go nuts. That was basically the rule book.
Yeah.
And they went nuts. They made like birdcage frames and put, 900 horsepower engines in them.
And fuel tanks on both sides of the drivers.
Yeah. And not the safest series. So this is a safer, more modern version of a Can-Am, which I like that much better.
Still a great looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's just a classic race car design.
And it still has the performance of the Can-Am cars from back in the day, but a lot more safety features. Look at this, though. This is quite the PSSA race. Ron Fletcher coming up behind in that Batman car, the number 47.
You said he would do that, and he is.
He was our first year in PSSA champion, and they win a $10,000 cash prize for that. Side by
Norma,
side.
Car that belongs to Andrew Lang.
Now this is funny. Zach Mosley, Ron Fletcher, they've been racing since the inception of PSSA. Been racing against each other. Ron Fletcher around. Both of them look like they're in the Revolution Evos with that flat rear wing. There's Travis Engen. Look at that thing go around.
Well, the track conditions about as good as we've had it all weekend right now.
Yeah.
Still cool out there, but at least everything's dry.
Here comes Travis Engen, number 31, Lola T9720 with his Red Bull helmet. I like this era of Indy Light IndyCar. It's kind of a less is more approach.
Yeah, can see that.
What's your favorite IndyCar era?
70s, I would say.
Back when they were still trying things.
Yeah, it was still a lot of creativity, right? You went to the Speedway in May and you didn't know
Could be 100 of them.
And it could be 100 cars and 100 different designs. And you didn't know which one was going to come out first.
Look at this, though. This is quite a battle in PSSA. The
Oh,
Norma
man.
goes around.
The Norma had to take the wide line, didn't it? I certainly love the 80s as far as the level of competition and the drivers that were in the series, from Mario and Nigel Mansell and 80s and into the 90s.
Al Jr., Lyondike, Fittipaldi.
Michael.
I'm a
Yes.
Rick Mears fan.
Yeah. How could you not be? Danny Sullivan, certainly an excellent era of competition for the series. I just, as a fan, love the cars of the 70s. My favorite one is the Bronner Hawk.
The what?
Bronner Hawk.
I don't know that
Mario's car that won in 69.
Oh, okay, nice, yeah.
Because it's Mario's car that won in 69. But if you want to talk about pure cool, the Johnny Lightning specials of Al Windsor Sr. Stunning.
Stuart Crow out to a large gap in his Walt RT40 over Mark Brannon in his Lola T9720, followed by Travis Engen, Lola T9720, followed by Mark Giroux, Lola T9720. Ron Fletcher has now separated himself from this big group of three coming around Summit Racing Turn 7, but this big group behind him, look at that.
Oh, boy. And I think he kept it off the wall, too.
That's the 62 of Chris Hinojosa.
He was going in deep, wasn't he?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was a tire failure or he just put all four heavy on the brakes, smoked them, surely flat spotted them. And you see the corner worker was Johnny on the spot with that yellow flag.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job. So Crow, Brannon, Engen, Giroux, Pujol, Rendy, Fletcher, Mosley, Hinojosa, Lang, Vian, Palambella, Bear, Hannafin, and Lugas as the safety car is standing up. I was calling Mark Giroux because it's kind of spelled like Giroux, and he came up to me one day and he says, Giroux, like kangaroo. And you can't forget that. You know?
You can't.
I love that. He's trying to get around Mark Hannafin in that what I'd call like a McLaren M8B.
Yeah.
You know, I was telling this story, I can't remember if we talked about it on live, but the reason it's R2-D2 and C3PO is because of McLaren. George Lucas always loved the McLarens and the alphanumeric names of the M8F and things like that. And so he's like, well, my robots will be C3PO or R2-D2 alphanumeric. Just a little homage to the, you know, the
That's
McLarens
great.
and the cars like that.
Of course, Lucasfilm's just down the road from here.
Yeah. And his senior thesis was at Willow Springs with, who was driving the car?
I think I have heard that story.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. You can look it up. We usually share it on May the 4th on our websites or social media. But so we have a safety car was standing up, but I'm not sure if we have a, well, we don't have a full course caution. Here we go. So here's Stuart Crow. I was talking to him at the hotel the other night. So he's driving that orange 911T Sportmatic. He drives it to the hotel to here. And every year, I love Stuart Crow. He's a great guy and big car lover. And you can see how that car is set up. But he always drives the coolest cars. Last year was one of those 911 set up for safari. Just like a 911 Baja car, off-road 911. And now he brings a 911T. So, but look at that car, it's so set up.
And a Toyota Atlantic era racing machine. Players Championship.
Crow Holdings, and I believe his son was racing a Formula Ford with us last year and was Rookie of the Year.
The Formula Atlantic Series of that era was certainly highly competitive.
Really? So Ron Fletcher fell back. The Norma got around him. Not sure what happened.
Yeah.
But Ron Fletcher going to have to get around. Andrew Lang. This gap is closed. This is the gap for first and second, and Brannon, who was 7 seconds back just 2 laps ago, has now put it to 2 seconds. So see, even the straightaway has a little kink in it.
Yep, sure does. And that's uphill, by the way, too. As you come out of the bottom of the carousel, you start to climb again. Back up to 7. Here's how that pass was made, Ben. Got a better run off the carousel.
Little pick and roll from the traffic. Fletcher in the Batman car. Why so serious? That's what he used to have on the wrap. He's run a Batman livery for about 2 to 3 years with us.
Yeah, he's put it on top of the hill there right next to our TV compound.
Okay. I haven't even been to the TV compound this weekend. They don't let me go in there anymore.
Yeah, there's reasons why you haven't been.
Yeah. They said in my ears to stay away. So Lang, that car looks hooked up right now. That Norma. And Stuart Crow with Crow Holdings holding his own out there.
Mark Brandon in that Lola T9720.
Has a little resemblance to a Ferrari.
Sure does. There goes the chevron.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on SpeedTour TV, leave us a comment. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? Tell us if you have any good information on some of these drivers, the cars, anything like that. This is your chance to yell at the commentators if we get something wrong.
And the Atlanta car making the big pass up the inside, going through 1 and up to 2. Man, that was a gutsy move by Crow, and he pulled it off. Brandon right on his heels.
Steiny V8 is watching from New Zealand right now.
Oh, wow.
Love that. So look at this. That gap is closing with the leaders.
I'm not even going to guess on the time change there.
Yeah. I love New Zealand.
Haven't been there.
You got to go. And you got to go to
like
the North and South Island because it really is almost like 2 different countries. But Brannon 2.2 behind, but right behind Stuart Crow. That was the last time they crossed the line. And now Lang still out front of Ron Fletcher. This is 1-2 in PSSA. And then 1-2 in Group 9 is Crow and Brannon. They decreased by 1 second. Crow and Brannon
making the move, looking outside. Cross back over. No, he lost a lot of speed mid-corner there.
Yeah, you scrub it off a lot. Lang was able to hang on, but Ron Fletcher might be setting him up for next time. He might try to show him he's going to go out there.
Chevron slowing down.
Looks like he might have went off and then recollected it. But we're down to 1.2 seconds now in the lead. And white flag, I believe, is out. No, it's not. I think it's next time by the white flag comes out on Stuart Crow, the leader. And that gap is decreasing, Stuart Crow.
'16 is Scott Rind, Ralt RT5.
So this is for 1-2 in PSSA.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Hal Bear in an SCC Enterprises FE2. I didn't think that looked like a Ralt.
Here we go, Ron Fletcher. Where are you going to take him? I'm going to say, let's see if he tries to do something different at Summit Racing 7 or outside of the carousel. Here's our leader, Stuart Crow and Crow Holdings.
White flag is out as he went by and up into 1.
And Brandon fell back just a little bit.
I'll tell you what, Stewart is carrying a tremendous amount of speed through 1 all the way up to 2.
Looks like he might have had a little bit of play with the lap traffic as Brandon's now around, so I don't know. That's a big lead for Stuart Crow for Brandon to try to come back at. You can see a little bit of tire deg in the middle of the right rear tire. You don't see that often. As he comes around, tire deg, kind of slang for tire degradation, meaning the tires are starting to wear away late in the race, late into the weekend. But you see that, how the patch is in the middle of the rear tire? You don't see that very often. He is flying. I don't process information quickly enough to race that fast. But here he comes to take the checker.
Meanwhile, the rest of the field fighting up on the hillside. There's the checkered flag waving. There's your race winner, Stuart Crow. Put a clinic on from this one getting the green.
Ralph Shaheen, the Racing Ear podcast says, Ralph Shaheen went to a rival high school.
Oh, where did he go? Christian Brothers?
He went to in El Camino. In
El
Sacramento?
Camino, yeah, sure. He was
Is that a rival?
El Camino Eagle. I went to Jesuit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But he said he really enjoyed visiting yesterday in turn 2 and saw that McLaren M8F spin out and recover in the rain.
Well,
he says now he's in Roseville.
My buddy that was here yesterday went to Rio Americano down the street from Jesuit, another one of his rivals. So we
we're
had
just getting some
Sacramento well represented here yesterday.
people are talking trash on here, man. Rival high schools.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Nobody says nice things about you. Here we go. This is for PSSA.
Oh, boy, that's locking him up deep into the corner there. Hard on the brakes. Who's going to make it stick? Coming into 12. It's still dead even. Oh, I think you got to give it to the Batmobile.
Yeah. That was almost a transponder race.
It really was. He had him by no more than from the tip of the splitter back to the axle on the front, which is not a lot of room on that car.
That was a ballsy move going into Q3 11.
Well, he pulled it off perfectly.
But Lang gave him the room.
He did.
Good for Lang to see him coming, because Lang, yeah, I know it's disappointing to finish second, but you're going to finish under your own power. So to me, that's a win.
Yeah, that was good hard racing is what that was. Here it is again. Watch this. I don't know if you can tell as well from that angle. You can.
I want to see the replay of the around 11, because that was the move. There it is.
Yep.
Boink.
Just got him.
Lucas, good capture there, buddy. Since all of our camera operators are named Lucas,
You got to
can
go
just
with
say
it.
that.
You're pretty safe.
We have had that before, Ralph, where somebody was fixing their car and they just kind of threw their transponder in a bag behind the seat, and then he won the race by photo, but the transponder was back and the other guy's transponder was forward, and the other guy scored the win, and that's how it is by the rules.
Yeah, of course. Normally transponders are always in the same spot.
Not with us. With SVRA, they don't have to be unless it's a spec series in SVRA.
Yeah. I know, like in motorcycle racing, transponders are always in the same spot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
On the bike. So that you can evenly decide who won.
Well, there's Group 8 coming up next. That's going to be another banger. Here's some highlights, Ralph.
Well, this was all Stuart Crow from the beginning. He got out front in wave number 1 and just checked out. There's some good action back behind him, especially in the PSSA category. The new Art Can-Am car made a lot of thunder for everybody to enjoy. And the Batman ride came through in the end for a class win. And Stuart Crow took the overall. And we're going to take a quick break here at Sonoma Raceway. And we'll be right back to the wine country after this. Congratulations, Stuart Crow.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
we have a guest in the booth with us.
Yes,
Who has
we
joined
do.
us?
This is one of my proudest moments in broadcasting my entire career because my beautiful and lovely daughter, Olivia Shaheen, is joining us on the mic. She's going to help us call this race. She just got done with her television production school in college, and she's on a father-daughter trip with me out here for SpeedTour races here in Laguna Seca, and we decided we'd slap a headset on her and see what she could do on the microphone.
Well, Olivia, you've already out-credentialed me. I do not know what in the world I'm doing here. I definitely did not study anything in broadcast or anything like that. So welcome to Sonoma. Have you been to Sonoma before?
Yeah, she did a great job over here in the Turn 11
What's in your DNA? She's got a great speaking voice.
She has been on stage her entire life performing, and as much as she's given me the eye for dragging her in here to do this, she's right at home performing in front of crowds.
Well, Olivia, welcome to broadcasting. They didn't turn your mic on. So have you been to Sonoma before?
Yes, I have been to Sonoma before. I have been here for the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame, where I was the trophy girl for the induction ceremony.
Nice. And now I have just found the new SVRA voiceover person.
Yeah, how about that?
Got a great voice. Check this out. And we're up here in the sky, in the skybox, high over the main straight at Sonoma, and out our windows. I mean, this almost looks CGI. It's beautiful. It's almost like we're in northern Italy out here. And have you had a good time so far?
I've enjoyed my time quite a lot.
Eaten at any good restaurants?
Nothing particularly in like the area around here. We did go into the downtown Sonoma area and got some pretty good Italian food the other night.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, there we are. There we are. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I'll
just
stand
wave.
up and wave.
They're somewhere. There you go, Ben. Now we see you. Good job. Good job. Well, Livy, you're already starting off in a much better spot than your dad did here 40 years ago when I called my first race, Ben, from an office trailer down at the start-finish line, and here she is high above in the sky boxes.
All right, now, Olivia, you're going to see what your dad does because he's going to call the start of this Group 8 race.
All right, here we go. Coming into turn 12, they'll be looking for the green flag. Parker McKean and Jeff Mosing on the front row. Green flag, and we're racing towards turn number 1. And McKean nosing out front of that Alfa Romeo GTV that's already been a race winner here today, Ben.
Yeah, and for some reason I didn't see Mosing take the green flag, but Parker McKean, Ara Malkassian, and Josh Moriarty. That beautiful red, white, and blue. I just love that dove gray Alfa with the white nose. And Parker McKean is quite a quick driver. There's the first really Group 8 car that isn't a B sedan, which is Rob Bellevue in that Datsun 240. Now, Olivia, I'm not going to put you on the spot yet, but look around. I'm going to ask you which one of these cars is your favorite out there. And I always do that with anybody in the booth. And I don't like to be political. I'm fine with offending whoever because, there's some cars that I just absolutely like and then some cars that I don't care for.
Well, Livy would fit perfectly in this class because her personal car, known as Cargy, is a Audi A3. So it would fit right into this grouping.
And she's got some good car taste then.
Yeah.
So McKean out front as they come downhill into the Cube 3 S's. Ara Malkassian, Josh Moriarty, and then Richard Stewart Milne. Tony Delane behind him.
Surprised Mosing didn't make the call because his car's been running strong all weekend.
Yeah. He did tell me at Winter Circle that one of his good friends passed away last night, so I wonder if he had to go around for that. And so sorry about that, Jeff Mosing, but glad that you were able to make it out to the races today. So all around there, these cars just really impress me by how well they rotate. So back in the 70s, Olivia, these Datsun 510s, Datsun Nissan, these were just the disposable Toyota Corollas, basically, back in the day. They didn't ever think, they just wanted to be able to put groceries, golf clubs in the trunk, 4 people, back seat. Most of them were 4-door, and then just by accident, they turned into really well-balanced race cars. Now the Alfa, you know, the Italians always, no matter, they'll make minivans and they'll think about racing first. It's like, how good can this minivan take Monza? That's how they design cars.
How good can this minivan look?
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll worry about how it performs, right?
How good am I going to look getting out properly dressed? You know, I love that. I'm sure you've been to many race tracks. Do you have a favorite?
I don't know if I have a favorite racetrack. I have grown up going to so many different races. I do really enjoy the Sonoma track out here, though. It's really pretty compared to a lot of the other ones.
We'll see what she says about Laguna Seca next week, right?
Yeah, you need to make sure your dad takes you out on the track. You need to take your rental car, slowly go down the corkscrew, then get out and walk up the corkscrew, because it is just absolutely unbelievable. But here we are, Moriarty looking to go around Ara.
Making the move, maybe under braking here at 11. Not quite close enough.
But I think just trying to set him up, like, this is where I'm going to take you. And then they play chess a little bit, right?
Yeah. Here he comes again as they head towards 1. Looking to the outside. Is he going to cross back under? Tucks back in behind. So, Livy, what do you think? Would you want to be a race car driver someday? Make your mother nervous.
No, I don't think it's for me. I like my adrenaline in other forms of sports, and as much as I do enjoy taking long, leisurely road trips, I'm not quite sure I'd be able to handle the pressure of being behind a wheel like this.
That's a good answer.
It's a great answer, and I'm escaping that one.
Yeah. Paul Claudio there in that beautiful 911, followed by Olivier Sermet. I like that car. Like I said, I like
classic,
the tails,
right?
but I don't like any kind of tail on the back of a 911 or a 912.
It's just classic. Just a classic look.
Uh-oh, here we go, Ralph.
Yeah, he's going to make a shot at him here at Summit Racing turn 7. He's got the inside line preferred if he can get the speed going through the center, and he did, but I don't know if it's going to be enough at the next corner. No.
I will say, though, that Ara saw him coming and gave him probably too much room, Ara. When you watch this back, you're going to probably agree with me, because I'm going to see in a couple days. Yeah, he did get away with it. But, Josh, that is a gold medallion car. Ooh, here we go. Now, here you can see the 2 different rear ends of the same car, and that's a ducktail that I learned actually from your dad in that orange number 3. He taught me that a couple events ago.
Yep, that's a ducktail. The one we had on our 911, Livy, just so you remember, silver car, had a whale tail. Remember how much bigger it was?
Yeah, it was like you can have snacks and eat dinner on that thing.
Yeah. Of course, she was just a little thing back then, and Porsche makes baby seats. You could put it in the back of the 911, and it was a convertible cabriolet. So, man, the kids, her and her brother, loved riding in that thing.
This is the B sedans in Group 8. They had the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, so it's kind of like a twofer. They also qualify for Group 8, so they get a lot of track time and their own feature race. And the BS on the side of the cars doesn't stand for what you think. It's B sedan.
Shucks.
Shucks is right. Bull shucks. There's the BS. So,
Livy, you've seen all sorts of different races, from sprint cars at Knoxville, Supercross all around the country. This was really your first introduction to sports car racing live and in person this weekend. How does it compare to some of the other events you've been to?
I think it's definitely more of a long-term investment to watch for me personally, because when I came to watching Supercross and like American flat track, it felt like it was going by faster, and I felt like I was like, oh, the race is over, okay, we're moving on to the next one. With this, I feel like I can sit down, watch a little bit, clock out mentally, and then come back and look at it and like, oh, okay, we're still going. I can see where everyone's moved back in, so it's great for my very short attention span.
How about the experience of the paddock and walking around and being able to see the cars?
Ooh, wait, hold on. We might have a pass here, Ralph.
Oh, yeah, we might. Look at that. Trying to get that outside line going into one. That is a gutsy move.
He's trying it, but Ara's just kind of not letting it happen.
Well, Ara's not taking any chances this time, is he?
Sorry, Liddy.
No, so tell me about the paddock experience from a new fan perspective to somebody who's maybe thinking about coming to one of our Speed Tour events. How does it shape up for a family experience?
I think it's a great experience, especially if you're a fan of like racing and stuff. You get to see the cars up close and in person, and if you're not necessarily touching, like it's a petting zoo, you still get to get that kind of close-up experience, and it makes it feel more real, because you know it's very different watching it from the grandstands or on your TV.
That was such a great illustrative description.
Yeah, I'm just going to put my headset down. You two are on your own.
No, that's awesome. We did get to see the drone pilot there when he was flying around. We saw him with the remote control in his hands in the tent. But, man, Moriarty, can he get around that Datsun?
And, Ben, did I, honest to God, see some sunlight glistening off the paint down there in turn 7?
Maybe.
On that last lap? Not the rest of the track, but turn 7. There's actually a little bit of sunlight poking through the clouds down there at the far north end of the racetrack.
Maybe. Okay, so he's coming into 11, Ralph. What is he going to do
He's got to get a good run through 10 here. He's on him. Now he can set him up, but Ari blocks to the inside. Can he cross back over?
Man, this makes me want to have a Slurpee. I'm looking at 7 and 11. Now I need to go to 7, 11 and get a Slurpee. Oh, he's trying it again at 1.
He's quicker in sections like that, but when it comes to getting better on the brakes, I think you have to give that to Ara.
And Ara can make that car look really wide. So, do you have a favorite in this group?
Now, personally, I don't know anything about the drivers or like the cars as an individual, but I am a fan of the number 11 lime green. It stands out really well against the gray track, and it mixes in with the green scenery of the Sonoma Raceway. And I keep trying to look at the other cars, and it just, my eyes keep going back to that one.
See, you got good taste.
It's working.
And Ara will like that too.
It's doing everything he wanted it to do.
The 240Z around the Porsche 911.
240, such a great car.
Yeah, I do like that. Now
Does that mean your silver Audi's about to get a paint job there, Livy?
But Cartier already has a lot of very colorful stickers on it.
Yes, it does.
I mean, you look at that, or like the Volvo 240s. You don't think race car, or even the Mini Coopers.
No.
You know, they just weren't built for anything aerodynamic, but they made great race cars. But there's Parker McKean in that beautiful Alfa Romeo.
And I got to say, that's one of the prettier Alphas I've seen, too. There's something, you keep talking about that dove gray color, and the more I look at it, the more I go, you know what, Ben's right. It's a very different color scheme than what you would expect to see on an Alfa, usually Italian car, traditionally red, right? But boy, it really does stand out in that.
Here's a replay.
Here's the 240 up the inside on the 911. Going to outbrake him into the corner. Has that inside line. And the Datsun gets a little bit better drive off the corner and takes the spot away.
Back to the 7, 7, 11. That's an Ice Cube song from the 90s. today was a good day. My medicine is wearing off. It's the end of the day, the end of the weekend. We're in trouble, Lydia.
It's obviously tailing off for sure. Ice Cube, huh?
From California, though.
Yeah.
It's on topic.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Here we go. He's trying, isn't he, Josh Moriarty?
Yeah. He's pushed Ara the entire race.
Back to Lucas. Going up the hill. 0-3. Lots of Datsuns on track. Oh, Troy Ermish is out there in the 13A.
Yeah. Making an aggressive move at turn 7.
Oh, I wish I would have known that. I just now seen that. Where did Troy Ermish start? Because he's up to 5th. Troy Ermish is in our probably top. He'd be in the Mount Rushmore of top vintage race car drivers. So he is moving up through the field, just past a car that he built in Stuart Milne there, and that Rob Dyson Datsun. We've seen a lot of Dyson cars this weekend as well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Moriarty coming into 11, but now he's got Troy Ermish behind him. This is about to get very interesting. Troy Ermish in that 13A coming up to smoke the tires, coming around Moriarty, and then he'll be up to Ara. So Josh Moriarty, you better get around Ara if you can, because you've got Troy Ermish right behind you. Troy Ermish's wife breeds show bunnies.
That's very cute.
It is very cute. And their daughter gave the start command for the Trans Am race.
Show bunnies.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't know that was a thing either. Is that a specific sized bunny?
I don't know, but I'm going to make my friend Troy Tinsley, who has one of the greatest speaking voices, captain in United, was out there in the sports racers. He knows all these drivers, so you take over. Give us a little comment here, Troy.
Good afternoon, folks.
How you doing, Troy?
Excellent. Troy Tinsley added to the commentary. Who do we have out on the track with us? We got McLean in first, Malkasian in second, Moriarty third, and Earth working his way up through the pack.
Now, Troy, you're an airline pilot, correct?
I am. I fly for United Airlines, based out of the San Francisco airport.
I was going to say, so SFO is a home base for you?
SFO's home, and Sonoma Raceway is my home track. I live down in Half Moon Bay, about an hour south of
There
here.
you go, nice. Not far from Mavericks.
Very close indeed. You're familiar.
Big surf spot, yep. Sacramento kid myself. How's the track been going today, Troy? I mean, we went through some pretty heavy rain earlier in the weekend. It kind of rained all night. It's been cold and damp.
The track certainly evolved throughout the day today. All the oil dry mixed with the rain made conditions pretty tricky yesterday. But light rain this morning and consistent sunny skies have opened up the racing line all around the track. So people were able to use passing lanes and that we were unable to use yesterday.
Well, we now have a 3-car battle here with our Datsun 510s. This group here has really been putting on a good show. Malkasian, Moriarty, and now Ermish joining it, getting inside and taking a spot away from Moriarty. That was for 3rd, and now he's going right after Ara here. So we got to fight for 2nd.
No doubt. Anytime you have Troy in the battle, you know he'll be pushing his way to the front.
And Ben can't control himself over here with the battle going on with these Datsun 510s.
It's exciting for me to watch. I used to be a member of the B Sedan posse and raced Datsuns for years, 510 and a 710, 240Z as well. As a matter of fact, my old 240Z is out on the group right now with Rob Bellevue wheeling it around number 79. The car was in my ownership about 20 years ago. Rob's had it for about the last 5 or 6 years, and he's done a terrific job with it. He's back in 6th place at the moment.
Leading in class, too.
Leading in class. Boy, Troy's really putting the pressure on the Moriarty. This will be a great battle with a few laps to go. Troy's not one to finish behind somebody if he's got the opportunity to go for the lead.
Troy, at some point I'm going to need you to tell me to put my tray table up and.
Well, our good friend Ben Sissel is always imitating me, so I have to sound my most professional. Captain Tinsley welcoming everybody aboard our flight to New York City this afternoon. We'll be cruising at 35,000 feet, expecting a smooth ride. We'll be expecting a little bit of turbulence over Kansas City, but about then the flight attendants will be middle of their service. And Ben just loves to fly on my flights.
There you go.
There's
Right
Troy, boy, really putting the pressure on. Look at him.
Yeah. Ara, Ermish, and Moriarty really having a good tussle here.
It's been a pleasure visiting you guys up here in the booth. I'm going to turn the commentary microphone back over to our professional
thanks for
commentator,
joining
Ben
us.
Sissel. Pleasure.
Seven.
Well, we'll see him back in the friendly skies, right?
So Olivia, sorry about that. That's my friend Troy Tinsley. But man, there's some great racing happening out here. I don't think we have 223 laps remaining based on scoring, but these are quick laps. It's like every second a lap counts down. So the leader is now working the last lap, Ralph and Olivia. Of these three cars that we've been following here on screen, Olivia, is the red car going to finally get around your favorite car?
I have no idea. I honestly couldn't tell you, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, that's an honest response.
Flying 30,000 feet.
White flag is out. These guys will have one more lap around the 2.5-mile racetrack here.
Ooh, Ara looking in his mirror, missed the apex there. Troy Ermish, that's his kill zone.
Yeah, Ermish has been tremendous coming up the hill there, hasn't he?
But
look, and he's right on him, headed over to 3.
Ermish won't hit him because Ermish has to fix both cars. He's got about 12 cars in his
Look
team.
how much speed he carried into 3A, Ermish did, and slid it all the way up and over the crest. Here
There's
comes your
our leader.
race leader, working his way out of Summit Racing Turn 7. Looked like a little puff of smoke out of the back of that Alfa.
Yeah.
It's had a long day.
It has.
Put in a lot of laps.
That's a lot of work for
It's a
these
tired,
cars.
tired doggy right there.
Troy Ermish around, but Moriarty right behind Troy Ermish. There's our leader coming to take the checkered flag, Ralph.
Coming down through the Cube 3 Architecture S's one final time.
All right, Olivia, call this checkered flag.
Yeah, you get to call the winner.
Here we go.
Just
Coming
say,
around
here
11.
comes our winner. Whatever you want to say.
And here comes our winner, number 90.
Well done. That's exactly right. And the checkered flag waves, and I'm in big trouble with my daughter. McKean takes another win on the weekend. He has had an absolutely great weekend.
Troy
But look
got
at this.
around him.
Ermish has gotten around and taken over the class.
There's a
he's going to finish
skirmish.
second in this class, but he's got to fight off Ara here at this final corners. Down into 11. Ermish protecting the bottom. That's the proper way to do it there, Ben. On the last lap for sure. He's going to pull it off. Ermish is going to come home for second. Ara's going to take third. And Moriarty will just tag the back of that group for fourth.
Man, I wish I would have had like something to read my pulse or blood pressure there, because that was quite a skirmish from Ermish there going into 11. But what a race.
I see what you did there.
That was fun, though.
That
wasn't
was
it?
a
See,
lot of
this
fun.
group- Here we go.
Here's a look at the replay. Through 10, they had a little bit of traffic in front of him, but Ermish, even though that could have been a problem, because you can see Ara setting him up here, heading into 11. Ermish did the right thing, gets right to the bottom and holds that line all the way around from the apex off. And has a great run to the checkers through 12.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, Olivia, it's been great to have you here. You have such a tremendous speaking voice. You have a future in this if you want it, but let me give you some advice that I'd like to say. I would much rather be behind the camera than in front of the camera.
I agree with that.
I just like that. That's just where I'm more comfortable. It's a little more fun. So I guess we'll put her in the booth, in the production truck at Laguna Seca.
Well, I'm just proud of you for being willing to step up and sit in here with us, even though I know it's not what you wanted to do. Ben twisted your arm, and you did it anyway. Good job, Livy. Proud of you, honey.
Always stretch yourself.
Way to
Come
go.
on now. She's denying me a
fist
pump right
I
now.
gave it to you.
All right, you are released from your torture. Job well done.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, Ralph, Olivia might have a good future in broadcast. Great speaking voice. And she was like, I don't know. And then she comes in with all this knowledge and all these great colorful adjectives also.
Yeah, I like the poise she delivered, because that is terrifying.
Yeah,
Look,
oh yeah.
I mean, you know.
But what she said about the petting zoo reminds me of Posey. You know how Posey used to put so much effort into what he would say for his intros and in his notebooks. I just never have the words, the adjectives, the metaphors. But that just came top of her head.
Yeah.
Look at this. Is that one of those California condors flying over?
It might very well have been. There's a lot of wildlife around this place. In fact, they used to have, when I called motorcycle races here, Ben, they used to have a deer flag. Because if a turn worker spotted deer anywhere on the hillsides, you never knew where they were going to go.
Oh.
And with motorcycles, of course,
it
can be pretty bad. So
especially if it's
deer
a buck.
flag. Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here, and we've got another race getting ready to go. This is the last one of the day coming up next.
Group 2.
Group 2, getting ready to go here at Sonoma. Ben's got to get his heart rate down.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back to Sonoma for more.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
What did we say this is going to be?
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, this is SVRA Group 2. I don't have a grid sheet with me,
I'm
but this is
searching for
Formula
one.
Bs and Formula Fords. But some of my favorite people in the world are in this group. Good friends, some Californians, but we were talking about, we've got Travis Engen and Mark Giroux out there, but then Kim Madrid and her whole clan of the Formula Ford Challenge group. And looks like they're going to do a split start because they're delaying the release of the Ford. So the best way to look at the difference between a Formula Ford and a Formula B, the Formula Bs have wider wheels and tires than the Formula Fords, and look like the old Formula 2s or the old Formula 1 cars from the 60s. So lots of like Brabhams and things like that are going to be out there. Hopefully Kim Madrid's family are joining us in the comments section. If you joined us in the comments section, tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. If we get anything wrong, feel free to yell at us in all caps in the chat. But Erica Strong Christ is saying, let's go Formula Fords.
Well, we do not have grid or an entry list for
Well,
this.
once they pass the start-finish line,
We'll figure it out
we'll be
from
able to get it. Yeah. But this group, I know this group pretty well. My favorite open-wheel cars are those cars right there behind that pace car. Just those Formula Bs, they're just so cool looking. The Brabhams, the Chevrons, the Lotus. And you can see them moving back and forth, trying to get a little bit of heat in the tires. Although it's a very pretty day here, it is chilly. And you can see there, Giroux right behind Engen. Engen has the orange nose, then the yellow nose right behind, but Giroux's going out in some sticker tires. Now here's the Fords. You can see the difference in the wheel widths. The tires are about half the size or half the width of a Formula B, and they're going to do a split start, but man, that's a long way to a split start. So with that big of a gap, that means the Fords are going to be caught maybe pretty quickly. I wish the Fords would close up just a little bit. Oh, Farmer Boy says that his brother is waving the checkered flag today.
Oh, very cool.
Eric Jenkins is saying go 16. Sydney Strong is saying let's go Dad. Todd Strong. Tuning in from Boston, Todd Strong, like we've talked about in broadcast previously, is the inventor of the shake weight.
Really?
But yeah, he's an aeronautical engineer, and we used to do 2 truths and a lie on here, and I convinced everybody that he invented the shake weight, and we had the same reaction. People in the paddock still come up to him today. So I guess I'm revealing this after 3-4 years, but here they come to the green for Formula B, Ralph.
Well, and I was all excited about that. Not that I have a set of shake weights at home, but you know, hey, somebody had to do it. You always wonder where they come from. Temple leading in the 5A up the hill. Krapinski, Engen, Giroux, LeBlanc, and Perryman all in this one. And that's Temple right there.
Nice job. And Todd Strong's actually granddaughter is watching also from Southern California. He had an off in one of the last races about 2 weeks ago here and was able to fix the car, come back, and he's going strong as Todd Strong. But look at these Formula Bs blast up this hill. Here comes the Fords to the start.
Yeah.
That is Todd Strong in the blue car up front.
Always a whole host of these, aren't there?
This is great racing right here.
Yeah, it will be. And here they come. And it's going to be Strong, Crow, Inkrot, Paddle, Madrid, Contreras, Yarborough, Kelly, Linton, Litchi, and Crow.
And that's Bob Hatley, who will correct you because I've gotten it wrong before.
All right, Bob, sorry
Bob
about that.
Hatley.
Didn't know first time we saw you.
No, I know. And that's a more like, so there's even in Formula Ford, there's like 3 different. There's like vintage Ford, club Ford, modern Ford. So it's you know, we don't make it easy here, but this is so much fun. There's Ken Madrid. I was telling your daughter Olivia about her. She's got the pink mohawk, the pink car. One of my favorite people. I was hanging out in her camper playing with her pet dogs here earlier this week, but she also, I love her because she's got a Deadhead sticker on the side, and I'm a big Grateful Dead fan.
There you go. Well, you're in the right part of the country for that.
Man, this is Grateful Dead country. So there's, I believe that's Stephen Temple.
Yep.
Group 2, followed by Rod Grabinski, and then Travis Engen, Mark Giroux, Darrell LeBlanc, and then Perryman. But this is going to be the battle here, these Formula Fords.
Yeah, Madrid in a pretty good fight here with Hatley, you said?
Yeah.
Properly, Hatley and Inkrot.
Is that Inkrot? Did he get a different car? I'm not used to seeing him in a white-ish car. I can't tell which car that is from there. Yeah, let's see when he crosses the line if it changes.
Stayed the same. Oh, Crow.
Contreras.
Oh, it's changed now.
Yeah, so it's
Contreras,
Madrid, then Contreras,
Hatley.
then Hatley. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. There is Inkrot, is what I know him from, that car there.
Gotcha.
Eric Inkrot, one of our very good Formula Ford competitors. I haven't seen his wife here yet this weekend, but she's his major sponsor on the car. They do like a pilgrimage every year. They do Indy, Mid-Ohio. Last year they did pit race with us all the way from out here. They do one big long trip and try to hit as many tracks as they can, which we absolutely love.
That's awesome.
Eric Inkrot, see, we're getting, I love it, Sydney, but if you're going to correct us, do it in all caps. Sydney Strong is saying Eric Inkrot is the red car. What sort of horsepower do these Formula B vehicles make? I don't know.
Let's see if I can find out for you.
And Todd Strong's family loves the fact that I told everybody that he made the shake weight. We played like dominoes the night before at COTA, and he beat me, of course. And so I was like, well, I'll get you back tomorrow. And that's when the rumors started.
That's a pretty good one if you're going to lay out on somebody.
Well, and if you know Todd Strong, you know that he's very smart, that he's an aeronautical engineer. So it's not like beyond the realm, that he wouldn't do that. Yeah. So here's our leader in Formula B. I'm sure we've got some experts on here that can answer the question, what kind of horsepower these things have.
Well, here we go. There's a Brabham BT29 Formula B car. Let's see what it says.
That's Crow right behind Inkrot.
Well, this particular Brabham that I found here on Google claims to have a 180 horsepower twin cam engine and a Hewland gearbox.
Yeah. Well, look at this, though. This is for 1-2, and Grabinski just right behind Temple, really trying to make the pass. And this is momentum racing at its finest. There's no downforce, no aero whatsoever. This is all mechanical grip. And any time that you have to tap the brakes or just feather the throttle, that's just going to wear off. You're scrubbing speed anytime you turn. And it's so important, as we see our photographer, Pete Gorski over there taking some great shots. That's the SVRA photographer.
And Formula B would be the step up from Formula Ford. That would be back in the day, the ladder, right?
Yeah, back then it went Formula V, Formula Ford, Formula B, F2, I believe. And there was also the Formula Junior class. But if you ever made it to Formula One back then, you took all those steps of the ladder. There's a junior right there, it looks like.
Yeah, Formula 2 would have been the last step to Formula 1.
That's Latucci, and that looks like a Formula Junior.
Yes.
Which is also a very competitive class. Uh-oh, Crow trying to make it around Inkrot as they go into one. And that's a different car for Crow. I haven't seen that car with him. There's Contreras. Let's see if our camera operators can get a shot of that deadhead sticker on Kim Madrid's car, that pink 291. There it is. Look at that. And she is riding that train. High on Coca-Cola. Got to keep it family friendly.
There you go. There you go.
What's the Don Henley song? The deadhead sticker on the Cadillac. Is that Boys of Summer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have a lot. We were talking about the Gas Man wears a deadhead sticker as well. Kim Madrid's husband, Rudy, used to run with us in Formula V. Now, these are two best friends right here. Bob Hatley, Kim Madrid, two different classes. Let's see if Kim Madrid can get around Bob Hatley. Rudy is here, and Rudy makes the best tacos you'll ever have in your life. You need to be friends with this group of people right here. We have fun. We play some like card games and like dominoes. We have tacos. And, you know, we just tell a bunch of lies.
Well, as Mr. Gonzalez taught me this weekend as he was passing on his wisdom to me over the course of the night, he said, everything folds into a taco. And he's right. And you also have to think outside the tortilla.
Yes, I love that. Well, Bob Hatley still currently, now these are two different classes in her Formula 4 championship, and we are going to cover the podium after this race. But also everybody wants to win overall in their class. But Kim Madrid right behind Bob Hatley. I think Bob Hatley in a Swift, Kim Madrid in a Crossley. Up the hill, working together. These two carpool all the way out to Mid-Ohio and Indy, all the way out here from the West Coast. They did pit race, like I said. They've done Road America. They've gone all the way out to Watkins Glen with us. Just a lot of fun to be around.
Sounds like some great experiences.
Erica Strong is saying they actually photoshopped Todd Strong at our winner's circle holding a shake weight. You're going to have to send that to me.
Yeah, that's great.
So there's Eric Inkrot with Crow right behind. And like I said just a few years ago, Crow was our Rookie of the Year. That's Stuart Crow's, I can't remember if it's his son or his grandson. I believe grandson. They look fast though, don't they?
They sure do. And
this was such a great training ground for drivers because there is no aero. It's all mechanical grip, driving with momentum. If you can drive one of these cars fast, you'll be fast in anything.
Yes, which is why it was such a great teaching tool, right?
Man, that exhaust coming out of Bob Hatley's car is intimidating when you're just staring at it like that.
You don't want to get too close.
Yeah.
Might get a little dizzy as you're trying to pass, breathing the fumes in for too many corners.
Eric Inkrot going up the hill. Sydney and Erica. Todd Strong is out front in the Formula 4s, which is not unusual for Todd Strong, just a very good driver. And then being who he is, aeronautical engineer, he's got some speed secrets in the design of that car.
Imagine that.
And I am right, aren't I, Sydney and Erica? Didn't you do something in aeronautics or aero design or something like that? I like talking to our comment section. You know, it's kind of technology. It's awesome. And then, you know, who doesn't want to yell at the commentators when we get it wrong? It's great. We're all about the fans. Crow out-braking Eric Inkrot into the summit.
Did a nice job there.
Now here's the three different classes. Formula Ford, Formula B, and Formula Junior.
Formula Ford with the inside line, but look at the B move around the outside.
Lot bigger tire patch on those Bs.
I like how the Formula Junior looks like a McLaren F1 car, though.
No,
right?
that's the Ford. That's a modern Ford, and then that's a Junior behind it.
Yeah.
There's Pete Gorski.
Running the papaya color scheme.
We had the Formula Juniors, about 50 of them for a reunion at Indy and then at Watkins Glen, and it's some of the best racing you'll see.
Oh, yeah. Well, they can't get away from each other, right?
Yeah. Now he's got a B behind him. That looks like Giroux. Mark Giroux behind him. Mark Giroux is the leader of the Monoposto group, which is the kind of vintage Formula Bs like that.
Oh, there's a pass.
Now you see what Mark Giroux did there. I applaud that. He could have made the pass on that Formula Ford, but he wasn't sure the Ford saw him there. And so it is the overtaker's job to make sure you're going to make a legal pass. So even though the 27 probably knew he was there, Mark Giroux, being who he is like, well, why risk it?
He knows he has the faster car. He knows there's another opportunity to make the pass by the time they get to 11. Do it in a safe spot. Better for everybody, right?
Yeah, and you know, I feel like
and there he goes.
We don't do enough to celebrate the. We talk to drivers when they do things wrong. We don't do enough to tell the drivers when they do something right.
And not just the big rights, like a win. Is that Yarborough there? Yep. 76.
Yeah, and I love that car of Linton. I wish you could see that thing up close. It's like a Concours winning show car in a race car. Like, you got to go look up close. He's got this special coating over the paint job. Just a beautiful car. Rob Crow is Stuart Crow's nephew. Thank you, Shirley. And yes, aerospace engineer. He worked for Gulfstream. So there's your private plane.
Yeah.
You could just talk Todd Strong. He's just got a few in his closet.
Well, if anybody's listening in on your chat there, I'm looking to get from Lime Rock to Indy and back on Memorial Day weekend. Since we can't do anything on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody happens to be going that way that weekend, I'd love to tag along.
I think you could probably ride along with the Dysons. They do that. Ooh, both of them got squirrely. Eric Inkrot and Rob Crow. Stuart Crow's nephew. Yes. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you for saying that again. You have to say things to me 3 times before I get it. But, man, Kim Madrid still right behind
She's in a
him.
fight, isn't she?
Yeah.
She is in a real tussle.
What do we got here? Oh, a little
This is
bit
Inkrot?
squirrely. Both of them. See, they both get a little bit squirrely there.
Sure did.
Squirrely is a technical term.
Yeah.
Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, my medicine has worn off, so you don't know what's about to happen up here.
We are inching our way to the checkered flag on your day, aren't we?
But I do really love watching this group and just knowing most of the drivers. It's really cool to see this group 2, the camaraderie in this group. These drivers all hang out. Todd Strong is constantly fixing Kim Madrid's cars after she goes off and does the things that sometimes Kim Madrid does. Sorry, Kim, I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying that later next week at Laguna Seca. But they all pitch in to help, and all they want is just to have people out there to run with. There's our friend Mark Giroux. Those are such cool looking cars.
That is a really good looking car.
We talk about this a lot, but I would love to have 20 equally built Formula Bs and put all the Formula One drivers in them and see who really is the good driver. I think
that would be very cool.
Yeah, I think Verstappen would be up there. I think he really is truly talented. But it'd be neat to see what they could do without any aids, no driver aids.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's very, very talented. But if you're going to do that and it's going to be an even playing field and not everybody's been in one of those cars, I want to bring in a ringer and throw Kyle Larson in there for fun.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if some of these newer drivers even know how to drive a standard H shift pattern with a clutch.
Yeah. They sure haven't raced one.
There's Kelly.
Fernando might.
Yeah, for sure.
Alonso's just old enough.
I can't say who publicly, but we did our first V-Rock, and a guy that qualified for the Indy 500, ran an Indy car, was given a 68 Camaro. He opened up the door and said, "Oh, well, I can't drive a stick." We were so surprised.
Hmm.
Crazy. Just different times,
Without a doubt. They say it's the best, theft protection device in the market these days.
Exactly. Well, there was a great shot of Perryman coming through 11 in that Formula B. Staying with him here. I love those stripes across the cigar shape.
The cigar shape with the tires just sticking out like that, such a cool look, right? You can really see the suspension working.
Yeah. So Sydney Strong is saying they're all camping out together at Laguna Seca, the state park, between the events. Oh, but here we go. Crow around Inkrot.
On the inside even, going into 1. Carrying all the speed up to Mission Foods turn number 2. Inkrot trying to come back as they head towards 3. Take him a little wide to get the line back is Crow. Here comes Inkrot cutting back inside as they come over the crest at 3A. Now they're headed to 4, and Crow's going to get there first.
Yeah, he wanted that, but he just lost just a little bit of grip.
Yeah.
And he thought better of it. And then you just kind of reset, regain, and set it up again.
Try for turn 7 now. Get the run through the carousel.
Drafting is a factor here in these cars.
Inkrot did a good job getting through the carousel. He is right there with him, trying to catch any draft he can. See if he dives inside, thinking about it. He's right there. Oh, just not close enough, but can he get through the center of the corner? Nope. That is some good hard racing right there.
Yeah, that really is.
Try him again at 11.
See, Ralph, this is just so much fun.
It is.
Isn't it?
It's good stuff. Really good stuff. Down through the S's, thinking about 11. And here's Yarborough.
And
fighting off Linton.
Yeah, 2 beautiful cars. But Inkrot and Crow are now in sight of Todd Strong.
They sure are.
So this is going to, and look at this. These two, these are like best friends. And they put their campers right next to each other. They help each other out. And they always find each other on the track.
And that's 11th and 12th you're watching right there.
What's your favorite Grateful Dead song? Comment section. Here we go. 5. I love Brown-Eyed Women. That's just from the live.
Oh, no. Big spin with
That's
the
the leader.
5. That is our leader. Yep, Temple. Watch out for the mud puddles.
Yeah. Don't worry about hitting my signs. They will
No,
give
they're coming
for you.
down anyway.
Yeah, I'm taking
And
them down
Ben's
about
got
30
plenty
minutes.
of them. Checkered flag.
Did they take
was that
the
on
checker?
the cool down lap for Temple?
No, that was the cool down lap. Oh, and Bob Hatley takes it. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Temple spun
But he
at
still
2
won.
on the cool down lap.
Yeah.
All good. All good then.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was
I did
in
too. I thought
trouble
he
of
just lost
losing
the lead. Yeah.
But he had a pretty healthy lead anyway. Well, congratulations to Temple. Comes to 16 is Strong. Like the striping on that car.
Now there's Strong, Todd Strong coming in, the Gulfstream aeronautics engineer. Travis Engen. Here we go. Here's the finish. But that's not the leader. Psych.
Yeah.
Every once in a while. But he is putting his visor up for some reason.
I wonder if
There's Linton. That's a beautiful car.
I wonder if Temple was catching him rapidly headed to 1, and that's why he got out of shape.
I don't know. Todd Strong just took the checkered flag first in our Formula Fords.
Here's a look at your top 10. Temple, Grabinski, and Engen.
Yay, Grandpa, says Erica Strong Christ.
And Crow beat Inkrot back to the flag for 8th.
Disappointed, Eric Inkrot. I'm just starting all kinds of fights here, Ralph.
Nobody's going to want to talk to you next weekend. You're not going to have any friends.
Bob Hatley, Kim Madrid, Steve Yarborough, Tom Linton, Matt Kelly, Matt Latucci, and Stuart Crow. Wait, is Harlan Crow and Stuart Crow were out there? We're counting crows over here.
Oh, boy.
Dad jokes
You're
abound.
done.
Yeah.
You are done.
Well, we're about to go down to podium, so I'm going to go down to podium and give out some high fives, Ralph.
All right. Good luck.
All right. See you, man.
Ben Sissel, everybody. 2 shows on Sunday. Actually, about 9 shows. What we did here today. Taking a look at some of the highlights of this one, and it was a lot of fun, a lot of activity, some good close racing, a lot of battles throughout the field. Formula P's looking stunning. Fun watching Temple and the rest. Those Formula P's put on a show at the front of the field. Kim Madrid, Mohawk flying, Steve Yarborough and his beautiful 76, Inkrod and Crow. That was a fun battle to watch all the way to the end. Temple taking the win. All right, while they get out of the car and get ready for the podium, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to hear from the winner.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Podiums for Formula B, FB cars here. I do believe I have Stephen Temple right here with the 5. Stephen, tell us a little bit about FB. The cars are Formula Bs and how you acquired it.
I got the car about 3 years ago. I raced it for a year in SCCA. It was originally set up as an Atlantic, and it required a different engine. It had winglets up front and a wing in the back. But yeah, I raced a bunch of different formula categories. I really like this one. The suspension and the tires are really supple and just fun to really push it around. You can really feel this car compared to some of the other tighter formula categories. Anyway, that's it. It was an awesome race. Thank you.
You're welcome, Stephen. Okay, joining Stephen up on the podium is going to be Rodney Grabinski and Travis Engen. I want to go over here to the Club Ford post-club. I'm sorry, this is the Formula Ford right here, an FF. So where's Todd? Todd's here. Todd, this is the FF, or Formula Ford. Am I saying that correct? So tell us about this car.
This is a 71 Titan Mark 6. They were a pretty popular car. A lot of people running them. So I've had Titan Mark 6s since 1990. So not this car, but a different one. So been running them for a long time.
Excellent. So this we put you P1 in this group class. We're going to come over here and talk to Eric. I'm sorry, Harlan. Harlan, a second. We were watching you. You were behind the 9 for a bit, but it looks like last lap you had passed. So tell us a bit about that.
I did. I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 laps from the end, I was able to get him, and then he got me back and went a little deep on brakes, but, you know, lucked out at the end and was able to make the pass for the win. It was a close one, though.
All right.
It was fun.
Very good. We'll get you up on a podium a bit. This one is called a post-Club Ford, if I remembered. But we have a Club Ford here as well. And we have Eric. Eric Inhofe. Tell us a bit about this car, maybe how you acquired it and what it's like racing it.
Sure, absolutely. This is a 1979 Crosley Formula Ford. I got it in 2015 from a buddy of mine that used to race it. I've just been working on it ever since, and it's just a blast to drive. You know, unfortunately not as good as Todd up there, but we're trying. We're trying.
Excellent. Okay, so we've got a Formula Ford, a post-Club Ford, and a Club Ford as well. But we also have one other Formula One over here, the 33. This is a Formula Junior. We've got Matt Latucci here. Matt, tell us a little bit. Did you shine it up? Did you put the wax on it? Look at that. It's a beautiful car. Beautiful car. Tell us about it a little bit.
Well, it's a 61 Lotus 20. It's actually the same kind of car that Jim Garner drove in the movie Grand Prix in 1966. It was dressed up as a Brabham, but this was the car that he drove. Really my first open-wheel car. I also drive a 7-liter Corvette, so I went from a 7-liter car to a 1-liter car. Interesting, though. Had a lot of fun out there. This is a great group.
This is a great example of SVRA. The motto of SVRA is some people collect art, we race it. So this group, too, is a fantastic group, representative of all that. So thanks a lot for letting us share that online, and we'll finish up our podium right now. All right, can I have the Formula Bs up on the stage, please? Travis is going to be P3 today. Rodney Grabinski, P2. And Stephen Temple, P1 today. Again, this is our FB, Formula B. Travis, there was lots of formulas, names out there. We now have Formula 4, F3, 2, current F1. How does FB fit in that whole picture?
FB was going on in the U.S. in the time when F2 was the racing series in Europe. The same car, same chassis, same motors were also called F1 in Australia in that period. But a very popular car. It's other than the early Formula Atlantics, it's the best combination of tire, motor, and handling you're going to find.
Sounds like from your other competitors. Let's get a hand for these guys. This is the Formula B. That's Travis Engen, Rodney Grabinski, and Stephen Temple. All right, thanks, guys. Let's bring up our CF, PCF, and FF podiums. Harlan and Eric. Eric is actually in P3. Let's bring Eric up. Harlan Crow and Todd Strong, come on up here to the podium. We'll get your hardware and your medals. And, in fact, we also want to make sure we recognize Hawk Performance. Hawk Performance is our podium sponsor today. Every one of these guys is going to get a certificate from Hawk Performance. We have our friends in the next group out racing. So as we're getting ready for that, this Club Ford, FF and PCF, I asked Travis kind of how they fit into the Formula world. Can you help us with that kind of history?
Yeah, so all three of these classes are true Formula Fords. They all run the exact same engine, same components, everything else. the true vintage Ford like Todd runs is up till 1972. Club Ford's through 84-ish, 81. And then the modern Ford is everything after that.
Okay, awesome. So thanks for that. And this is that kind of combined podium. It was great to have a representative of each one of those cars on the podium here. Let's hear it for our PCF, CF, and FF podium right here. Thanks, guys, for that. And then last but not least, let's bring up Matt Latucci. Come on, Matt, and we'll celebrate the Formula Junior as well. And last but not least, but thanks, Matt, for hanging with us. And the Junior had a special place as well. You mentioned this was in a movie, but it was also kind of an early kind of test platform as well for folks. We'll put you up, P1. Matt, anybody else you'd like to thank before we set you free?
Hoffaker Motorsports for getting and the Turn 2 Drivers Club for all they do and all the fun I have with them. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. SVRA, of course.
Thank you, Matt. A quick photo from Michelle. Let's hear it for Matt and all our other Formula drivers out there. What a great group of race cars, and we really appreciate all you listening. Let's take it back to you guys. Thanks.
Well, it has been a fantastic but wet and chilly weekend here at our SpeedTour event at Sonoma Raceway. Round 3 of the 2025 National Championship season. And we are staying out here on the left coast, getting ready to head down to Monterey, California in just a couple of days. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is next up on the schedule. Some of the teams are going to have a lot of work to do to get cars and even transporters ready to go racing at Laguna, but it should be another stunning weekend down there. We sure hope you can join us. Tune in to catch all the action live with Trans Am and TA2 presented by Pirelli on Speed Sport 1, and the rest of the SVRA action will be right here on the SVRA YouTube channel. Well, that's going to close things out for everybody who helped join me in the booth this weekend. Josh Hurley, Andy Lally, Ben Sissel. I'm Ralph Shaheen for the entire Live Race Media production team and Speed Sport 1, bringing you all the action, saying good night and so long from the wine country.